welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute. This week we're joined by Algared, Badges, and our special guest is Expat. How is everyone doing?
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm about to sweat my balls off because I just turned the air conditioner off. It doesn't.
Yeah, I gotta say it's pretty hot in here too.
Well, you're in Dubai, yeah? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am
So,
indeed.
no excuses for us complaining about heat anymore, X. That's what it comes down to.
If it gets too hot, I'll just turn it off and not talk. That'll be something different. For
what is your daily temp over there, Expat?
Well, I mean, it can get up to 50 in the summer, yeah, it maybe in the winter, like the best you're going to get is maybe like an 18 or a 14, you know?
Yeah. So that's nice, but yeah, the other way is just not pleasant at all.
If you're watching my screen, by the way, Expat, just for you, Twitch will be there, YouTube will be there, if that helps you. If you can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see. I can see it on your screen. Yeah.
I don't know if you can read it, but if you can't read it, you'll have to go there separately.
Although if you can see the stream questions on Discord, that'll pull them all.
Oh yes.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. So we have this really cool thing. Someone from the community, Miss Sir Pickles. I'm sure you'll meet him eventually. He made us a bot, and actually at the moment he's working with Space Motor and Astropub, and we're going to turn that into like a star system bot, and hopefully it'll work for all creators eventually. Yeah, he made us a really it's a bit of a hack at the moment, but it basically takes any question. So if you write question in your question on YouTube or Twitch, and it actually compiles it on. If you look in Discord, there's a channel called Stream Questions, and they all get compiled into there. The ones with a purple box are from Twitch, and the ones with a red box are from YouTube. But yeah, I'm just about to start that up.
Like that? You're like 1,000 times.
I apologize if my character rudely checks their watch while you're speaking, guys.
So good. Actually, there's a TV in the background.
Wait,
yeah. Are you on YouTube? Are you watching the stream? I think it's you that I hear in the background just there for a second, but it's all good. Right. Bot is started. So yeah, if you guys got any questions for Expat, feel free to shoot him in there, or usual ones. We are going to be giving away a Pisces today. We would like to look for a new player for that. And I think the other thing we'll put out really early on is, I'm going to let you do it, Expat. What are you looking for? You were asking me to look for a particular CCU. So I think this is a really great time to ask people. So if you are looking for, she's looking for a rarer CCU, guys. So Expat, tell people what you're looking for.
Oh, so I'm actually trying to get my hands on a CCU for an Eclipse Best in Show 2950. And I know those are a little bit difficult. I'm also looking at trying to acquire a Valkyrie Liberator because, you know, as you can see, I mainly wear orange. And I think that would be I've seen it in game and it just looks so cool. I mean, the copper and everything. It looks so cool.
The other thing I would add to that is she is actually quite happy to pay market value. So, which is unusual. So she's putting money. So she's putting money where her mouth is. Where most people are trying to cheapskate people, she actually.
No, I'm trying not to cheapskate, but at the same time, like some of the quote unquote market value for these things. I mean, come on, guys, come on.
This coming from the. What did someone give you yesterday that really surprised me? Algared will know what this is when she. What did someone just gift you yesterday?
Oh well, I mean.
If you're willing to say.
I mean, they clearly gifted me because I was so talented at playing it. I mean, it was unbelievable. I just pulled out a Moonlight Sonata out of nowhere, but it was the piano for the Phoenix. Somebody said, "Hey, I just got to spare one of these. Hey, you want?
Yeah,
I really want to give it to you. I really want to gift it to you."
Just throw it her way. It's worth about $200 guys, just at market value at the moment.
Money.
Yeah. It's always weird seeing a character talk because they're so teethy.
Yeah.
ISC has just dropped, so we're aware, so it's ready to go when we are ready and have enough people.
Cool, that's good.
Nice.
Well, I think we'll talk to Expat for a little bit, and then we'll kind of kick it off.
Sure. I think I brought up the chat here on the side, so I'll try and get the chat up. I've got the Twitch chat on one side.
We've got a super chat there. Do you want to read that, Algared?
Yep. And then I'll do the other question, which is directly at Expat.
Yep.
So Ace Hambone says, "Hi gents, and hope all is well.
Hi.
I think the 315p is the best ship, or just a few dollars over a starter ship." So, okay, well, thank you for your thoughts.
Those are fighting words. No. I think Algared,
325 personally, if I was going to go 300s, just saying.
actually, I kind of agree. If you're going to with him, if you are going specifically 300, I would go the 315p. I think that tractor beam is going to be really interesting, but we have to wait till they come online, because the other thing I would argue, and Algared, my brain goes straight to the Cutlass. I don't know if yours goes there as well. For a little bit extra money, you get 2 tractor beams, and you get all that extra versatility of the Cutlass. So I don't know. What's your response there, Algared?
As a start for the starter ship type thing, I probably would go the Cutlass, because once you've gone above, like going Avenger 300, I think the Avenger's still a better buy over the 300i. Going to the 315, that makes it, do I go that high? And maybe you do. Maybe it is sitting in that in-between space.
If you're really tight for money and you're a support player, I can kind of see it. But
if you're looking for that next jump from that starter ship, then the Cutlass Black is the one to go for, because it moves you from single player to multiplayer. Plus, it's got extra gear and space. So,
yeah.
May I jump in and just say that I think you are 100% right. Since buying a Cutlass Black myself, I am super happy with it, and it just feels like a really good ship to have, especially like in the PTU, where you just want to kind of, today I want to test a vehicle, today I want to go over there, today I want to do a quick bounty, I want to go, it's just so flexible. So I like it for that.
Badges, is there any military reason there why you'd want a 315p over something else? Can you see any advantage there? By the way, Brad, if you're not aware, Badges is the military boy. He's got all that strategy in his pocket. So yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. For my sins, I spent
military,
spent 12 years in the Navy pretending I knew what I was doing. So yeah. And until they figured it out. No military reason, but if you look at the 300 series on its own, I would prefer the 315 over the others, just because I think it's more interesting. In terms of what you're doing. I like the idea of the small pathfinders. I think they're going to carve themselves out a nice little niche.
Yeah, and I think it's like a step up from the other. Like, I guess the Pisces is probably the earliest explorer I can really look at, the expedition there, and I think it's just one step up. But yeah, you got to say?
I think the Aurora got flagged as a pathfinder as well. So, and I think part of that was because it had the bed, so it could go out for longer periods. But I'd expect the 315p to have better sensors than the others in terms of what it's doing. But
I think we're all in agreement for me. Of that 300 series, it's the most unique because it stands out uniquely. Well, then it's not until you get to the Cutlass the Nomad has one at the back, but I prefer it at the front personally. So yeah, I don't know.
But it's even the sides of it.
Is it controversial to say that I think the Nomad should have a door, like to the back, like when it actually goes all the way up, like that?
It's not controversial.
They've got that really fancy ladder.
It's not controversial at all. The Nomad could have anything and it would be better than it is. We are not a fan of the Nomad. It is
being able to just kind of walk out onto that platform at the back would just be super cool.
So you got to remember when we say stuff like that. By the way, we're talking about it at its value. Like what they charge for that ship is too high, right? Because let me throw this at you for its price.
You're not far from a Cutlass, right?
Well, you can get a Hull A cheaper than you can get that.
And for $20, and for $20 more, you can get a Cutlass.
Yeah.
On the basic ship price. So yeah.
It's in this really weird position. It's like between an Avenger and a Cutlass, right in the middle, and like the Avenger's cheaper, so get that. And then it's like, and then the Cutlass is just more, and that's way better, so get that. So it's just this really weird positioning. If it had been about the same price as an Avenger, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It'd be like, yeah, take your pick, But because it's a full $20, and you got to remember, an Aurora is just $45, so getting $20 more than an Avenger is quite significant when you get an entire
Aurora LN is $45.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, I got a question. The very first question we did get off the bat was directed directly at you, Expat, and it was, so where did the name Expat Brat come from?
Oh, good question. So I am from Scotland originally, and basically when I was very young, my parents came over here to Dubai, and so basically in Dubai we've got like a slang for children that kind of grow up like, you know, from maybe like their parents have good jobs and stuff like that, and we're like all the expat brats, you know, because we run around like making noise and, you know, tearing up the place, you know.
Carpet
So
crawling,
so
ankle
they call us
biting
expat
rugrats.
brats. Yeah, like rugrats, like expat brats. But I'm in Dubai now, so that's where it comes from. It's just a term that we use over here to describe some of the kids running around in the shopping mall. You know, oh, it's a little expat brat.
There you go.
Mm.
Relate, and this next couple of questions we've got do actually kind of relate to what we're talking about. So Dan Little asked, oh, by the way, it was Dan Little who asked that question. Dan Little
Hey, Dan.
again asks, C8 or C8X Pisces?
I assume he's talking about the one we're giving away, and that was the weird thing. If you saw the episode we did this week, me and Algared were kind of a bit complex by it because it's a C8, just a C8, and you
Just an ordinary
can't.
C8.
So that is the weird thing, though, right? In this package, is that you can't upgrade it. There are no CCUs in the store for C8. So once you have a Pisces, it gives you a starter pack and a Pisces, but no way to upgrade it.
But
So
given that Dan's question is specifically C8 versus C8X, I think it's also asking which is better.
It's guns, right? Isn't it?
Definitely better.
Yeah, it's the weapon hard points. You get 2 additional weapon hard points, essentially.
Yep.
Size 1s. That's it. So instead of 2 size 1s, you get 4. And to give an example, the medical Pisces only has 2. So you actually go up by $20 and get the medical bed, but you completely lose 2 hard points. So yeah. All right.
Yes, the pack we've got is unique in that it's a C8, not the C8X.
Yeah, so it's a blessing and a curse for whoever we give it to. If we give it to a new player, they can't upgrade, so they're just stuck with the Pisces. But I wouldn't really, I don't know, I'm pretty sure the community, having polled you guys before, you'd rather give it to a new player. So if you guys know someone that is looking to get into the game, bring them on in, chuck them on in, and we'll have a chat to them. All right. Next question, Algared.
The next one is from patch 44, and they say, hi,
Hey,
Dan,
Patch.
including Chuck.
Mm.
What is the difference?
He thinks so. He thinks I'm a man, by the way.
Yeah, she's
Just for fun.
yeah.
So
Cool.
what is the difference of a C8 versus the other Pisces? And it's basically the hard points. So
Yeah.
the C8 only has 2 hard points for size 1 lasers, and that's it.
Yeah,
A lot of different.
and I guess the other thing is you can't get a CCU for it.
Yeah.
So there's like if you wanted to turn it into any ship above that, you can't. We actually the first thing me and Ari did, we go, I wonder if we can make this better. Like let's go get a medical Pisces CCU, and we're
That's
like,
CCU to it, yeah. And it was, oh crap.
we can't.
And the main reason for that is the C8 is part of the intrinsic equipment that comes with the character.
Yeah.
So the C8 by itself comes with a character. That's the only other way you can get it.
Yep. So if I actually go to the pledge store here real quick and go into ship upgrades, give it a second. There we go. And we set this to all ships and we type in C8. You'll see that the only options are these ones. So there's no option for a C8. You've got C8X, but no C8. So you just can't get a CCU. So it's kind of a little bit of a weird pack. And I almost don't know how, like, because the person you're giving it to is going to have to buy a whole second ship. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. But I don't know. I don't know if CIG saw it like we saw it, but yeah, I would have. I wouldn't have given a C. I would have given a C8X away personally, not a C8. But again, again, we've known them long enough that they don't see things like that. So yeah.
But as a starter ship, the C8 is still a really good ship because it enables you to do every single activity that you do as a starter. It does box missions better than the Aurora and the Mustang. at that low level. I think the only other ship I don't think there's any other ship at that
Mm.
really base starter ship level that enables you to do box missions as easily as a C8.
Yeah.
So that makes it eminently, you know, the best starter ship just in that sense.
Look, the other thing for C8s is just for things like bunker missions. If you're getting a lot of, because it's got a couple of bonuses. It gets up to top speed really, really quickly, very close to the ground. So when you're going out, quantuming, coming back to the planet, going back, quantuming, coming back to the planet, it does that really effectively, and it's got the space and the ease of getting in and out, and it's so nimble and nifty. And there's no evidence to back this up, but I would expect later on we're going to get costs associated with constantly coming in at the atmosphere, and it would make sense for those costs to scale with the size of the ship.
I'm just gonna.
So if you're going to bounce in and out of atmosphere a lot, shuttles will make more sense than larger ships.
So just real quick, there's another question here it's a couple of questions ahead. Ben Mayer just asked, can you exchange the C8 for credit and get another ship from that? I guess you could, but it's an entire package as well.
Yep.
So it's and as we said, the Pisces is not a bad ship. The way you need to look at it is, in most cases now, you buy a starter ship with a package that you kind of just sit there, and then you buy all your ships. That's kind of how people do it. So there's not really any real loss. It's just that that's the way. It's like a wasted LTI token is how I would look at it. So,
Yeah, can I jump in and just say that there's a lot of people that are going to look at that in your hangar and go, "Whoa, what is that?" You know, don't get rid of that. I'm telling you now.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Look, I'd love it. I'd love that one.
Yeah, because you can't
Pokemon
buy
syndrome in me,
it.
Pokemon syndrome in me says I want that, and you can't get it. You can't buy it.
So that's,
it is rare.
Yeah, so that's the other way to look at it too. Like you can't buy a C8 independently, and most people will think you've just brought it in game, but yeah, it is a rarity. Like to actually have a C8 sitting in your hangar, you can't do that. So
when you show them your hangar contents and you've got that C8, they're going to go, "You bastard."
Yeah, so I'd hope whoever we give it to doesn't just melt it. Yeah, you could do that. It's your ship, but I wouldn't. Because
I hope you maybe do you think you'd be able to like maybe give a little explanation to the person that gets it, like, or you know, I didn't know about these kind of things when I first joined, and maybe I should have given a bit more of an explanation on it when I gave it away.
Well,
so
well, hopefully we can, if someone can find someone that you know, that's why we're kind of doing it at the start of the show. So if you, but you know, as we get towards the end of the stream and wrapping up, if we haven't found someone by then, we'll think of another way to give it away. But you know, at worst come, we'll just give it to Algared. No, just
Woohoo!
Oh yeah. Nice one, Hagrid.
It literally.
Because Algared needs more ships.
Well,
man, I'd love it. Yeah.
Well, CIG literally said we can give it away however we see fit. So yeah. But
okay,
yeah.
I've got another question.
Yep.
Question for Expat. And inquiring minds want to know, North End Trooper being one of them. Expat, how often do you do your hair in game? Actually, so how many times do you change your hairstyle? But how often do you?
Well, the thing is, like, in the beginning, I had like a bit of a. I think one viewer described it as an emo cut, which was like the short hair that just came over, kind of this side of my face, and I think there was a stream where I wanted to be, like more law enforcement, or I was doing some piracy. Oh, it was a piracy stream, and I was like undercover, you know, going behind the scenes with the pirates of the verse, you know, and basically I changed it to this haircut, and I never looked back because I just think it fits the character. It would be somewhat practical in game, and yeah, it makes sense for like a more militaristic person who's like with the advocacy to have something like this.
Is it Alex Dugan?
There is a
more. I mean, there will be more, I'm sure.
There is a military backing to what you're saying as well, Expat, in that if you're going to put breathing apparatus on, or anything that needs to sit snugly with your face, Like this needs to go. You go to war, you get rid of that.
Hair in the face would be a terrible idea. I mean, even the stuff on top of my head would probably have to go. But like, you know,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we gotta
People
do something
with
about it.
dreadlocks would just have them like that in their mask, and it would be rubbish.
You got to have cool factor as well.
I was saying to Expat on the time I first met her too. With the beard, it's really hard to do FOIP. You can't do
Oh hell yeah!
what she does.
Yeah.
Very difficult as a man to do FOIP.
I had FOIP on the other day and speaking, but because of the beard and everything else, the character kept going. Didn't matter. Just the whole thing. It was just constant. So, yeah, beards play havoc. So, next question.
It's tricky.
How are the turtles doing?
Oh, the turtles. So, basically, I'm giving a call out to anybody who's on the PTU who ends up on a EU server 050 to let me know, and I will join on you because that is where I placed the turtles. And we haven't been able to get onto Europe 050 yet since our 30K. Basically, I am growing the Xi'an. I don't know if you guys know this, but we're growing the Xi'an. We found them in Area 18, the turtle people, and I placed them all around the verse at Bennyhenge to learn about art, in the sand caves to mingle with the creatures in the shells. I can't remember the name of those, but to learn about culture and like working together as a team. I put them in Shubin mining so that they could learn about the cargo trading. I put them in Kovalek so they could learn about the complexities of cargo and moving it around the verse. So I'm pretty sure in about 1.5 million years, they will be able to make the Gatak railing.
I was going to say, I thought they were going to turn the Ninja Turtles and Splinter. You just need to find.
No.
You'll be Splinter because
sure
you're the rat, right?
Yeah, I'm the rat. I'm the expat rat. Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
I'm concerned that you're actually allowing Xi'an into all the areas where the UEE is, and you're giving away UEE secrets.
Well, that's the one thing is that people did call me xenophobic for saying that all aliens looked alike, and so I've started to adjust my mentality on that.
Just put out a poll because Badges was saying before stream that he has the sexiest beard, so I wanted an official confirmation from chat. Content does not meet guidelines on Twitch. Are you serious?
And X trying to show me up has just demonetized this stream by using the word sexiest.
Really? I don't know. We'll see. No, it works totally fine.
Yes.
Works totally.
Goes into
I think
first 10 minutes or so.
I think that was just awful that you didn't include Expat in that poll. How very dare you?
I just assumed she didn't have a beard. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, to be honest,
Where is
the huge poll?
Yeah.
Connor L's like, where's the none option? Because I feel like that's actually the answer as well.
Well, I made the assumption, knowing our chat so well, and they've responded with how I thought they would do. See, they said Algared. That's what I knew they were going to answer that way. So I know them too well.
Who's second in that poll?
I don't know. It won't be me.
The names are Algared, Execute, and Badges. So
Yeah.
While that poll is stewing, I do have another question. X, this is not for you and it's not for me because we've given our views on this numerous times.
Yeah.
Expat, first, what are your thoughts on the low landing gear of a Corsair that make it impossible to land on planets at times? So what are your thoughts on the Corsair's low landing gear?
So to be honest, there's a lot of landing gear in the game. My brother is an airline pilot, so I follow aviation quite heavily, and to be honest, there's a lot of landing gear in the game that just doesn't make sense in general. The Corsair, for example, would the interior of the Corsair would have to have huge interior to deal with the the hydraulics and everything required to sustain that weight on that landing gear. Oh, I guess there's somebody in front of me. And
It was trying to kiss the
I
monitor.
think it's just too small.
Clearly.
It's just too small, and especially when you're dealing with those wings and stuff that are like on the side, you would have. To be honest, the Corsair landing gear should be more like the Cutlass landing gear. Like it kind of folds out, and then you've got like a lot of, kind of a lot of hydraulic or something like that to lift it up. But in my opinion, and this is a controversial opinion, I guess, the Corsair in general is. I mean, I don't know how that thing doesn't just fall out the air. It just looks like a brick. It's just going to fall out the sky. There's nothing aerodynamic about it. To be honest, I think it should be more like a Y-wing, where the wings, the two wings are at the top, or the large wing is at the top, and the smaller wings are at the bottom. And a bit like the Imperial shuttle, it kind of folds out. So it's got more of an Imperial shuttle vibe to it. That would make more sense aerodynamically and stuff like that for me. But you know. I'm not a big Corsair person in general, but I think releasing a ship into the verse without correct landing gear and stuff like that, when we're looking at kind of trying to prove a point that we're like good at this now, was probably a little bit of a oops.
Yep.
I just want to. I was going to say before Badges goes, I do have a question for Brad. So because. Do you see it in really kind of direct opposition to landing gear, like say the 600i, who has these massive, like real gangly?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, the 600i, you look at that and you can even see the tubes for the hydraulics. You can see the where it's going to pivot. You can see that if there was a catastrophic malfunction, it wouldn't go into the shell of the ship and potentially kill people. You know what I mean? I mean, we're talking about that kind of. If you want to get serious about it, we're talking about that kind of stuff.
It's a bit like the reclaimers as it land. They kind of you see them.
Yeah, it does.
Actually,
yeah, the reclaimer's not going to kill anyone. You know what I mean? And that's a heavy weight. So they've compensated for that, and they've figured out that like, okay, if this thing was to slam down, the best possible chance of people surviving, if ever, would be to have the landing gear, because that's the thing that's going to go poof, right through the ship.
But it is Drake.
Yeah.
I've got to ask, in real life,
Drake?
In real life, did you just go?
No.
Because
oh,
I just knew your character just did. I'm like, I just picture you in real life going. Sorry.
Yeah. It's like sigh. Oh. But yeah, Drake. Look, I think a lot of excuses are made for Drake, but I think it's time to stop making excuses for Drake. At the end of the day, I know they steal components from other ship manufacturers. I know that a lot of people have tried to explain the overcomplicated, like rail system for all the. I mean, okay, forget about the landing gear and the Corsair. Let's talk about the second seat. Okay, so you got the pilot seat, very simple. Sitting there, ready to be used, no complication at all. Go in the cockpit, sit on the seat. If you want to go into the second seat, the guy downstairs, right? You go on this like overcomplicated like rail system, like Disney ride, all the way to the front of the ship. Dude, have a ladder and a room down there. Like, what are we doing? What if that guy needs to get out? How does that guy evacuate? And what happens if like you drop a spoon? You're sitting there having your space yogurt, enjoying your time, looking out the window, passing some time, and you drop a spoon in the yeah, like you drop a spoon in the works in your chair.
It's also,
all of a sudden, there you are stuck.
It's also how the Brits say yogurt. Like, they don't say yogurt, they say yogurt. And you just go, space yogurt. Anyway,
Here's him munching on his K ration, with his little spoon, enjoying his time. Throws the spoon down. All of a sudden, he's like, "Oh, Captain, I'm so sorry. We're gonna have to abandon this entire mission because now you can't use all these guns because I, like an idiot, have dropped my spoon in the overcomplicated rail system that I'm sitting on, and now I can't get out of my chair. This entire part of the ship is now unusable."
Yeah, and it's
just kind of ridiculous.
They actually have a good ladder system on the edge of the Vulture actually that would work there too. The one where you kind of activate it and the rails go up. So you could have it flush with the floor, and then when you go to climb it, the rails go up, and it, that actually makes a lot of sense.
I don't know why they deviated from the. Personally, I don't understand why they deviated from both the lighting and the interior layouts and interactions that you have in the Caterpillar.
Yeah,
The Caterpillar is a work of art.
I think
Work of art. Lighting is different. Everything.
I think the chair, I think we can all agree, is a bit of a tip to the one in the Cutlass, yeah?
No, I mean, even the Cuddy chair makes sense because you can just kind of fall out of it.
But you know what I mean?
Like,
you know what I mean? Like the one behind the other type thing is what they're trying to do in the Corsair, but they've just done it in a different way.
But
yeah,
I think
for
you're
sure.
right.
I mean,
with
it's
all
lack
the
of
rails
practical.
and that.
The
Sorry,
lack
go
of practical space. I mean, you would have to carry, like on the top of your Corsair, right? Imagine the top of the Corsair, and why is that not a cargo grid at the top of the Corsair? Because that's where you would keep your long-term cargo for all the replacement parts you need for your complicated chairs. I'm just saying. Sorry, I feel bad for the guy that designed the Corsair, but I mean, let's be real. You know, you would need so many spare parts for that damn ship, and it's supposed to be a Drake ship. It's supposed to be completely simple. I mean, what is going on here, guys? You know?
Yep. I do have to correct you though, because you did say that Drake steal from every other company. The company I knew that actually stole anything from
what did
another
they
company
stole?
was Consolidated.
Apparently, they stole a whole rail system. Where did that come from?
I don't know. There's some guy at CIG that is getting clips about, man, your complicated chairs and stuff.
I've just got this mental image of the guy at the Drake research facility, and the security guard at the gate, and some guy with this rail system in his pickup. Like, the fuck do you think you're going with that? And just like, I found it, Crusader, and we're gonna borrow it.
Genius.
The
Is that from the MSR? Oh yeah. I found a bunch of these.
Argo.
Yeah.
You know, they do rail systems, but
it's like, dude, hear me out. Torpedo, but chair.
Yeah. You know, you see that loading mechanism we have for the torpedo? What if we loaded a man into a seating position like we load a torpedo into the torpedo bit? Oh, yeah, that'd be so cool.
I don't think you're going to know how far off you are, though, because on the Caterpillar, one of the modules for the nose they actually had was considered a search and rescue module, and it launches people out the front of the nose of the Caterpillar to rescue people from other ships, aka pirate them.
Oh, I saw that. Can you imagine being that guy? Rip.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that we've just invalidated CIG's Corsair design using yogurt.
Yeah.
That's the first one. But the second one is the whole like, there is precedent for really awful designs in aircraft. It's like, has anyone seen the B-52's ball turret?
Mm-hmm.
Like, once you're in that thing, there's no way out, and you're under the aircraft. So if you have an undercarriage failure, you just become a strawberry jam smear down the runway.
Okay. Can I just be devil's advocate just for a moment? That was 1942, and they were in a little bit of a pinch. So just saying, in 2953, what is your excuse?
Yogurt, clearly the excuse is yogurt.
Yogurt, obviously, Jesus.
But in terms of the actual stealing tech, the only company I'm aware of that actually blatantly took another company's tech was Consolidated Outland. They used the cargo clasp on the Aurora and stole it, and then built the Mustang around it. Silas Kroner is a bastard.
Yeah, you can tell Algared doesn't have any ill will at all.
Now that Silas Kroner, he's not only he's a nasty fella. He competes with Algared for having that ship museum. That's true.
It's old man Hurston. I thought he was a myth, a legend.
But Silas Kroner apparently does have every ship.
Literally, the people that are listing. As soon as Expat Brat came into chat today, she goes, "It's Old Man Hurston," and then Algared started Old Man Hurston voice. Oh shit! What have I done?
This is the point that I joined the chat and just sat there like,
"Oh no! What have I done?"
And I'm like, oh,
maybe I could leave before they notice I'm here.
And then I realized I'm like the only Australian in a room full of bombs. What have I done? It's good.
Dear.
That's all very cool.
I know what you're talking about. I was born in Daymare.
But only two of us say yogurt correctly.
God.
Well, look, I do feel bad for the Drake guy. I mean, look, it is what it is. But I hate to say it, but like even the lighting in that thing. I mean, I don't want to just like take a massive dump on the people that bought the Corsair, because, like, to be honest, on the outside it looked so like oh, that's gonna be like the concept art, everything. It just looked a bit more shiny. It looked a bit more like futuristic. It looked more. It looked like Drake was taking a step somewhere else. Like, you know, like maybe inside it was going to be a little bit more modern. Some of the more modern ship components and stuff like that. And yeah, it's got that Drake feel and it's got that Drake look and everything, but maybe that one isn't supposed to be that way, the way it is. I mean, it's got a worse cockpit than the Cutter. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
let me add to that then. I think Algared and Badges, I'm kind of talking to you here, but Brat, you can chime in as well. But I actually do think when all ships come to that, you know, where they're coming along, they're bringing them all, giving the gold pass, bringing them all up to the Sol standard. I think you'll also realize that it doesn't have all the flight mechanics, and that's probably my biggest issue with how it flies. And I always say to Algared, it flies like an open pizza box. Like, it just feels like it's drifting with these huge wings. So my hope is down the line, they are able, as the systems improve, like we get better in-system flight mechanics and stuff like that, and they go back and revisit it eventually, it will be brought up to standard. But right now, there's just some, you know, like it doesn't have all its scanning stuff. It doesn't have any of that stuff, as with any of the ships, right? So none of the ships are really complete. So you're still at that point where this is more of a preview, and that's almost with any ship that comes down the line. And Algared, I'm struggling for an example right now, but I'm sure you can think of one. We can go look at ships that have come out. Oh, 600i is an example. There we go. They're reworking the 600i because it needs to be improved, because they've seen that it's lacking.
So excited.
Yeah. So that's an extreme example. But that will eventually happen to everything. Like, they're doing the Retaliator, they mentioned the Starfarer, like all across the board. You got to remember, what we've got in game now is really a preview. It is not what the final ship is. So if your dream was the Corsair that was presented at concept, and you feel that the Corsair hasn't met your expectations, I think you've got to go, well, I'm jumping off, or you got to wait. And I think if you wait, it will bear fruit eventually. You've just got to be patient. And let's be honest, this is not an impatient person's game. So you're gonna have to wait.
Unfortunately, it's that type of having to wait to see if a ship's are good that often feeds Pokemon syndrome.
Yeah.
Because you say, I like this ship. It's kind of a competitive ship, but is my Corsair going to be better than my Andromeda Aquila? Because they're both explorer ships, and you've got to go. I think at that point you've really got to go back and look at the design. What's CIG planned and aimed for ships to be?
Yeah.
And then you just got to take it by a bit of a grain of salt and hope that for the best.
I am considering getting rid of mine, but the reason I'm considering getting rid of it is I have a Carrack. So for me, it becomes an earning game, as an example. You know, I don't really need another Explorer. I've also got a Constellation Andromeda and an MSR, right? So and I kind of also have a Redeemer. So I was like, it kind of falls in the middle of those ones where it's another Explorer ship, but I've kind of already got the Connie. So for me, it's kind of like halfway between a Connie and a Redeemer, and I don't really need that. And I prefer the less guns of the Corsair, but more utility, where the Corsair, as I said, is between the Redeemer and it just doesn't. All right, Badges, can you speak to that?
I love the fact that Dropped Yogurt has now appeared in the chat. So that's a thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Dropped Yogurt. We were talking about you.
Yeah, we were. You have a reason why the Corsair sucks.
Yeah.
Look, one of the things, and I know some of the CIG ship designers will know this phrase, so if they do happen to still be here, if they've endured the punishment up till this point, the rule of cool, right? And there is also the requirement, I think, sometimes to get in a ship and feel like you are awesome getting into, and you're adopting a role when you get there. Going back to the landing gear bit that we were talking about right at the beginning, which is the question, I think some ships are just going to have less capable landing gear. So it becomes part of the whole balance thing. It's like, because if every ship can land everywhere, what's the point?
Yeah.
You know, what's the point of having varying levels of obstructions on the floor if you can just land anywhere? So I think that's going to be kind of part of it.
So just really quickly, Twitch Wetsu is a first-time chatter, and he actually his concerns are very similar to mine. So he goes, "I always crash trying to get the Corsair out of the hangars. I don't like the way the ship flies, but at the moment, right, I think those wings, right, will bear fruit where they'll be way more aerodynamic in atmosphere and reduce your fuel costs. So if you think about it, if you're always going down a planet and back up, it makes it cheaper. So why have these massive, huge wings that are really an annoyance right now? Because it'll cost heaps less to fly in atmosphere. So we don't have that system really in game right now, and fuel's kind of really cheap. We're not really going the long distances. So again, it's hard to see what's coming when it's not in game right now, and that's the difficulty part with it. So you have to have a bit of vision, right? And I don't know, Expat, you could probably speak to this better than us in this regard. How hard it is it as because you've been around about 5 months, yeah, you said.
Yeah, about 5, 6.
Yeah. So one of the things, because we've been around, we've been envisioning this game before it even kind of existed for me and Algared as an example, but for you, how do you plan for do you ever plan for the long term even at all as a new player? Like how do you like do you you know, there's the now and there's the release of the game. Do you plan for that as a new player? I'm hoping you do. So please.
So I think maybe I'm a slightly more special case, only because I'm also making content. So I'm also thinking I'm thinking a lot about the here and now, because you know what I'm flying here and now is what you see, you know, kind of what you see is what you get. I can't fly a concept ship. I can't fly something that's on paper.
That's really common with Twitch streamers, by the way. Just real quick, Soul Scream, thank you for the subscription with the Prime. Sorry, Brat, go ahead.
Thanks, Soul Scream. Well done. Good for you. No ads for you. So I would like to I guess I would like to look at the future and, like, you know, the if buts and maybes and the what ifs and wouldn't it be cools? But to be honest, I after like maybe day 2 or 3, I had a bit of a meltdown because I was in the wrong mentality. I was trying to play this like it was a real game, you know? I was trying to I was trying to grind and I was trying to get things done and I was trying to, I was really focusing on trying to play it like a live service game. And when I shut off, when I had like big discussions and started to learn what this actually really was, and really start to like dig down and learn like people's thoughts on it. And I just started to talk to people, like different people. And there's amazing people in the community, obviously, that tell me a lot of stuff. And the more I understood what it was and the hopes and dreams, the more I realized, like, okay, just enjoy the here and now. Just enjoy the here and now. What it's going to be, we still don't 100% know. Don't necessarily put all your eggs in this basket or this or that. You know what I mean? For me, it was kind of like, if it shuts off tomorrow, I hope I had a lot of fun.
Yeah. So yeah, we do plan for things like that as well. So one of the things we talk about is CCU chains and not applying your chains and kind of having the flexibility to jump off and stuff like that. So yeah, it's good that you're thinking along those lines though. So yeah.
So I actually did get things that are giftable. So I've actually done the CCU game for the fact that things are giftable.
Yep.
Not that I plan on, I don't know how much you're allowed to speak on these kind of things, but you know what I mean.
Yep. You do you. We don't hold back here. Real quick, thank you to the anonymous person that gave away 5 tier 1 subs on Twitch. So we've got I'm gonna try and butcher some names here. Twitch 909, Akisha, Void Tiger, Jajad, and 4/4. Congrats on your gifted subs. So all right, I think we're at that point, unless someone wants to add to this.
I was going to say, before we do change, with the landing gear on the Corsair, as annoying and frustrating as it is, one of the big advantages it does give is that rear ramp has less of an angle, which means it's easier to get vehicles on. And that's that trade-off for different ships. So
that's a now thing, though, because we do know we're going to eventually get the different level tech, but you are correct.
So, you know, you look
Yeah,
at the
because
Starfarer with
elevators.
its massive ramp, it's difficult to sometimes get vehicles on with that narrow ramp on.
I think
Yeah,
Algared
but-
hits on a point right there. He's what in a more concise way is because they didn't want to have really weird, awkward ramps with high landing gear right now. They've lowered it so it's easier now. I think that kind of problem might be what it is. Maybe it's a compromise.
So,
Clarum,
Can
thank
I
you.
can I
end up
can I just
seeing
say
that,
one
who
thing?
knows?
Wait, I gotta say one
Wait.
thing first. Clarum, thank you for the Prime subscription. Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a question for the people that own the Starfarer. If it does get a rework, do you melt your Starfarer if they don't keep those bed sheets?
Actually,
what? Sorry.
if they don't keep the bed sheets.
Do you melt your Starfarer? Do you walk away?
Believe it or not, I think the answer me and Algared might give is if they bring out the bigger refinery ship, I'm upgrading to that. What about you, Algared? What are your plans for your stuff? Knowing you'll just buy another one. You'll buy. Oh, what am I talking about? Yeah.
I think for me it'd depend what it gave. Like if a bigger refinery ship had refueling, then I might keep it.
Yeah.
But I might go. But yeah,
By the way,
it depends it depends what it ends up looking like as well. So
we sometimes do some science over where I'm at, and we scienced the we tried to science the Starfarer, and we actually found out that it actually has a really great use in the game at the moment if you like to steal ships, because it can refuel them.
So what you just
And
have?
you can't refuel on landing pads.
Yep. What?
Yep.
Sorry, you can't refuel on landing pads.
So you can't refuel stolen ships at many different outposts and things like that.
Now I'm with you.
But you can use the
Yep.
Starfarer.
so those who are various characters need Starfarers just so they can refuel their fleet of stolen ships.
So Brat's just confirmed
Stolen ships, yeah.
the this year's Pirate Day skin will be a Starfarer pirate skin. CRG, get to work on that. That'd be really cool.
But
Actually,
it's NPC ships.
a big red pirate skin for the Starfarer would be sick.
The real question is she really law enforcement undercover and she's just blown her cover, or is she really a pirate trying to infiltrate the law enforcement? These
To be
questions
honest,
and more.
the law works in mysterious ways. I think we tend to think a bit messer error sometimes more than the current times. Put it that way.
All
There
right,
are still methods out there.
all right. We're gonna go watch ISC now. So I'm gonna switch us over real quick. I've got to also switch some stuff in the background so you guys can watch. Just give me a second. This one. So you guys should be able to see that now. All right, here we go.
It's a new year, and like every new year before it, here at CIG, January is a time of planning, of summits, of getting together and looking back at how the plans and activities of last year went to revise and inform the direction and processes of the one ahead. And to do so, all while still working diligently on Alpha 318, Star Citizen's biggest patch since 2017. One that will serve as future foundation for the persistent universe's development going forward. And to say it's a busy time in the studios at this moment would be an understatement. But it's also an opportunity for ISC to stretch its legs a bit like we always do. Maybe try a few new things here and there to take advantage of the first real big series of internal gatherings we've been able to have since the pandemic began, and continue to look at as many aspects of video game development as we can, while always doing our best to not get in the way of that very same development. And I'm sure the editors will tell me that was my longest single run-on sentence in ISC history. So this quarter, we can look forward to seeing a few teams that we haven't seen in a while, meet some that are newly formed for the needs of this new year, continue to look farther forward than usual, Journey to 4.0 specials, and of course, continue to look at work currently in progress for the next quarterly, to a little of what's on its way for Alpha 319 after that, where during a recent environment team summit here in the UK, we asked visiting members from our Montreal studio to discuss the next evolution of crashed derelicts making their way into the persistent universe, including new variations to existing favorites in multiple stages of decay, and the addition of modular habitation units that will soon allow for the continued creation of new mission locations from the tiniest of barracks to the most impressive of shanty towns.
the actual piece of a derelict that's there.
The derelicts who are in the game right now are super nice. I'm super happy about them. We have really nice shapes. We can really feel the scale. When we walk, we can see how big they are.
They're impressive from a distance. The rustic feel, the abandonedness, these big, enormous, impressive shapes and silhouettes that you get to explore.
Having all the vegetation growing up on them bring really a second life, and it's super interesting to see that bring kind of adventure side of all those things, a mysterious side.
Indiana Jones kind of style, this exploring, discovering. There's a variety for players like to experience, to go back, revisit, and yeah, enjoy the derelict.
I think we can improve the speed to create location. We need to have a lot of artists working on those, because it's really a huge amount of work to work on those one, and we want to create 100 of them everywhere on different planets and moons.
Adding more of the, like, because we have like OCs, so like dressing them up immediately instead of hand placing all the rocks, the foliage, and all the like visual elements separately by hand. We should make actually like nicer modules that are already like pre-assembled, and like most of the stuff is already contained in it. So that way we can like deploy it, spend a bit more time on detailing, just an extra pass, an extra level of depth to the art.
What I like the most on the new ship we did, we create a deeper story about those crash sites. With the Star Runner crashing on the planet and having the 600i just crashing on the mountain just by, we can just think about maybe they got a fight on the sky and they get hit and the boat get crashed just by themselves.
Hang on.
Really set up.
Hang on, I gotta ask. They're listing this as 319. Didn't we watch this coming for 318 like back in October? Am I like I'm getting deja vu? Am I the only one getting this? Hello?
Well, right now it's in the PTU. Some of this.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they're talking about like it's coming in 319. I'm really confused. Am I?
Did they say 319?
It says down the bottom. It says 319 derelicts on the screen, and it comes up.
Yeah.
Like I can
Maybe
go back, but
It's because I don't think all of this is coming with 318. So the 600i and stuff is. I don't think all the extent.
oh, we've just lost badges.
Isn't there on 318.
All right, keep going.
To add different variations of age to our ships. So we have like the freshly crashed ships, the older ones that the planet overgrown over, and we have the very like derelicts as like just a skeleton of the ship that's remaining. Really just the frame of the actual ship that's just abandoned and rusted out.
Okay, that's new.
The first ages of the derelict crash site.
I don't
is the
believe you're
fire
streaming
one.
for anyone
That
else,
means
do
that
I?
it's when
I
Sorry.
think you've dropped. You seem to have dropped.
Yeah, it keeps
That's
cutting
fine.
out for me, I think.
Yeah, it's cut out for all of us. We're having bandwidth issues with your stream.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Oh no, I think it crashed. Hang on. There you go. Right, you guys can see again. The stream's not dead though. It just stopped for you, just for you three. All right, should be back up now. Let me know when you can see.
Can see.
All right.
Scene.
Everyone good? Cool. Playing again.
and the ship just crashed. It's still on fire. We still have power in it. We still have sparks. The second age is crash. So that's mean the ship is crashed there, but maybe just a week after that. So no fire, no smoke anymore, no power inside the ship, no sparks. The third age is the biome. It's overgrown. It's when the biome just take its place back. We're going to have more sand on it. We have more dirt. We have grass. We have going to have leaves and vine growing up on it.
The fourth version is the paint's been worn off. It's been in the sun for an extended period of time. It's scratched up. It's a lot of rust. It's been overgrown. It's been scavenged. People have visited the ship, and it's missing pieces, panels. So a lot of wires are hanging.
And there's no fire.
It's been used. It's been harvested basically.
That I must admit, Algared, that is a bit weird. They're talking about a ship that is so old that plants have grown, and there's still a fire there.
Yep. Especially when they just said the old ships wouldn't have fire.
Yeah, yeah, it's a bit weird.
I'm really excited
But hey.
about the derelict habs that we'll be adding to them.
Is that fan spinning?
We're looking at a library of habs to create these little settlements.
We create those library because we want to reuse all those hubs on different ship and create the different stories and depth about why that ship is there and who is going to live around.
We have like interiors, we have some that is just for like sheltering from the sun and the harsh conditions of the planet.
These guys did a great job.
We have some that's just for like for sleeping. Oh, there's some that have like little bars, little setups inside. People can eat, can meet up. Some other ones are just for like electricity generation. We have solar panels on some of them.
When people find those ships, they kind of salvage them, so they took part and kind of create some kind of habitation because they want to live around those crash sites to be able to protect themselves for the weather.
These little mini camps, basically, that people can go in.
They seem a lot more pyro related constructions. I don't know if you guys kind of agree with that. I can see it on Daymar and stuff like that as well, but like more Outer Rim, if it was a Star Wars thing, you know what I mean, than the inner core worlds type of thing. That like it seems more fringe stuff, like where
because if you go on Daymar, the weather is really harsh and stuff like that. So I mean, you know, not everybody has a lot of money, right? But I mean, the question would be, what kind of, like, in these very politically controlled and you know, set up systems, like, you know, Crusader and stuff like that, where you've got these like big corporations, would they allow this
on art?
You're in.
Yeah,
depend on the system, but Stanton is unique in that it's the only system where the planets have been sold off. So,
yeah. All right.
Explore. These can be added to the new derelicts, but also to the old ones as well. We made them pretty flexible in terms of look, because we can change up the wear and tear on these things, so we can add different ages to them. We can make them look extra rusty, or we can look like pretty much brand new, like they just scavenged the ship and made these little huts out of the panels and stuff. The purpose is to have a multi-use, multi-ages, different environments that they can suit into either snow, sand environments, different weather, into the jungle. Like, it's a multi-purpose.
He said jungle. I heard that. Jungle's confirmed. That's all I'm going to say.
Habs library. That,
Jungle's confirmed?
Yeah, it's just
Jungle
increase our
confirmed.
speed and everything.
So the idea was to finish our library in the last years. So now with the next mandate, with the next Deliric Crash, we'll be able to create all those shantytown everywhere on different planets. So that will bring more gameplay and more opportunity to the player to just go around and visit them.
And if there's one constant in game development, that's change. Or in this case, the continuing iteration by a dedicated team to populate the planets and moons of Stanton and Pyro with not only the derelicts and shantytowns that we saw, but our landing zones like Lorville. Now, we first spoke of the upcoming changes to Lorville in a Journey to 4.0 segment at CitizenCon 2952. But while we had the folks in town, we thought it'd be worth checking in on the team's progress while they were here. Progress that's, quite frankly, going so well, we're starting to think this new version of our oldest landing zone might just arrive a little sooner than expected.
Oh.
Since the last time we talked about Lorville 2.0, a lot of things have changed. It has evolved. The key element that changed is the detail level of all the elements, and I specifically like to mention the buildings.
It's nice.
So there's details that really enhances the building believability. All the industrial outskirts really give the impression of a scale of the city. It will be iconic.
It's awesome.
Our materials are much more closer to a final look. We were going to a path of adding more tints and variety in color to the buildings and the surrounding structures, as well as adding a lot of emissives throughout the city. And that gives like a good impression of the day and the night cycle. The branding is very Hurston family centric.
In tingles.
Like they're very brutalist in a way, and yeah, it will be iconic. The process of going from first pass into final, sometimes we have to break a bit of stuff because as we're finding out the
Look at those cool roads. That's sick.
Yeah. I always
Correct.
find Hurston also is
Roads are
so
gonna be great.
gorgeous in sunset.
Oh wait, they're not roads, they're train lines.
Yep.
And
That's the
I was thinking of the
transport.
Nox though. You remember how they always talked about street racing with Noxes and stuff? Like I was like, oh cool, finally roads we can go down with the Nox. But yeah, they're train lines.
scale of the buildings, validate how it looks and how it works together, and realize certain things need to be aligned differently. You have to go into and remove some buildings or rearrange some neighborhoods to make it them fit together in a more cohesive way. There's things beyond like the new buildings. There's new pathways, there's the trenches, there's some tunnels as well, going into like those pyramid shapes that comes from Eric's concept, and we've added tunnels to those. There's cranes, and they create an opportunity to fly under them, flowing from the outside of the city to the inside, and pipelines. And there's a way of finding your way into Lorville with all these things that we've added, and it has like a really fun structure, easy ways to find where you're at.
There was a road there.
We're adding more landing pads, especially on the building rooftops. They create opportunities for gameplay, for pickup missions, and for the future of building interiors as well, or just simple mission types of stuff to do on the rooftops.
Paul's going to be happy with that.
Oh, yeah.
The city is quite expanded, so it's extending much further in terms of like the industrial areas that we're adding to the outreach of the city, the outskirts. They feel like they have a purpose. They have like quarries, they have like the pipelines, they have like industry or manufacturing. They lead up to the city. It feels functional. There's like smokestacks, activity going on with cranes, and it makes like a fun layout. We've experimented with moving
Cranes plus
L19.
NPC ships? Question mark. Ooh.
Sorry, what was that, Expat?
Wonder if they're gonna have cranes with NPC ships loading.
Eventually, yeah.
That would be
Well,
epic.
that's what the raft is essentially. The raft is a sky crane. It's got to unfold though, and it doesn't do that at the moment. But
Eventually, they'll have the NPC ships going backwards and forwards between planets as well. But
yeah,
what I think would be really cool.
Halays and bees and starfarers and all that. They've shown that off in previous things, haven't they, Algared?
What I think will be really cool is if you see the cranes actually, moving backwards and forwards and loading stuff. Just to give it that feel of that it's a working place rather than just having them always seem static. So
I don't know about you guys, but I'm really impressed with the level of detail. Like it's really gone up quite a few notches.
now execute. You should know that we Hursons we really value quality and manufacture. So
I will be really offended you should be really offended if there is not some tip of the hat to Old Man Houston's house somewhere in this behemoth. There should definitely be a tip of the hat to you somewhere here, but we'll see.
I don't know.
Or the CBD or the spaceport in relationship to each other. In the end, we barely moved them. We only moved like the spaceport slightly, like a few hundred meters. That's not a lot in the whole scale of the city. What you'll see
Hurston's
from the
ruined.
Sorry?
Hurston ruined. They've moved the spaceport.
vistas from those places is going to be really a big positive change, I think. And it's still something we're tweaking and working on because we really want to make those work like key shots, basically, for those vistas. Travel through the city is not changing other than the fact that the transit to the gates will be a bit extended, but the view from the transit will be a lot different in a good way, less repeated. You feel more like you're in a real city, and we'll take like a special care along like the path of the train. The key to changing Lorville is the opportunity to have like a whole city built to scale so that we can fly in and there's no zones that are blocked to the player. Different viewpoints throughout the city where we can land and it's preparing also the ground for the future updates like the building interiors, because the original buildings in Lorville were much too small to have building interiors in the future. And you're gonna hear more about the building interiors in a few weeks.
I am so impressed with what this means for all the other landing zones coming down the pipe. Like, if you take this and extrapolate it out, oh boy, we are spoiled. Like,
you take this and apply it to ArcCorp.
Yep.
As well. You know, so
Crusader, all of them, but like Pyro, everything. Like you take this level of detail and maximize it out. Like every landing zone has, like if you go back to that original concept algorithm where it was going to be this little area that you landed on and it was controlled and contained, it's just, it's blown that right out. You know, this makes Microtech look shit. No offense to Microtech, but it does. Like you roll that out. So what like Microtech was impressive, but this is another level. Like they've just
because as Disco said at the beginning, they're constantly reiterating and adding to and expanding. And like you said, the original landing zone, you know, you'd have handed over your ship to air traffic control, and it would have brought it down to the landing zone, and you could still walk around your ship, but it was effectively doing a loading screen.
Someone said in chat, old man Hurston's been busy. Yes. But apparently the rumor though was apparently they're doing ArcCorp first, but this kind of speaks different to that, because there was a thing in the I remember I saw on a Space Tomato and he said something about that they're doing ArcCorp before they do Hurston, but I guess that's not the case. And
I did say it's going to be opposite, but and ArcCorp, they did say they wanted to put in. I remember them saying ages ago they wanted to make sure it wasn't just a full city planet like Coruscant, but they'd do oceans and stuff as well. So that's a major change to that planet setup. So
I think that's our biggest probably complaint about ArcCorp at the moment. It's a bit samey, but if they go back in and do what they've done to this, and it's an entire, you know, roads, you know, think of Fifth Element. That's what I want to see. You know, that detail in Fifth Element, the layers and the fog and stuff like that. If we can get that, like, can you just see the missions that appear out of nowhere? Like, I'm almost salviating in the thought.
Well, I mean, not to reference too many other games, but I mean, if you imagine Cyberpunk, for example, if you could jump in a ship and fly out of Cyberpunk, I mean, it would be quite something. But let me just say one thing, if I can. This is what happens when you give designers and you give game development people time to flesh out an engine.
Yep.
You know, the engine tech is still not there. So the more the engine tech goes in, the more the assets are built into the engine tech, the more the art department is able to put assets into an engine. And the more time they have for that, and the more detail they're able to put into that, the more that scales across the entire, you know, everything. I mean, everything from the small detail that's going to repeat itself in Microtech and ArcCorp and whatever. I mean, there's going to be a lot of these assets that are made for Hurston, for example, that won't necessarily be unique to Hurston, you know?
No.
And that, I think that's important.
Yeah, I think you're seeing the maturity of their city planet tech, like everything, all their tools are starting to now really bear fruit. Like you can see why they put the foundational work in, and it does take time, but and that we wouldn't get this with a publisher model, because publishers wouldn't give them the time. They don't let them build tools. They just do it all custom because it's just going to be done once and quick and dirty, you know, stuff like that.
Get it out. We need those profits. Get it out now. No, I don't care if you can add this. Add it. Do it now. Yep.
Quasar Prime, nice to see you, man. Yeah, I think I did see it on a Space Tomato video probably, but I talk to him during the week, so I get confused. But yeah, nice to see you, Quasar, though. All right, back to the video.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the crashed derelict system is continuing to evolve as more and more locations are added to the standard system in the upcoming Alpha 3.19. That progress on the new Lorville isn't just looking great and coming along fast, it's also in preparation for its own next evolution that includes building interiors, which, as Maxime said, we'll be discussing in just a couple weeks. And overall, this week is a reminder that iteration is at the heart of any game's development. and that while the new and shiny will always get the most attention, it's just as important to continue maturing what's come before to ensure the better after. And as for the Right Now and Alpha 318, well, that's still going through its paces on our public test universe. But you should keep an eye on the robertSpaceIndustries.com website and socials for when this huge mammer jammer of a patch takes its next big step. And while we're all waiting, stop leaving all those crashed spaceships littered around all the new racetracks. We didn't add persistence just to let you all make messes. Well,
Yeah,
some
Kelsar.
of us might have.
She did.
Benoit definitely did. Now, don't forget that Lunar New Year is also going on right now on the live servers with contests, paints, envelopes, and roosters galore. So be sure you check that out. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all here next week.
Yeah, I'm kind of impressed, to be honest with you. I'll switch you guys back over. Just give me a second, and then we'll get back to it.
Thank you, Jared.
Righty. And that one. No, that one. There we are. We're back.
Yay.
All right. What do you think of that? Yeah, I'm kind of a little speechless, if I'm honest. It's just, yeah, wow.
I've got to link it back to something. It's any creative enterprise where you take something and you build from it, right? And any of us who play Warhammer or do any sort of painting creative hobby know that you create your first army or your first project, and you paint it and you finish it and you stick it on a stand and you're incredibly impressed with it. And then you do that 3 or 4 more times, and then you look back at the first one and go, "Oh God, that's awful! I need to put that in the cupboard." Right? And that's exactly what's going on here. This is no different. We're watching, as they said at the end, a creative, iterative process.
Yeah.
And this is going to constantly happen. And I wouldn't mind betting we go through this experience 2, 3 more times. Whilst they get other systems and they add other things, and then they'll come back and they'll give Hurst and the Stanton system the same treatment.
While you're correct, I'd also argue, though, like, I'm thinking any MMO I've ever seen in a video game, that is easily the most detailed city I've ever seen. I'm literally trying, and then we're, in a couple of weeks, we're going to hear about interiors. Are you kidding me? Like, that's some serious fruit there, guys. Just, I don't know, put that out there. Like,
yeah. I mean, it's fidelity-wise. I mean, it's incredible to look at. Its incredible size, and I think what it does more than anything, like you say, is it hints at the promise.
Yeah.
You know, because it is, it's a cliche. It is ocean wide, but it's puddle deep. There's nothing to do there at the moment, so it's got landing pads. So what? Just playing the devil's advocate side of things. But like you said, it's once we get interiors, it's like people are saying, well, I don't want to do all my cargo loading. No, you won't. What you'll do is you'll give the NPCs the cargo to load, and they'll go, come back in 40 minutes, and your ship will be loaded.
And you'll go do something in town.
Yeah, the city will be so detailed, you can easily find 40 minutes worth of stuff to do that you'll enjoy, rather than pushing a trolley from A to B and unloading boxes.
So what you're essentially describing there, Badges, is what I'm doing in my head, is I'm starting to connect all those different systems we've been hearing about for years. You know, and you can start to see they are all starting to creep in, and you're starting to see these little connections, and eventually it is going to be that behemoth, that dream. It is taking time, but like the closer we get, the more connections are going to be made, and the quicker it'll be. Like if you've heard anyone talk about game development, it's always in that last 10% it all comes together. So we are, I don't know where we are at that percentage, because it's kind of hard to tell how long it is when they don't share everything. But you know, as it comes together, like you're going to get a lot more wow moments like that going forward. So we are, I think we could all agree we are through most of the wait, right? How far down the line it is, you know, 2 years, 5 years, whatever. Every year it's going to be better. Like, well, it's been that way the whole time, but every year is going to be better. Like, we're getting more gameplay. We got more gameplay last year than we had any other year before. We'll probably get more this year.
Well, I think one of the other things you have to...
Before that.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Go for it.
one of the other things you have to keep in mind, obviously, is they've got they've basically got a whole dev team that's working behind the scenes in a completely enclosed space that we're not even really looking into with Squadron 42 stuff. So there's going to be a lot of stuff and assets maybe flowing and trickling in from there for these guys. I mean, we're only getting to look at the, this PTU side of things with Hurston, but maybe there's a lot more in there that once Squadron 42 comes out, it's like, boom, a sudden asset drop into the verse, all those assets that they're holding for the WoW moments and stuff like that, boom, there they are, for everyone else to play with.
Real simple example of that is capital ships like the Idris and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's a really simple example, but yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should we go back to the questions, or is there anything else you guys want to add on the Lorville?
Apart from Lorville looking awesome in Sunset, yeah. But,
no, I think the only thing I'd add is when we were looking at the 4 stages of crash derelicts with the fire, that's not the first time recently they've mentioned fire and in the context of ships. So it might be that we are very close to fire on board ships as a thing.
Because my brain went to, like, instead of that console being on fire, why wasn't there a campfire in it? Like someone had set up a temporary shelter in it. That was where if you want fire as in to draw the eye, you're the cinematographer here, Brad. You tell me, where would you put a fire in a ship that had been there that had plants growing all over it? Would you put it on a console, or would you have it like someone had, you get the homeless people that like have a barrel and they have a fire or something like that? That's where my brain goes. Where would you go, Brad? Just real quick.
Yeah, so you would what you would try and do is, as the ship is there longer, there would be less of the ship, right? And the ship would be more scattered around and utilized for other things, right? You can only imagine that people would come over, they would nick stuff, they would take stuff, they would move it around, they would construct it into different things. And then the fireplace, like you said, would be something that was made into something, like you would have a stove, right? So you've got like the engine cowling or whatever heat treated objects that would be in the ship would now be utilized for making a makeshift stove system. And, you would have different things like that. You wouldn't necessarily have fire in the ship, unless... I'm not exactly 100% sure how the engine systems and stuff like that work in things like Carracks. I know that, like, for example, we're dealing with like fuel and quantum fuel and everything, but I mean, even in this day and age, we've got nuclear power and stuff like that in submarines. So, a lot of that stuff would be extremely volatile and would burn for a long, long time, I would imagine. You know what I mean? I mean, it would be, I'm surprised they're not even talking about like these places being dangerous from like a radioactive level. True. I mean, the kind of stuff that would be burning off in these ships would be horrendous. I mean, you could only imagine the kind of stuff that they use in these things to, accomplish the technology and stuff like that. So it would be kind of cool if, I don't know if anyone plays the game Rust, but, in Rust, you've obviously got the radiation levels and you've got your Geiger counter and all this kind of stuff. And it would be interesting to see, like, when we've got, if you look at the different things they were saying about the scanning technology in ships, and that you're going to have like a personal scanner to be able to scan around to see if a player's there. The first thing I said about that was, okay, well, are we going to have like different suits that have different properties? We already have like heat suits and cold suits. Are we going to have like stealth suits? Are we going to have like radioactive resistant suits? Yeah. And maybe you're going to have to, maybe there's going to be like certain ships that can go closer than others without being damaged. I mean,
what you're talking about also ties in with medical as well. I was just thinking like all those drugs that we have for medical.
Take your iodine,
Exactly. So you can see it actually how it ties in with different systems as well. That's a really good point. Did you have something to say? You kind of.
Yeah, just we did Osiris Frost. You and I did. A few years ago now, did an episode on search and rescue, and one of the things we talked about then, and the longer we go on, I think the more likely it's sounding, is the idea that you can fit your suit with certain bits of equipment. So I don't know if you've noticed now. Yeah, that's the second time now on derelicts that we've seen a crash person with the visor over the eye. What is that? What does it do? Like, why can't I have one? So I have a feeling that later on you're going to be able to not necessarily take, say, a spacesuit and give it heat-resistant properties, but maybe give it the ability to scan for certain things, or if you suddenly go unresponsive, for it to set off an emergency beacon, like the "come rescue me," but do that automatically for you. But maybe that's frequency limited to only your org, and so on and so forth. So yeah, there's plenty of things that they can do. I have a feeling the radioactive one is simply a case of, I would imagine that's going to work much along the lines of fire, in that you're going to want to be able to contain it by shutting doors and all that sort of stuff. And that, will, once they've got the fire system, hopefully then we start to hear them, Expat, as you were saying, start to talk about radioactive and containment.
Yeah.
One of the things
and
that I saw...
Mobi-Glass extensions as well.
Yeah.
The Mobi-Glass doesn't have to just be this ring around your arm forever. You know what I mean? You could...
Yes.
It would be nice to see an increase in technology available there. It's an amazing system that you can build upon for increased functionality and specific functionality to increase the gamification. So to separate that guy and his loadout from that guy and his loadout, and the element of teamwork, that you could increase by, not allowing people to have maybe a Mobi-Glass that's capable of doing everything at the same time. And you could really then, create a crew that was specialists in certain things based on simply equipment. You wouldn't necessarily have to have attribute based in that situation.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Having a Mobi-Glass that might fail in a radioactive area because it's not shielded or like that. But
yeah, exactly.
I've just got a mental image. Sorry, Algared, go on, because we haven't let you talk much. I just had a mental image of, has anyone seen the game Viseria Cleanup Detail?
No.
Where you go round levels after the FPS players have been through and killed everything, and your job is to clean it up ready for the next player. And I've just got this image of cleaning, frantically cleaning radioactive stuff with a mop, just like, quick, get rid of it. Two things on that. That's what I feel like I do in the game at the moment. Just pick up all the gowns, just get rid of them. Pick up all the rubbish, put it in the bin. Yeah.
I'm with you.
Face masks for days.
Actually, that'd be a really good tip of the hat to you, like some crazy lunatic called Old Man Hurston that's a janitor that's got he thinks he's was the controller of the whole of Hurston, and he's just this...
That backhanded insult comes out again, just as you were saying before. That backhanded compliment.
So good. Delusions of grandeur janitor. Anyway. All right.
Everyone is important in the verse.
Yes. All right. Carrick or Odyssey is the question from Ace Hambone.
Yep, and I think that's to you, Expat. So Carrick or Odyssey, and why?
Could you guys help me with this one? Because I have a lot of experience with the Carrick. I mean, I've turned a Carrick into an 890 jump mission by drugging NPCs and dragging them on board and waking them from the dead and having them fight each other and then kill us because they become indestructible. I mean, the Carrick has been just such a play around platform for me. It's been a fantastic ship. I still don't have one. But apart from, zombies and raising the dead regarding the Carrick, which probably hasn't been said ever, what I was going to say was, could you guys help me and let me know what is the Odyssey in comparison?
So for me, it really comes down to industrial exploration versus kind of grandeur exploration. So one is Star Trek, which is the go where no man's gone before and go out and, take all the glory and, that the heroic exploration, right? And then the Carrick is the Odyssey is a workhorse where it is literally trying to find things for money, right? Or for profit.
What is its capabilities? Is that the one that has a hangar that can supposedly land a saber in? Because
yes.
I think a couple of guys that I know were pretty excited about that recently.
Yeah, so
I saw a picture of it and I picked one up.
That's correct. So basically, from what we've been able to ascertain, is there's I can't think of the word, but you'd start out with
a wide Carrick.
So let me explain. So you'd start out with the Endeavour that has the telescope on it, and it's looking for points of interest, right? And it might find a new system. So you would send a Carrick looking for that system, and when it finds the system, it does general scans. You can tell by the Carrack, it's got the whole cartography room. It's 3D based. It's looking for things in a 3D space. Then when you go to, you find something of interest like a planet, that's when you send in the Odyssey. So an Odyssey is designed to scan the 2D surface of a planet. As you can tell, it's got a cartography table in the cockpit of the ship. It is designed to go around. It's got a mining sampler type thing on it. It's not a very big laser for that type of ship. So it's looking for resources, and it'd put down land claims like a real estate agent and go, this is a really good base that you can buy. It's got a copper mine on it. You can build a base here and mine heaps of copper. It might find one that's got heaps of gas or whatever. Or there's a cave here if you're into exploring, blah, 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 that type of thing. And it just puts the land claims down, and then it goes back and sells the data. Exploration is going to be highly linked with data. That's because that's essentially what it is. You are finding data and then selling it. There are people like Space Tomato. His job that he wants to do in-game is he wants to be a data broker. So he's not really going to do anything. He's going to have people come into him, and it'll all be about networking. So you'll come in your Odyssey and you'll give him information, and he'll go, right, I know a miner that wants to buy that. So here you go, here's that information. So that will be a thing. It'll be a data broker. So anyway, but I hope does that answer your question about the Odyssey?
Well, the other thing I would say is the other thing I would ask was what ships does it share common with? Like, I mean, like, what's its most common competition? I mean, it sounds like a master of all. It sounds like a jack of all trades, master of none at the moment, from what I can tell.
Yeah, it probably is. It's like most ships. So it's pitched as an explorer. So it was pitched as a competitor to the Carrack, and being a Carrack killer, and in many ways, it's a parallel to the Carrack, because the Carrack, as Execute said, we've always seen it as being the Carrack as being that external explorer, the solar explorer, the system explorer, whereas the Odyssey seems to have been built more as that BHP resource explorer. It goes down and surveys planets and does that survey work. So it's a survey ship rather than a deep space explorer.
Somebody told me it's kind of like a base, like a mobile base more than anything.
So
it could be used as a mobile base.
Library Science in Twitch chat, first time chatter, nice to see you. He actually does have a point. So the Carrack kind of goes out on its own. It's really self-sufficient. One of the reasons a lot of people like it does a lot of things, but the reason it does a lot of things is it has to look after itself. So it's got the medical, it's got the repair. They are to extend its longevity, right? And then its main function though is that cartography room, but it needs the repair and the medical to be able to stay out there a long time on its own. So if you go back to the Odyssey, it's got a medical, but it doesn't have any repair facilities because it's more on a planet, right? It's not going to be out in deep space, right? It may travel far to get to that planet, but once it's there, it's going to have more resources to work with than a Carrack, because a Carrack is out in the black essentially, So there is a difference.
What's the expected crew complement and requirement for the two?
I think it's 5 for the Carrack, and Odyssey I don't know.
Minimum is 1. I can't remember the max.
Yeah, I'd have to go look that up. Someone in chat will tell us. So someone give us the stats on the Odyssey, please, and the stats on the Carrack crew count.
I know that the Carrack is. I know that the Carrack is also quite militaristic. I mean, it's got some decent guns on it and stuff, and you can launch fighter jets quite quick from it. I mean, we've done that.
It's actually undergunned. For its size, it's undergunned, right? And that's another tip of the hat to it being out on its own. It doesn't need guns because there's not really going to be it's not really a fleet ship. It's its own entity. It'll be out on its own, away from other things. Where the Odyssey could work with a fleet, right? Again, that a tip of the hat there with a hangar. Like it's showing that it's supporting other craft around it. The Carrack's Pisces is bespoke. And that Pisces is the shuttlecraft. It is, there's a reason why there's a medical one. You take those modules on the bottom of the Carrack, like the Odyssey doesn't have the modules. Those modules will probably extend the facilities. So I'm expecting to see medical repair because that's what's already on the ship, and maybe a science cartography one, right? and the cargo one that's already there. Extending what it already does is, makes it so if you're doing a humanitarian mission like in Star Trek, you'll take more medical modules, stuff like that. So
are you expecting the modules to almost like have like, would they have an elevator dedicated to them instead of like right now how it's just like kind of like an open space?
Yeah.
Would there be another floor added to the Carrack in general? Like if you had modules installed, like how does
those cargo pods we assume at the moment are the modules.
Yeah.
So they will literally just lift out, or they'll be taken out.
Yeah.
And the module that you're installing will be put in its place.
Yeah.
So whatever functionality you're adding to the Carrack, you're doing that at a sacrifice of your cargo space, and therefore the food supplies that you can take with you. The strength of the Odyssey is that the Odyssey has a mining laser and an onboard refinery that can certainly do fuel, and CIG are being deliberately vague, probably because they don't know, as to what else that refinery can or can't do.
I've highly speculated, but it's in the grey box, and so when things are in the grey box, they're very important. But they have 2 refineries, and then directly behind them, they have all these containers. And if you think about it, if you're mining and you're trying to sell, because it's not exactly an explorer, it's a survey ship, right? And if you look into land claims, they talk a lot about there's this ship that's a survey ship, and it's clearly the Odyssey, right? But if you were going to do mining, if you take a core sample like you do in real life, you then push that through the cargo container and it analyzes it, and then it goes, all right, we took this core sample and these are the percentage of all the things we found, and they go into different containers, because that's how it works in real life when they do that stuff, right? So it's just a scientific version of that, and it's directly behind the refinery. Like it makes so much sense to me. And the Quantanium just instantly gets put into the refinery and turned into more fuel. And so after they read the percentage of it.
So this is what I would like to see. Okay, and people in the chat, you can go mad, and you guys can go mad as well, and you can tell me I'm off my rocker.
You're off your rocker.
You haven't been playing long enough.
We'll say it now, just to get in there.
But
sorry.
Basically, I would say that for the Carrack to become something great, okay, I would have those modules completely enclosed. I would have deployable landing gear on those modules, and I would have the Carrack as a module dropper.
Yep. I think that's
creating a small base or a small outpost that you can operate from when you go on your research mission.
Your thoughts are very similar to my own. I actually think they'll have some kind of tractor beam to pick the modules back up and drop them off. And so the medical module would be like a medical little mini base, so it'll have a couple of medical beds in there. The repair facility would be the same. The science one would be the same. Like it's something you drop off, and it's almost like an unfolding house or something like that, and then it folds back up and you pick it back up. And the same. They've even Grim will tell you he's looked at them a few things where. So Grim's in chat, by the way. That's Star Jump. He's done a few things, like he did a really cool graphic of one of the cargo ones that had doors that you drop off, and like a ballista or a tonk drove out of it, because they've actually said that they can fit those in it. So if you need to take a vehicle, you can do that too.
You know what? Can I throw another ship in there? Because I mean, I know we're talking about the Carrack, and I know we're talking about the Odyssey, and I haven't worked with the Odyssey, but I've worked with the Carrack, and I do really enjoy it. But well, if you're talking about modularity, I don't think you can ever have that conversation without talking about the Caterpillar.
Yep. Because
I mean, a properly rigged out, if the modular system is anything like what they showed a long time ago in those videos that I saw,
yep.
If the modular system is anything like what they're saying, then why can't a Caterpillar be a base, like a Carrack, like a any of those other ones?
Back when the Galaxy came out, we were kind of saying, you need to tell us about the modules for the Caterpillar. But I think one of the reasons why the Caterpillar is so far back, and Algared, you can talk to this too, is it is such a complicated ship. That ship has so many moving parts compared to other ships. You've got the modules that the way they move around, and essentially it's 2 different modules. You've got the nose modules and then all the other 4. You've also got all the doors on it. It's got to have lifts on either side. So if you were going to do modules, that's why I look at the Galaxy, right? I think that Galaxy came in because they're like, if we do the Caterpillar first, there's so much shit that can go wrong. right? It's not just like the Carrack as well that just has the modules on the bottom. The Javelin has a room a lot like the Galaxy. Like, I'm going through all the ships that I know that got the Redeemer. You know, you go through them all. The Caterpillar is the most complicated, without a shadow of a doubt. Unless, am I wrong there, Algared? Or
Javelin and Caterpillar, because they've got the most. Like, Javelin's got 6 rooms that can be changed. Caterpillar's got 8
yeah,
four,
but I
four
mean,
modules
but okay.
changed.
Well, I'm talking from a developer
So,
point of view, because you've
yeah,
got
but
2 different
in
types
terms-
of modules and all those doors that don't work at the moment. And they've actually described the problem with those doors because of the way they open. They go from interior to exterior, and they're doors and lifts in one, and they don't have a system for doors to be lifts. So they're yeah.
The Caterpillar's doors and lifts are a big problem. They've always been a big problem. We still don't have them working right. So those doors are supposed to go out and then be actual lifts that go down so you can get vehicles or other stuff on. They're still not working. Will they ever work? Don't know. Will they change it so that you're loading your cargo using the tractor beams? Possibly.
All right.
The game in flux.
I think we have really tangented from the original question there, but we'll go on to the next one. Algared, next one, please.
Okay.
The next question is for you, Expat, and is what is your favourite ship and what was your first ship?
So my first ship, I'll answer that because that's easier. First, was the I think I bought in at a 100i starter pack. It was like a special 100i 6-month insurance. It came with like a helmet, which closed off my face, which I would later not want, obviously. Yeah, it was okay to begin with, and I quickly realized that it was very limiting for the type of like different gameplay I wanted to do. Essentially, I wanted to experience everything. I just was running around the verse going like, I want to do that, and I want to do this, and I want to do that. And it just wasn't the ship for it.
Like a typical
it wasn't.
Expat Brat.
Do you still have it?
Yeah.
Do you still have it, or did you?
No.
No.
I got rid of it. So what I did was I used a CCU upgrade to a Titan, because the Titan was going to be the most kind of all-rounded ship. Could put a PTV in the back to run to bunkers that were shooting at me because the turrets would shoot at me, even though you know the deal, guys.
Yeah, well, we recommend the Titan. The Titan's one we recommend all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. It went really well. The problem with the Titan was, it was almost so easy to go and pick up the Titan all the time and like just use it for pretty much everything that I got bored of it. I got bored of the fact that it could pretty much do everything, and I wanted to start specializing in like different things. So I got a Gladius to specialize in combat. I got a something else to do something. You know what I mean? So I quickly kind of went away from it, and I struggle to get back in a Titan now, because I just think it's so neutral. It's such a neutral ship that it's almost like boring to me. I'd rather jump in a Cutlass or something.
You do have to look at it in gameplay terms. Like, everyone's going to start the game in a starter ship, and they're going to work their way up. So they do need to be more boring, because they need to motivate you to get into something else, don't they? So so looking back, that once you've got something bigger and better, you're like, I don't want to touch that. But when put yourself in a new person's shoes, come into the game for the first time, when the game releases, that they're probably going to be greeted with a screen with, which ship would you like to start the game with? And they'll probably have 6 or 7 different ships with different explanations for each, and pick one and off you go. And that'll be how you jump in, and people look back and go, God, I made the wrong choice there for that ship. But I'm really into salvage, and this would have been a much better ship for me to start with, or whatever,
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're all very generalized, those starter ships. I think we can all kind of agree, like, and then I think the first one is the Herald, is the first one that even goes into a profession, and then you'll probably go from something like, as you said, the Avenger, and then you'll start to you'll either go into combat, or you'll specialize into something you're looking at, and ships like
if the price was different, I would say the Nomad would be a good place to start. If the price was different,
I'd lean
to be
into
honest, at the price it was, the Cutter was the best deal in Star Citizen.
Yep, it was
when it came out,
but now it's gone up. It's changed a bit. But the other thing I was going to say is, like, so ships like, I know we talked about the Caterpillar before, but the reason why those ships exist, they're for people that don't know what they want to do, right? So they're a jack of all trades, master of none. That was the phrase you used before. So you go into that. It's got a little, maybe it's got a little bit of medical. Originally had a medical module, but we don't know what's going to have now, right? So say it has medical. You find that you really like medical, then you go into the Apollo. You know, that's what it's designed to do. So there's a jack of all trades there. So if you don't know what you want to do, you get that, and then you spread out. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, Library's got a point. The Reliant series is really nice as well. Someone asked me what's my favorite ship. I think it's I would say, you know what, the ship that I continuously get in, and I think have the most fun with, or most fun in, and I could easily just fly it around all the time, pretty much without much hesitation. It's another one of those kind of really generalized, easy ships, you know. Is the Phoenix. I think the Phoenix, it's the 600i is probably going to be there after the rework. But favorite ship is it's a toss up between the Carrack, the Phoenix, and the 600i. I like a little bit of luxury here. I like being able to have a vehicle. I like not being too flimsy. And yeah, but I mean, man, I love walking around the Caterpillar. I mean, there's just so many. I mean, every different gameplay. It's really hard to choose. The MSR, like if the MSR could get like a little bit of like, okay, let's be real. You know, like another entrance to it, and
it'll get it. It'll
just
get
maybe.
It. You know how I was talking about
you know?
the kind of upgrade pass to the Corsair? Same thing's going to happen to all those ships. Like they're all going to be brought up to a standard. So yeah, it'll get it eventually.
Even the Phoenix. The Phoenix doesn't have some of the components it's supposed to have. It doesn't have its.
Oh, it needs work. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have it. It's supposed to have a third turret.
Yeah,
it hasn't got it yet. So
CIG know that, but it's probably going to come after Squadron 42 because that, as we've said, that ship's got connotations with Squadron. Real quick, Brat, while I'm thinking of it, can you talk about what the CCUs you are looking for again? Because we've got more people here now, so there might be someone that has what you're after. So if you want to.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just looking for like a. Oh, I mean, nothing special, you know, guys. Just maybe an Eclipse CCU. You know, maybe a standalone ship Valkyrie. Liberator, you know, I mean, just the usual, you know.
So you need your Liberator again. So she's looking for a best in show CCU for the Eclipse, the one that gives you the white skin. That's what she's after. So someone's got one of those they're prepared to part with, and she's happy to pay market value, but she kind of wants a deal if she can get one.
Not insane market value.
Yeah. But yeah, so if there's someone that's prepared to part with one, she's after that, and she's also after a Liberator.
So Valkyrie. I've become a little bit of a collector. I mean, it's not.
I've noticed.
I just like the idea. I just like the idea that like, if these things are going to be limited edition, I missed the boat. It's that simple. I missed the boat. If there's no way of getting them, if they're never going to be released again, if it's, you know, it just kind of sucks for me because I didn't have a PC. I didn't build a PC, and I know a lot of people that are the same. Like, it's not that I wouldn't have supported the game back then.
Yeah.
It's that I didn't have the means to play it. You know, I mean, I could have got on and bought like a bunch of stuff that I couldn't fly, but the likelihood of that actually happening was pretty slim.
Yeah. I think there's a certain madman here that should probably take you under his wing because he's got Pokemon syndrome like crazy. So he and if, like, you sound like you don't want to be reined in at all, by the way. But if you need help reining you in, we can do that as well. So yeah.
If you want us to work through your fleet and give you bang for buck, we can do that and help you.
Yeah. So for me, I'm not looking. I'll be honest. I've watched the fleet videos, and I think what you do is amazing. Unlike a lot of people, I'm not necessarily looking at me in the finished game. You know, like I said, you know, it's kind of like here and now kind of stuff. It's more like bling flash, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's a bit silly, but I like the ships that I like. And if I'm going to have a ship, I kind of think like, if I'm going to spend real money, it's like I might as well get something that like somebody can't just buy in the verse. You know what I mean? And I don't know what the situation with that is going to be, but I can only assume that you're not going to be able to buy a best in show skin in Lorville, or you're not going to be able to buy it. You know what I mean?
So you were saying,
I think a certain character takes offense at that one.
There's this there's this stereotype that most women buy like shoes and handbags, but you're more like spaceships. Is that essentially what you're saying? That's what I'm hearing, unless I'm mistaken.
One of the main, if anybody who watches the channel knows, it's one of the main things in Star Citizen, right? It's one of the main game rules that I have, is that whatever you do, you've got to look great while doing it. Okay, I'm pretty sure you fly better, you look better, you shoot better, you're more accurate. You know, as long as your armor matches your ship and your ship matches the environment you're in, you know, everything just works. You know, that is Star Citizen.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys are talking about ships and like their practicality and everything. What a load of nonsense. You just have to look good, guys. That's it.
Well, the key thing is always, you know, if people come and say, I want to work my fleet, it's often, I want to work out how to get the best bang for my buck for the things I want to do. And then it's, you know, people will say, I want to do this, but I've got, you know, I can't get this ship I want. And you look at their fleet and they've said, I hate fighters, and they've got 50 million fighters. And you go, you've got enough to get the ships you want. But there is that aspect of, you know, getting ships that you want because you enjoy flying that particular ship. Doesn't matter if it's good value if you're enjoying it. If you're getting enjoyment out of that ship, doesn't matter if it's cost you 5 times what it's really worth, or it's going to take you a longer time to earn up. If that's what you want to do, that's good for you. But if you've got someone who says, I want to do this,
I don't buy concepts, which is probably one of the biggest problems to saving money. I don't like the idea of buying something before you tried it, personally. I know there's a melt system and all that kind of stuff, and that's great. And I know that also, like, one of the main things that you guys not push for, but like, you know, one of the things you mainly recommend to people is like, okay, buy the biggest ship you can, because that is going to fund all your smaller ships in game. And I think that's great, and it's good advice, but we still don't yet know the economy of the game yet, and the scale of the economy, and how much everything is going to be worth. And you know what? When you're talking about like these massive corporations dominating servers with these massive fleets, and they actually are able to crew them with real people, like something that you thought might have been really easy to get your hands on because you were going to go mining all day might be impossible. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like it's really hard to speak that far ahead, in my opinion.
The other way I would kind of respond to that is, if you are so you were talking about concept ships, right? We don't generally recommend buying a ship outright anymore. Like, it's just one thing, because it's just not worth it anymore, right? The Warbond CCUs are a thing. So to give an example of the Galaxy, our recommendation on the Galaxy was to pick up a Valkyrie 2 Galaxy CCU and just sit on it. That costs $5. That locks in the cheaper price. And then if you decide you want the Valkyrie comes out, you're all happy with it, you just take an LTI token, whatever it is at that sale. So a new, the new little ship that comes out, you buy that, and then just build up to the Valkyrie.
To your token and build up to whatever ship you wanted.
And every 6 months, you've got Invictus or AIE, and generally you can build up to any ship you want.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. Yeah. Definitely.
So don't like the Odyssey. I did the same thing. I bought a character Odyssey CCU and I just sat on it, and that's all I'm going to do. So I don't recommend buying ships outright anymore, right? And
if you're in it for the long run, sure, but I mean, you're still asking people to part ways with. I mean, you're not asking, but like in general, that kind of practice, you're asking people to part ways with real money that they not
always
just sit on. You know
what
I mean?
If you have credit sitting around, you can use credit, right?
But don't you lose the LTI on that if you do that, or no?
No. So because that's what that LTI token part I was talking about. So every time they have a sale, so what was the one? So the cutter. There you go. The cutter was the LTI token at the last sale. So you could buy a cutter and then CCU up, and that CCU that you bought, you can just connect it via a chain, and it turns into whatever ship you want that's above the cutter. So
oh no, I was talking about the Warbond discount. You have to to get the even cheaper one. You have to spend the real money.
Yes, you have to pay cash. But the advantage of those, if you, as we call it, CCU chaining, if you link all those CCUs together, like I literally told you during the week, there was someone that got a $95 carrack by CCUing those all together. So if you look at it in actual terms, if you are prepared to be patient, you can get some ridiculously cheap ships. Right, you've just got to put in the effort.
But at the moment, there are 2 CCUs that are available on the store.
Yeah,
There's a CCU to a hurricane, but we know the hurricane is going to go up in price because Silo has said it's going up in price. So if you get a CCU to your hurricane now, when it goes up in price, you've actually got a saving, and then you can use that hurricane to jump to another ship.
When
the
we,
other ship is the whole sea.
Algared, real quick before you go on, when we did that video during the week, I did not know that there was a war bond version of that. So that actually is another one you can buy to put in your chains, and I wish we'd known that, so we could have put in the video. Sorry, go ahead with the whole sea.
But yeah, so you can actually buy those two CCUs, the whole sea CCU with credit and the hurricane CCU with credit. And if you've got an LTI token and apply that, it's not going to, because you've used credit, it's not going to change the LTI of that ship you're starting from.
Yeah.
But because we know those two ships will go up in price, if you buy them with credits, once they've gone up in price, you can actually use those as a jump to a more expensive ship. And so CCUs can actually work just using credits to get you a discount. So
yeah. So I think the takeaway for you, Expat, is to, if you're interested in a ship, just get a CCU from the closest available ship, you know, or you know, the most steady available ship. And I think
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, full score, you don't worry.
I mean, that's if I'm thinking long term, like, you know, some of these. I mean, like I've seen. The thing is that I interact with a lot of people that have played the game for a long time, and people that have, you know, fleets full of different ships, and like all the ships, for example, you know. And it's just amazing the number of ships that, you big whale, you. That's the other thing.
He's a beluga, literally a beluga.
So this is the thing, is that a lot of these people, like, you know, like when the ship finally comes out, or they finally release the you know, they finally go into the deep dives, or it finally comes out of concept and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of people sitting there, you know, going, oh, you said it was gonna do this, and you said it was gonna do that, and it was supposed to do this, and it was supposed to do that, and then
they do change. They do change. Yeah,
it's tough. But it's tough to make those choices. You have real money.
You have to agree, though. They do. Well, not always, but they do try to promise what they're going to do, and they try to get it as close as possible. There have been a few ships along the way they've changed. Like I think of the Zion Scout, the Herald. There's a couple like that, and that. When we were talking about the Carrack and the Odyssey, by the way, the Odyssey isn't out, by the way. The Odyssey was a concept at AIE last year, not like last year, the year before that, right? So that's not even out. So when we're comparing things like the Carrack and Odyssey, we're comparing it based on all the information they've given us. So that Odyssey may come out and be different features again, like you're suggesting. So again, you can only take them on their word, and that is also very hard to spend $600 on something based on a word. You know, it's a bit hard.
But you have to look. I mean, I always tell people, like, you have to look deeper than just like this is the functionality of the ship and everything. You have to think about the game that it exists in, right? And you have to think beyond, like for example, during the recent what was it? CitizenCon? Is that what they still called it, even though it was online? So during the recent CitizenCon, you know, when they started talking about the supplies and stuff like that, what's the exact name for it? Where like you repair the ship inside and stuff like that. There's so many ships that when they were talking about, like, okay, you're going to have to lock over this area. You can turn off the gravity in this area. You're going to have an engineer over here. You're going to have physical things on the wall that you're going to be able to take off and on. You're going to have a place that people can breach over here. You're going to have hacking over, you know. And I'm just like, oh my God, there's so many of these ships that just don't work. Like from a physical standpoint, walking around your ship, you know, telling a guy that he has to get from that turret over there, run halfway down the ship, to go and like take a fuse off a wall,
so essentially what
fix something and then run back.
What you're explaining now is the big difference between what ships are like right now and release. There is a very big difference. There's so many systems that have to come. Like
I'm talking about base core game mechanics that are changing,
and they're not even in
the
yet.
Foundation of the game is changing. The EVA system where you're going to maybe able to hold on to the back. You know, look at all these Corsairs with the elevator up top.
What you're
some guy's gonna grab hold of your elevator and just like yeet himself inside.
So
like,
what you're,
you know?
as I said, now between release, there is just so many systems that have to come. Like you look at a ship, and this is one of the reasons why Algared and I don't recommend a lot of combat ships, because the combat is probably the most bare bones of the ships. When you get other gameplay coming in, that totally changes how that ship interacts. You know, like we don't have any of the gameplay of the heat system. Like I list 100 different things that are there. Like right now, most ships are flying boxes with guns. That's it. You know, we've got mining and salvage that's just come in. That's it, right? And you start to already see how different a mining ship and a salvage ship is from the combat ships. Times it by 100, and you've probably got a rough idea of how complicated these ships are going to be. Like you're going to be a lot of, you know. Like when you're an engineer, you're going to be really good at engineering, and when you're combat, you're going to be really good at combat. They're going to get a lot of niche players because the game is going to be really complex. There are going to be a lot of melee, like real life. You know, like I was a game developer. Badger's worked in the Navy. If you put us in opposite degrees, we would both be fucking lost. You know, because I wouldn't have a shit idea how to get someone to turn a ship, as an example, and he wouldn't know how to.
I'm speaking a lot, but.
He wouldn't know how to unwrap a 3D model. I have to say something
though. Like you look at the most recent concept, right? The most recent concept they've shown off. It's the 600i. I want everyone to take a look at the fact that they've got in a 600i exploration ship, okay, origin ship. Did you see the size of the room that they're making for armor and weapons? Okay, the size of the room for the armor and weapons. What does that mean about the type of physicalization that is going to be required, and the space you're going to need to move around to be able to be, you know what I mean? You're going to be bumping into people, like corridors that are too thin, and all this kind of stuff is going to be, you know what I mean? Like there's so many different aspects to a ship that just, you know, it goes way beyond like, you know, just its function and whatever. It's literally moving around a ship. If you can't walk past a guy when you have to quickly move to put out a fire, I mean, look at this. I just don't understand the size of that equipment room unless it means that it's going to be such a ball ache. No offense to anybody who has ball aches, but it's going to be such a ball ache to get your armor on and off and to get your weapons on and off. It's going to be such a logistical nightmare that they've had to make an entire room for it. You know,
Badges, I'm going to let you speak to this because I think you're going to have a perspective. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a couple times we've gone down the rabbit hole of how larger ships are going to operate, and invariably the comment that comes up in the chat is, "Oh, that's too complicated," or "That's too much effort," and entirely right. But you know, to get all this down, in effect, I mean, this is why ships train relentlessly at what happens when you get a chip pan fire. You know, something simple in the galley that's got its own sprays, and yet we train at it time after time, day after day. You know, you ask anyone, you go up to anyone on board, okay, if there's a fire in the engine room, where do you go? And they know. If there's a fire in the under one of the magazines, where do you go? And they know. What happens if the aircraft's landing, loses control and crashes into the hangar? They know where they're going to go. And it's all these kind of pre-planned responses. And what's going to be really fun is the absolute carnage that's going to ensue for people that, you know, because we're gamers, we're not interested in training. Training to play a game? No, I'm not a pro gamer, I just want to have fun. And it's going to be utter carnage, and I think that's going to be half of the appeal and half of the allure.
But eventually,
yeah, I mean,
the raid groups will sort that out, won't they? Like, you know, initially you go on a raid and it's just mayhem, but eventually you get the point where you go, okay, guys are crowd control, you're doing this, you know, and the overhealers, you're staying back, you're putting your fonts down, you're doing whatever you do, and over time, raid groups will actually have those specific roles of people. You'll have your engineers who are going to the hotspots, you'll have your gunners, you'll have your marines, you'll have your pilot and navigators and those people. But
yes.
It won't be day one. Day one, it's going to be, oh my God, we're going to die.
Yeah, shit, as you run around and try to get. But it's, again, I liken it to World of Warcraft because that game's had so many players, most people have had some experience to it. And it's when you're running around on your own doing your little quests, it's up to you. There are no rules. If you want to go and run into the room with the biggest guy so they can all one-hit you, you can do that. You know, if you want to try and PvP the entire enemy side, feel free. Go to one of their capital cities, get stomped. When you go into a dungeon, you understand that at least if you're not the tank, don't go running around pulling stuff. You know, keep stuff off the healer is probably a good idea. Exactly. You know, and then when you go up to a dungeon, sorry, to a raid, now there are genuine rules. And if you've ever raided outside of the casual content and you've actually raided with a guild, you know, they're telling you at the beginning, right, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. And that is what the large ship gameplay is going to be. You've got the medium stuff like the Perseus, the Carrack, the Odyssey, the Hercules, all those sorts of things that are going to be your dungeon-style gameplay. And then when you're up past that, you're into the Polaris, the Idris. That's your raid stuff. And you are going to have to be a little bit more organized. There's no other way to kind of to put it. But you're right. I think with all the stuff they need to add, there's going to be a bit of a revolution where ships get bigger.
And even when you look at that small party group, like you and your mates, you're still going to have your roles. You're still going to have pilot, gunner, engineer. If you're flying your constellation, your pilot for the...
Even if you've got dual hats, you'll still, you know, have those roles.
You'll still be having key roles that you take over. I think we need to move on to some of our questions.
Oh, yes. May I very quickly just interject with one of the games that, you know, I think I referenced in private the last time we had a little chit-chat was Sea of Thieves. I used to play Sea of Thieves religiously. Sea of Thieves has 3 ships, small, medium, and large. Extremely simple, but incredibly complex once you work in the details. And I recommend anyone who wants to learn how to do multi-crew gameplay and have any idea as to what that's going to feel like, and learning who the captain is and the multi-roles and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, giving up your cannons because you need to repair. You now have... your enemy can now come all the way up to your ship and board you. Now you are fighting them while you're trying to repair. You know, this is all this kind of stuff has to be. This is the uphill climb. You know, I hate to put water on the fire of the flames of the wonderment that people might have about this game, but the reality is that game is incredibly simple with those 3 ships, and it's taken them years to master. And every time they add a little feature here, or a little thing there, or like a magic cannonball there, it unbalances the whole thing, and they have to work with a fine-tooth comb to both fix the things that players figure out, balance the raw gameplay mechanics. It's a nightmare. And you're thinking of doing that last... After you've done all the ships? What?
I must admit, I have to say I lost my shit at magic cannonballs. In Sea of Thieves, because as a solo thing, it was like, what, you can put me to sleep and then light that gunpowder keg and put it on my sleeping body and swim away.
Think about that from a hacking mechanic, like somebody rolling up to your ship in like a herald or whatever can hack, and just suddenly taking out your gravity and all that, and you and your crew who are sitting there dancing in the middle of the mess hall, having a great time, trading pico balls, a loving life, are all of a sudden floating around on fire, hating everything, and getting shot in the face by some guy in a bear mask. I mean, it's just going to be an absolute total nightmare. And then how do you suddenly go from like having a great time and having fun to okay, everybody man your stations? And, Larry over there needs to go take care of his, newborn kid. James has to pee every 5 seconds. Like, the AI and everything is going to have to come and save your ass. I'm just telling you now.
You're starting to see it. She's getting there. She's getting there.
Lots of people are looking forward to AI blades and AI crew to assist. So, yeah.
But with that complexity comes depth, too. So, yeah. Go ahead, Algared.
With great complexity comes great responsibility. Okay, so Expat, this is specifically at you. You've mentioned on stream that you're a cinematographer. What types of projects do you work on? Love your stream, by the way, and that is from Morgar300.
Thank you, Morgar.
Morgar300.
So I work in advertising and mind manipulation, as we like to call it. No, we don't call it that, obviously. Basically, I work in corporate field, making corporate videos. and a bit of cinematography for short films and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, very much in my wheelhouse. I also edit as well.
What software
So-
do you use for your subliminal messages?
So I use DaVinci Resolve, and I also use Final Cut X, and
I just got
the
a
camera
sense
that I
that-
currently own at home is a Canon C70. Hashtag not sponsored, guys.
I just had a sense of Old Man Hurston is awesome. I don't know why I got that sense. Is that subliminal messaging you're sending through?
Well, I mean, the subliminal. Wait, let me do the subliminal messaging right now, guys.
Okay.
One second. Wow,
Old Man
I'm
Hurston is
thirsty.
awesome.
I could really use a pips right now. Anyway, carry on.
I just saw Old Man Hurston is awesome, so yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
next question.
Go for it.
And this is one I'll just do a quick answer to. The question is from Brook Van 72. He says, or they say, can it, and I'm assuming the C8 we're going to give away, be sent to someone who does not have a game package at all yet, or spent no money yet? Yes.
That's what we want to
That
do.
is exactly what we want to do. Give it to someone who has no game package, no money spent. That's ideally what we would love to do. Yes, that's what we want to give. So the next question after that is Dan Little, who says, Expat, what is your
Hello, Dan.
dream Holy Grail ship?
Dream Holy Grail ship.
What is the ship you want if you could have any ship in the verse?
Wait, who's it?
You know what?
Oh.
It's a
ahead.
tough one, but a lot of people would say like, oh yeah, the 890 jump, blah blah blah. It's nice. I actually use it as an aircraft carrier for doing shenanigans.
It's a great aircraft carrier for that. Yeah.
It's an amazing aircraft carrier. If I was to have one ship, unlock today, I mean, the Knight Rider paint is pretty cool, but it's not that cool. Star Kitten is like, what a meme, right? Super rare. 600i exec. I think if you've earned yourself a 600i exec, that thing is actually pretty funny. It's pretty awesome. Like, I think today if they could just go, okay, Expat, here's your 600i executive for doing absolutely nothing but looking great on camera. Well, I would say, oh, thank you. Where would you like me to sign so I can do more sponsored promos?
I think
No,
she's
I'm
on the
kidding.
wrong channel.
Hashtag not chill.
I think we need to sign her up with the yacht club. I think she's going to get along with those people very well.
The only problem with what she's been saying, you're the Origin hater among us.
I don't hate Origin. Actually, I want Origin to do more. So depends how
and
you
the-
look
and
at
the-
it.
And the problem is,
Sorry,
you
should
feel
I have
Origin
said the
just don't do
Banu
enough.
Merchantman? Should I say the Banu Merchantman?
That's-
Apparently everyone says the Banu Merchantman.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, alien space magic, not my thing. The Nomad doesn't land on the floor, I get upset.
I think the Banu Merchantman's gonna be quite elegant though when it's done. And they always talk about luxury with Origin, and I think like the Banu Merchantman comes out and just like looks 10 times luxurious as the 890 jump did. But yeah,
It's gonna be the loneliest ship in the verse, guys.
See that little
Make sure you've
icon
got
down
you
there?
and 50 friends.
See in Twitch what that guy's posting? Yeah, look at that. No Origin logo. That was me. I made that. Anyway.
I would say for me, and I know it was only for an expat question, but for me it'd be the red crab. Now I know Execute, you'd know.
The red crab.
Hopefully you'd know which one the red crab is. From the original stream of Chris Roberts in the getting out of the hangar.
Oh yeah, the
red crab sitting in the back. The
yeah.
asset they bought and used.
Yeah.
It's
That
not
kinda-
in game. It will
that
never
kinda-
be in game.
That turned into the Zion Scout, believe it or not. That's what was inspired that, yeah.
But that red crab's not in game and will never be in game. But apparently, Silas Kroner, the evil maggot that he is, has one of those still in its box in his all-ship museum. So one of these days, I'm going to raid his place and steal it. Sorry, I borrow it.
And I will be there to meet you.
Someone's talking about a naked 890 jump in chat. That's kind of weird, but okay, sure. Whatever you want to fluctuate. If you're naked,
Worryingly, I think he just mistyped.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
So,
going to
yeah.
drag him under the bus because I can. That's my job.
Guys, if you're not getting naked walking around your 890 jump, you're doing it wrong. Okay? I'm just saying.
All right, next question by Space Tech that was on an episode with us the week before last. So you want to read that one?
Yep. So what will be the role of ground vehicles in the endgame? CIG have to force their usage.
I think they're like you can kind of look back at. So the one I think of, Algared, was the Constellation mission from that CitizenCon. You know,
Yep.
You've also got like shields that haven't come in yet because there's clearly shields and stuff like that coming with things like the A2 bomber and stuff like that. A lot of bases will have a lot of defenses, and you know, aerial defenses will probably be really strong, so they can, you know, if they have a very heavy aerial force, they'll. Actually, the person that should be talking about this is you, Badges. You're the military guy. How would they force you from a military? I can talk about gameplay, right? But between you and me, we can work this out. So why would they want to force you into vehicles?
Two bubbles, if you like. First is survivability. The second is stealth detectability.
Yep.
So the fact that air vehicles will have so much of a larger signature, you're going to be seen coming from a lot further away. And the fact, as you said, AA defenses are a lot easier to do because there ain't no cover in the air. You know, you've got to work very hard to hide behind stuff, or already be at ground level.
Remember, this game is World War II in space too. So if you kind of follow that logic through, you can look at what World War II was and all the different things. Sorry, continue.
And the other thing as well is you know, you'll notice when you see any space program, they land their ship and then they go out in land vehicles and the ship just stays there and goes again. And the reason for that is fuel. So if land vehicles continue to run on batteries or power rather than fuel, there's your reason. Also, you're going to have places where, you know, as we've said already with the Corsair, landing's not going to be easy. You know, or it's going to be limited to very specific zones. If you want to travel anywhere at speed, there's your land vehicle.
I'm kind of disturbed by what I'm reading, what Shadow Girl said there. She said, I'd like to see an Origin tank. That would literally be a glass cannon. You know, see everywhere you're touring and it's all glass, and you hit it and it just shatters.
That'd be a Drake ship, because Drake ships, everyone knows, are supposedly, you know, paper thin armor. Everything says that. The only ship that they've ever produced that doesn't say paper thin armor was the Cutter, and it has heavier armor than any other ship of its size and class.
I think you missed
the Cutter.
I think you missed the joke, Algared. But that's fine.
I don't care. Cutter is still the most undraked Drake ship.
As soon as they said there was going to be 600i that could hold a tank, I mean, come on, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, guys. You don't have to be like a big channel that predicts things to figure that one out, right?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Come on. Come on.
I think that's what she's alluding. I think that's what she's alluding to.
The problem with an Origin tank isn't the designer. It's the fact that if you think you are sitting on my leather seats in my tank with all that kit on, no, take it off. Take your webbing off. Now take your ballistic plate off. Now take your belt off. If you think you're sitting there with that magazine, your pistol magazine on the back, digging into my leather seats,
It's like an Abrams, you know, with all the bling on it versus B-72.
Diamond encrusted, gold plated Abrams.
The Bentley of tanks. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Next question, Algared.
Next question
Quickly.
is, by the way, with that question, CIG don't need to push out usage. And just one of the values of vehicles is that on planets without atmosphere, if you're traveling any distance, a vehicle is going to be, certainly an Ursa, is a better way to travel than on foot or an open-top vehicle. And an open-top vehicle is better than foot because your oxygen will run out.
Another real quick one is underground facilities. You can't take a ship underground, you know, and we know that the caves are coming, or all that type of stuff. So vehicles will have, as Algared just alluded to, more purpose than just traveling on foot. Yeah, you're 100% correct.
If they don't have underground facilities that we can't at least land in, I'm going to be upset.
Oh, you'll be able to land, but then you'll, you know, deploy.
Or are you going to win Spectrum? Are you? You're gonna be on Spectrum. Oh, my vehicles,
Yeah.
my vehicles.
Yeah.
You've been to Spectrum, I see.
Okay.
You know how it works there, do you? I can see it.
You poor thing, you've been to Spectrum.
Yeah.
Why can't I use my hanger in my ship? I want to hang up my ship. Why can't I do this? Why can't I do that? Because they're making a game. They're making a whole damn game, dude. It's pretty big. I'm just saying, it's pretty complex. Like, if you hadn't noticed,
That's the most frank way to put it ever. No, I love that. That was great. All right, next question.
That's short.
Your character's facial expressions through that just made that so much better.
That's the future short. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
That's going to be...
Brooklyn,
Someone clip that and put that on Spectrum. Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, hey, I'm defending them at the end of the day. People say that this time. Sorry, I'm going to rant for just like 1 minute,
okay,
or like 20 seconds. People say, right? People have been saying like, oh, this tech time is so boring. Like, there's nothing to do in the game. Like, oh my god, like why don't they throw us a bone? Like, why can't we do like a Xeno threat? Why can't we do it this? Why can't we do it that? Persistent entity streaming. It's massive. If you've ever gone into the 3.18 right now, you can see the massive difference it makes. The soft death as well. You know, actually seeing a ship like float away, you know, as you shoot it. There are massive technological changes that are being implemented right now, and people are all like, yeah, but I can't get any content right now because like there's nothing to do. I need a box mission. Why can't you make like an extra box mission, like with 2 boxes instead of 3? Come on, man. Like, look at the technical achievements that are being made right now. It's something special. Right now you should be excited. I mean, sorry. I mean, I'm shilling, but I'm not shilling. I'm just being honest, guys.
No,
like this is good tech.
No, that was we're not worthy.
Yes.
Preach it.
Yeah, exactly that. This is the problem that we have, is that the problem is any defense of the game is seen as white knighting.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, guys, you don't understand. Not having the core gameplay in is called alpha.
Yeah.
Right? It's like if someone's building the foundations of a house and they're just starting to put the walls up and you're bitching about how no one's hoovered today. It's like, it's the same damn thing. Why would I hoover when we're still building the damn walls? There are no windows, there's no roof, there's no nothing. And it's the same thing.
Yeah, people are trying to play this. People are trying to play this like it's a live service game.
Yep.
You know, this ain't Fortnite.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, they sell skins. Okay. I mean, that's their own purchasing model or whatever they want to do.
That's how they're funding it so they can make it. Yeah.
But yeah, they're funding it so they can make it. I mean, we're talking about core tech. Somebody the other day was like, oh yeah, well, how come we're not seeing pyro right now? How come we're not doing this? I was like, because they can keep you the hell away from it. You know, they've closed off pyro so that they can actually get some work done. Because if they actually opened the doors to pyro, the first thing you would go in and say, why is that door knocker not working? Why is my bed? You know, that's the last thing they need when they're trying to construct a massive thing. Things are leaking into the verse from pyro so they can show you and you can test things. Yeah. But at the end of the day, they need a nice open space to work without the noise. I hate to say it, but look, the funding model for this game, they're building a company that is capable to build an engine, that is capable to make the game that you guys really want. The game is not there yet. You know, it's coming.
Well said. Very well said. I think the only thing I'll add to that is Algared and I very early on realized that we couldn't rely on CIG for content, so we do our own. And the other thing with part of that is why we only kind of really do 1 video a week, which is not really good for the algorithm, is because it's just too hard to maintain that pace. We are still blown away that, you know, the board gamers of the world can keep up that pace. Like, it just baffles me that, you know, even Space Tomato popping out 3 videos a week, I just don't know how they do it, because it's just so much work. You know, maybe I'm just a lazy asshole, but I you know, we didn't we, Algared? We were like, this is not maintainable, but we can maintain it at a slower pace. And if we don't rely on them for content, so in the periods like these lull periods, because we are in a lull period right now, right? We're just coming out of it. We had more views because we didn't rely on them. So our content seemed higher than everyone else's, because just in the lull periods, because they were doing nothing, but we were still doing stuff. So yeah, we used it. It became a strength, didn't it, Algared?
Yeah, I think that was the big thing that the time we really noticed it was when everyone else was kind of dead because there was nothing new seeming to come from CIG, and we were just continually doing our regular streams and regular things we do. and yeah, it just seemed to take off, and it just.
I mean, look,
does seem to
it's
be
like
that.
people complaining about like Apple, people that do Apple news and stuff like that. You know, they always have like all this speculation and everything. What's the next Apple product? What's this? What's that?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, Apple's dead. Apple's dead. They haven't released anything revolutionary for years. Apple's dead. Apple's dying. And then all of a sudden, 3 years later, like bam, they changed the world.
Yeah.
You know, it's like settle down.
It's the same thing with your I just want to say your content's somewhat similar. You make like when I watch your streams, you make your own play space. Like I watched you yesterday. You were at Horizon for 2 hours. Your plan was to go to space, but you didn't go to space for 2 hours. I'm like, this woman is crazy. Like she is just does not have a plan, does not stick to it. But that's a part of your appeal. You just go where the game takes you.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Because that is Star Citizen.
Yeah.
I'm not editing a bunch of stuff down and making it look a certain way or whatever. We're trying to encourage people to get into the game for the sake of, bumping up the viewership. This is just the game. This is how it is.
It's why we don't
like show it what it is.
It's why we don't edit our videos, because it's all about the information at the end of the day. And it's like, do we give the information or do we sit there and highly curate these really highly edited videos, which is what other people do? We don't do that because there's just no need. It's for us, it's the information that's important. And the example I'd give Algared would be like where we talk about calling all devs. Yeah, like calling all devs was the best show they've ever done. It was low effort. It was just Skype calls with CIG, and it was all about information. But they want these really highly curated, looking amazing 4K videos. And honestly, I don't like. Yeah, they're nice, but they give the same amount of information as a low tier one. So I don't get it. Anyway.
There is a place for the curated and edited stuff, but I think one of the things that is different that our format gives is we've always focused on that conversational style, and so we will interrupt, we'll butt in, we'll cut each other off, but it's the nature of a conversation, and that conversation can go into side channels that neither of us even dreamed of or thought of. So.
Here's a good example. Look at how much Expat Brat has been talking today compared to a normal. And what I mean is, like, you talk in a very particular way when you do your streams. It's very thought out and articulated. Not that you're not thought out and articulated, but you know what I mean? Like, you are more in depth today. You're more like, we can actually discuss with you. There's a like, it's tangible, if you know what I mean. Like, there's a, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like can I
ask a controversial question?
Go for it.
Ask a question. What are people owed?
What do you mean?
What are people owed?
You mean in terms of the backers by the company?
Yeah. What is currently owed? That's my question. It's
quite
large.
I would suggest that what they're owed is some sort of delivery on the original promises. So when you look at the stretch goals and when you look at that sort of stuff, there needs to be delivery of that, because that's what the game is built on. Without that, they wouldn't have had the crowdfunding that has now led to what this is. And I think if they're going to change those original views, there needs to be explanation, and there needs to be, for those people that backed during those times, and they can see when you back, there needs to be the option of a buyout, of a I'm going to get my money back from this, because you are fundamentally changing the game. And I speak at this before Fortnite became the battle royale monstrosity that it is now. Fortnite was actually released as a base builder, persistent game where you went and you dealt with these monsters that would pop out of this smog. And it was like post-apocalyptic, cartoony, don't know whether they're aliens, but it was beings from another dimension. That game was sold. I bought Fortnite for real money because I liked what it was then, and I couldn't get my money out of the game. Once they went, we'll just copy PUBG.
My brother and I did exactly the same thing. But sorry, continue.
And I went, if I'd literally just happened to wait 6 months down the line, I would never have bought your product.
Yeah. Because
you fundamentally changed from the vision that it was 6 months ago.
And
but in terms of
under American law, they can do that. But like under Australian law, there were people that got refunds, and I don't know about the Britain, but there were people that you have to really fight to get your money back.
You did.
But you can't, because of internet. They're like, you bought an American product, right? But under certain countries' laws, people got money back. My brother and I got our money back. But I loved Fortnite as it was, that base builder thing.
Yeah.
But I hate the game right now, just like you do. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. But going back to what you're saying now, there's people are expecting a lot more than they are under any requirement to give whatsoever. And I keep going back to that SpongeBob meme of people keep doing that with "it's in alpha."
Someone
but it's
clip
like
that.
no,
Someone clip
but
that.
it is. Yeah, but it is in alpha, right? That's exactly that. That's what it is. That's what it's doing. And I think what we're seeing, I'm going to go on a slight tangent, but I will come back, I promise, is we've seen traditional game development, and that's the problem that people are having. Well, we've got this, so why is it broken again? Because that's what happens when you put stuff in, and it's like shifting stuff around your house, moving bedrooms.
Yeah.
It's like, but you put the bed in, so why can't I lay on the bed? Because I've broken it down because I'm moving it to another part of the house, and then I'm going to build it again, and then it'll be fine, but it'll be better because it's better in that room, and then I can put stuff in that room, and but you put the bed in. Oh my god!
I think the little thing I'll add to that is the instant gratification society that we've developed. I think that's it. Like with a game that's taken this long, it's a really big game. So it's not like most games 3 or 4 years. This is way bigger than that. It's like 4 or 5 different games in one. There's multiple parts that have exacerbated that.
I think that's a big conversation. So come on to that in a second, if you don't mind. I think the minor point is like you say, Expat, what do we think we're entitled to? Point me to another game that during build has watched its player patterns of life so closely that they've then gone, people are racing at these locations, cool, we'll build them racing tracks without request, without warning, we're just going to build racing tracks to make those locations more interesting. And to watch people do that and then just go, do you know what? We'll make that cool, like the snake pit that we have, like the ones that are coming in 3.18. I think that's actually pretty cool that a company will do that during build. I think we've lost Expat.
Oh, I think my question was too controversial. They just
banned.
Launching again.
You got 30.
Can you hear CIG taping explosive charges to the door, ready to breach?
Yep.
It's all good. Well, it's still hearing voice. We'll get you back soon. All right.
I say break it all today so they can fix it tomorrow. I mean, it is what it is. It's game development, right?
Yeah. And I think probably a really good example of some Algared, you could kind of speak to that with Eva Cardi. It's super broken in Eva Cardi, is it not, Algared?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
And the second it gets moved, we open it up to wave 1, and then it feels buggy again. And then as soon as it gets moved, it goes to wave 2, and sometimes it's sometimes it's there forever. And I don't get into Avocado as much as I'd like. It's just time is often a factor. But
I can't even deal with the PTU. I've not touched 3.18 yet.
Do you know?
I've actually been in 3.18 this whole time, by the way.
Yeah.
Just as an example.
Yeah. I generally only play the PTU, right? I play and when it goes live, the quality drops, as in they don't have as much bandwidth to those servers, so it feels crapper to me, so I just don't play it.
Yep.
Unless I get asked to come along to an event or there's some friends playing or something like that. But generally, I'm on the PTU most of the time. So.
Yeah.
So, next question is from
Hatch 44.
Brooklyn. No, it's actually Brookvan 72. And Brookvan's question was, when do you think we might see more cargo support ground vehicles, specifically thinking cargo trucks or an ambulance?
You and I talked about this back when the RAF was around, Algared, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Look, we know that from the notes, there are 2 vehicles two vehicles or ships in concept at LA and 1 in Britain.
Yep.
So we got three ships that are in concept or being worked on that haven't been announced. What they are, I can't tell you. Would it be nice to see those? Yep. Cargo ship, certainly, or cargo vehicle, certainly I'd expect that to come with Cargo Factor once they get that working properly.
Well, you've got the mule for one SCU. We know that
Yep.
those big boxes for the raft are a thing, and the whole series is a thing. So you
Yep.
have to assume there's some kind of vehicle to carry those.
Yeah.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
At
So
least.
So just before we go on, I know I'm making us jump around, but the question you asked, Expat, what was your take? What are we entitled to as players?
Oh, true.
I think it's a very difficult question to ask, to be honest, and I think it is a polarizing question and kind of should be, depending on when you got into the game. You say that you're entitled to the original backing, whereas there's other people that say, well, the game's moved on and it's evolved and it's become better. The thing you have to kind of ask yourself, I guess, is how good would the game have been had they tried to do what they did and released it back when it was maybe some of the tech didn't work and then they just kind of moved on anyway.
How good would have a game been if it went with VA?
Yeah, how good would it have been? And would it have just been like gone and then forgotten? So what are you entitled to? I mean, I think eventually you're entitled to the vision, or a lot of people talk about the vision, the Chris Roberts' ideas, and you're entitled to like an like a pure version of that or whatever. But I mean, it's obviously not a pure version of that, because I mean, it's influenced by the player base. So I don't know how much of the player base they listen to. I don't know how many of the things that people request are listened to. I've got no intelligence on that. So do they listen to one player base more than the other? I mean, that's the question. I don't know. So what are you entitled to? To be honest, when I signed up, I felt like I was entitled to exactly what was in the disclaimer. This is not a finished product. I might not like the final game. Enjoy the journey. That's what I'm entitled to right now. I'm entitled to a $40 starter ship that I can fly around in this experience, whatever that is. I signed up for the alpha. I'm the dumbass, just whatever. It is what it is.
I just find it reassuring that people are actually reading that disclaimer as they got in and went, yeah, I'll take the risk.
Yeah.
And the problem, yeah, exactly that. The problem is, and I know I've just kind of derailed and gone back, but I do think it needs to kind of go with stuff. It's, this is a new style of game development. No one has just gone, we're going to give you circa $75 million a year to just completely develop out a game that has no release date. And I think we've kind of got to ask ourselves, why is that happening? Because you would think 10 years on from over 10 years on from the initial pitch, why didn't we just, surely the money would be dropping off. Surely people would be losing interest, losing hope for the project, losing faith, confidence, whatever you want to call it. But it's more. It's going up, not down. And what is it that's attracting us? And, I think you're bang on. And what you said has changed what I think. And going back to the original vision, what is it precisely that they haven't delivered on that you're honestly telling me has devalued this whole game to the point where it's no longer the game you want to play and you want a refund?
I think
I can't think of a lot.
I've been here, when we did the Content Creator Summit, I've been doing this longer than anyone, right? And in my entire journey, and Algared would have heard me say this before, I'm always looking for steps forward and moving forward in progress. They've never not done that. And as the game's got bigger and grown and they've kind of reset and upgraded, I've got no problem with that, because you only get one chance to make a first impression. And that's why most games stay isolated, and then maybe about 6 months. Look at what was that, Starfield, right? They were intending, and Fallout 4, they announced that about 6 months before it was going to come out, right? And then they did the same thing with Starfield, and then it got delayed. That's why they don't, because then there's heaps of it's been delayed. Why are they delaying it? Because people are whingy bitches. That's how we are as humans. We just complain. We're outwards. We vent, and it's the same thing. These people want, like what Expat was saying. Why can't I do this? Why don't they give me a bone? I want to do something, because perpetually we're all little kids, right? That's
Yep.
what it is. That they want their cake
I
and
want
eat it
it, and I
too.
want it now.
Yeah, and
Yep.
that's why I brought up that whole thing about a instant gratification society. We've now, like, think about back into the 1800s. I would send a letter to badgers on the other side of the world, and it would take 18 months to get there. You know,
Mhm.
now I could send badgers a letter in a second.
I won't say what or why because of the potential implications, but I was looking at getting a job in a very remote place in the world. And today, if you want to send me a package there, 12 weeks. 12 weeks from it arriving at the head office of the company I'm looking at working for.
I
till it's arriving.
I don't know if the dog shit in the bag would survive 12 weeks.
Right.
Do you-
Yeah, exactly. and that's it. But, you know, you're talking... The other thing is when do you get to decide that your vision's not being met?
Yeah.
Because this is perpetual development and there's going to be no difference from release. They're going to say, oh, it's released. You know, it's now feature complete.
Well, something me
And
and Expat talked about the other day is people have, especially on Spectrum, they have a vision of what they think this game is because they've envisioned and thought it through to their conclusion of what it's going to be. But it's Chris's vision. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, you just got to always remember it's his vision, not yours.
Yeah. And they've said we're still going to get multiple... Yes, Shadow Girl, exactly that. You're going to get multiple iterations. So we're going to get to interior locations tier 48. And it's going to just keep going because they're not going to stop until the game dies and they shut the servers down and that's it.
Yep.
They're just going to keep adding. They're going to, every quarter or every 6 months, whatever it is, we're going to get another patch and it's going to add more and it's going to refresh.
Can I just say real quick, Algared? I would not be surprised if this game outlives Chris Roberts.
Oh, I think it will. But you look at one of the original promises in the stretch goals, 100 planets at launch. People say, oh, they failed in their promise. But the original stretch goal also didn't have planets where you could go everywhere you wanted. Planets were going to be 1 or 2 landing zones. So as the tech developed, when they did Pupil to Planet, that was like massive change in the whole game. It went from, small
exactly
maps,
that.
massive maps. It went from 1 landing zone to everywhere. The game changed.
Yep.
Like the depth of Stanton.
Just today alone, Algared, we would not have seen Lawville like that if it would stayed under that old system.
Hell
would
no.
we? Yeah.
Hell no. The fact that the new Lawville has tunnels which you can fly through and around and on.
It's gone from a flat city, hasn't it, to this layers of depth, which is what we were talking about with Fifth Element and ArcCorp. But yeah,
and that's what you'd love to see with ArcCorp, that same levels of depth as well as oceans and other things. And that'll come. One of the things that pulled me into the game early on was the fact that it was a Chris Roberts game, and I knew from his, Wing Commander and the other ones that he pushed the technology as far as he could. And so I knew this is going to push whatever we can do. It's going to be as good as they can get with the technology. And things are going to change as they make breakthroughs. So I knew I was in for the long haul, and I knew things were going to change. But different people are going to have different views.
Exactly. I'll link this into both YouTube comments and Twitch comments as well. But I just so happened to be going through some old bookmarks, getting rid of stuff I didn't want, and I bookmarked a load of stuff that Chris Roberts has put onto the RSI website, just so I can reread them every so often and remind myself of the hype. And this one is from November 2012, and he's talking about multiplayer, single player, and instancing within the game, which I thought was a good read with PES around the corner. And if you scroll all the way down, the very last picture of the Bengal, there's just a paragraph just above it. I'll link it now. And it reads, and I quote, he's talking about traveling to a destination.
Can you
and going into instances.
Can you paste that
I've just done it.
In Twitch as well?
And he says, this process is continued until you reach your final destination. And I've just moved it because I'm trying to do the Twit link thing, which in my example would be Terra, where I use my system to negotiate a landing slot. which would take me down to the planet's surface via an in-engine cinematic.
That's
we weren't.
That's what Freelancer was. So the original plan. So the original plan was Freelancer, and it's now evolved. Yeah.
Exactly. But this is what we're saying about adding it. So if someone, going back to what we were talking about, when do you decide the vision's been broken? It's like, well, okay. So are you telling me that the fact that you now have to fly down and manually land yourself is breaking the vision? And it's all this extra stuff that they're able to add that's dragging the development out.
Can I just add, when Starfield comes out, and we all go play that, because let's be honest, a lot of us are going to go play that because it's a space game, and then we come back to Star Citizen, I think it's going to put a lot of perspective in people's heads. They're going to go, oh shit, now I understand what they're doing.
Yeah. But if you go back to the landing zone, you talked about badges. When they first showed ArcCorp, they actually showed that. You actually asked for permission, and then it flew you down to Area 18, but you could still walk around your ship. But it was literally doing a what you were seeing outside was a cinematic. It was so. I just think things have got better as they've gone on. So anyway.
How have your
white knighting, but
how have your streams been, Expat? Have you found that most of the people in your chat understand that, or are they anti? Is it a split? How do you find it?
My streams started with a lot of people really helping me how to get into the game, like what kind of game mechanics I didn't understand. People were always there to help me. People were friendly from the get-go. It was quite amazing how open and like kind of welcoming the community was in the beginning. I think recently I got my first hate mail on Reddit.
You're in.
Wow.
That means you're a content creator. Once you get negative comments,
I know, right?
You're in. You've done it. You made it.
And I post because I dared to post like a positive comment at the replying to a post that they had on the CIG website. You know what I mean? For and it was like, oh, stop sucking their, and I will suck their. Don't tell me what to do. So,
you're not my dad. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was quite interesting. But I mean, all in all, I like to talk to people. I'm open to all the different viewpoints or whatever. But when you, what I don't necessarily like is when people kind of ditch logic and ditch reason and ditch everything just to have their point work. I believe in science. I believe in like everything should have a core foundation in reality, if possible. And we can use years of human history and human behavior to figure out how things are going to go. I think we can make certain assumptions as to how things are going to go based on successes in history and failures in history. Those that don't learn the past are deemed to repeat it, doomed to repeat it. Sorry. So I have a very centrist view when it comes to that. I'm much more of a realist. So I personally don't like the side of the. Not that I don't understand. I don't understand a lot of the voices out there that are so hypercritical, and sometimes it just seems to go in the face of logic and in the face of what you're actually seeing with your own eyes. You know what I mean? And I can understand people have trust issues from years and years of communication that maybe wasn't best handled by the developers.
Thank you for the subscription with Prime for Sir Mr. Penguin. Just to kind of answer that in regards to, I need to phrase this. I won't. Do you want to go to the next question, Algared?
Okay, so I was going to say it's time to go on to our next question.
Yeah, sorry.
So yeah, we have flogged the arse out of this one.
Yeah, that's why I'm letting it go.
So unrelated to anything.
I like a good flogging. What?
Are you sure you're not?
Are you the floggy or the flogger? Maybe you can tell me later, right?
Streamer privilege.
Hayes times 3 says unrelated to anything discussed so far, but quick thoughts on the Raelian as a concept. So execute one sentence on the Raelian as a concept.
Well, I'm actually considering turning the Corsair into the Raelian. There you go. That's my answer.
badges.
Love it. Great look. Like that it's different. Alien space magic for the win.
Expat Brat. Thoughts on the Raelian?
Get them out of there. They took our jobs. What? No. Basically.
Yeah, them filthy aliens.
Damned.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Get your filthy claws off. Yeah. Okay.
No.
Oh, you're like
I think
Algared.
I think it looks cool.
He's a purist, don't you? You don't like Terrans at all, do you, Algared?
I don't like Xi'an. I think they're a danger. I think they're the biggest danger humanity. They're a bigger danger, I think, than the Vandal.
You do know they look like turtles, by the way, Expert. So you're going to struggle there.
Yeah, that's why she.
Yeah. You know, they're going to be incredibly cute. It's going to make it hard to shoot them in the face.
she's got baby Diane all over the place that she's dumped them and she's needing to go check on their well-being.
Yeah. No, I think it looks cool. I mean, it looks cool, but like rule of cool only goes so far. If it has a modicum of realistic technology, function, and practicality, great. But yet another ship that has been shown off. Look how amazing that looks! Isn't that magic? Wonderful looking, super cool. And then, oh, by the way, we're changing the flight mechanic, and we're changing the way that you operate inside the ships, and we're changing this, and we're changing that. So, yeah, hopefully it just works.
Okay, so I'm going to add a question to this. So because it's a Raelian, does that mean it has lots of rails? And does that mean that Drake is stealing them?
Drake steal everything. It's what it is.
No more yogurt. No more yogurt.
Yeah. There's going to be a reference to yogurt in that ship, I reckon.
Yeah.
If you do not start your own brand of yogurt,
Expat, guys.
Yeah, Expat yogurt.
Expect yogurt. It's going to have a
just space yogurt. Just space yogurt.
Are you sitting in your overcomplicated chair? Would you like to have one of Expat Brat's amazing space yogurts? Well, why don't you open your mouth and just take it all in, guys? Because anyway, we're not going to continue that.
Actually, you should.
With
With your background in advertising, you should literally. So when you know how you like be right back screen or something like that, where you want to take a break. You should actually make some adverts for your stream. That'd be hilarious. And get cameos.
I'm pretty sure,
get old man Hurston to come along and do one about Uwu girls and
touch base with expat voiceover work.
Yeah,
lovely. Perfect.
It's pretty funny because I remember Jared on one of the Star Citizen this week in Star Citizens. He was like, "Okay, guys, we would like you, the community, to make us all these advertisements and everything."
Yeah.
And it was almost like this moment where I'm sitting there in the corner and Jared just goes, "Thanks, man." And I'm like, and I was like, no. But I should do a couple. I do them all the time on the stream. I walk past something and I just think it's hilarious how corporatized it is. What makes the verse special is how realistic everything is in the corporate world, and all these advertisements and the branding and the constant. I mean, it's going to be so much worse than this, by the way, guys. I mean, your Moby Glass is going to open every 5 seconds with a pop up. By the way.
Yep. You're going to block the ads. Pay now to block the ads. 100 UEC. Per day.
No, real money, guys. Real money, guys. Get the special Moby Glass. This limited edition Best in Show Moby Glass coming now.
That's blue. Yeah. All right. Next
Yep.
question.
With LTI.
Hayes had gone on to say, in relation to that, and I deliberately left this comment afterwards, if it doesn't stray too far from its concept, it seems to be one of the coolest ships out there. And I think that's
super cool. That's all that matters,
eye of
right?
the beholder. I think different people will have different views on what's cool, but
Agreed.
I would probably agree.
But that's another thing we always come back to, isn't it? Like, you have to have things in this game that you hate for it to be a good game, because it's got to appeal to everyone. So you got to have a bit of everything.
Yeah.
Next question.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay, next question.
Even if they're wrong.
Is patch 4. Absolutely, people can be wrong, and they can make claims like those terrorists on Terra.
And then we can go out in our spaceships and we can shoot them.
Yeah,
because it's PvP, guys.
Kill terrorists. Kill terrorists.
What does it call it? PvP diplomacy. All right.
Yep. Paul calls it aggressive archaeology. So
aggressive negotiation from a movie way back in the day, if you know that.
So patch 44 says, if we are talking about pilot seats, the cutter, engineering, practicalities,
I think it just any starter ship will just not need as like it's like fighters.
Yeah.
Like they talked
They
about
won't need as much.
the Hornets back in the day will have to get outside and EVA to fix their stuff. So yeah, it just
Yeah.
you know they're going to be simpler systems essentially. Yeah.
Yep.
Next question.
Voodoo Child says, will a CCU from Invictus or AIE increase the insurance to 10 years? With that in mind, is there much of any time saving in game starting a chain with LTI? If you start a chain with an LTI ship and you use ships with 10-year insurance, the insurance always takes the longer insurance. So LTI will trump 10-year
Yeah,
insurance.
that's
If you've got 6-month insurance, 10-year insurance will trump that.
Yeah.
There actually were CCUs that actually applied LTI. They came out and they were very popular because you could take it and apply it to a starter ship as an example, and that starter ship would go from like 6 months insurance to LTI. So it's as Algared said, it's whatever is greater.
Yeah. So whatever's greater in the pack is what applies. Is there any time saving in a game starting a chain with an LTI token? If you're planning to go to a bigger ship, I think LTI is always what you want.
Yeah.
Any ship, any of those larger multi-crew ships.
Well, when you're
You want
spending
LTI.
$600, that peace of mind, like it's $15 peace of mind.
Yeah.
That's essentially what LTI works out to. And
But just bear in mind when you get something that's LTI, when you get a CCU upgrade and you place it on your ship, when you melt it, it is gone. Okay. That's one thing I kind of wish. I know it's maybe I don't know. It's maybe one thing that they can never do. I don't know if they can do it, but I would like to personally see that when you melt a CCU, that the individual upgrades that you applied to that CCU, as long as you bought them or, as long as they were separate at one point in your thing, it should break up into the upgrades. I think that should be in your buybacks.
I think that'd be awesome, but I think the reason they did that was memory hesitate. Like, if you think about it, if they have to hold on to every single CCU you've ever had, and the number of people we have with the number of, you see where I'm going here? The data they would have to hold in their system is astronomical.
They actually do keep hold of it. It's actually in your.
I mean, they do, yeah.
Every purchase you've made is in your log.
Oh, true. That is true. Actually, now I think about it. I don't know.
So,
maybe they just didn't design the system that way, so they don't want to do more work.
But I know from my buybacks and my hangar that my hangar's 1,400 odd items or something like that. If I had every CCU that I'd melted or used, if I melted, it should come back.
Yeah.
I don't know about anyone else, but mine would be, probably double that level. So I can get that point.
Thank you for the Prime subscription, Hayes. Appreciate it. Just real quick, we're also looking for someone that is new to the game to give away a C8 Pisces to. So if you have anyone that you know
Pisces game package.
I can't believe we've been sitting here for almost 3 hours and nobody has said, I know someone that would like to get into the game. I find that really bizarre. Just at Inforunners in either of the chats and I will see it. We are looking for someone. We have.
Do you know someone that has all their hair? Would you like them to lose it pretty quick playing an alpha and experience that might, drive them over the edge and make them empty their bank account and make them make poor decisions? Well, you know where they can come. Come over to this stream right now and make sure they sign up using the promo code below for Star Citizen, guys. Get them in here.
I think we have a promo code, but anyway, yeah, I get you. Angry PC2, thank you for the gifted sub to BLZRad.
Yeah.
Lizrad.
If no one does claim it, I've got several nephews who would love. I'd love to get in game.
Two streamers that would know a copy of the game. Oh, that's what we need. More competition. No, just there you go. Bladesmith, I know someone who wants to go bald. Right, well, cool. Yeah, how do we want to do this? Do we want to get him on Discord, or do we just want to give it to someone? Do we trust them blindly? I think, yeah. Let us know, Shadow Girl. You're first in there, so reach out to Algared or myself on Discord. I know you've got one of us on Discord, so just reach out. And if they're around, that'd be great. But yeah, cool. Next question, Algared, or
Francois Daniel.
Got him. We got another one.
Another one. Yeah.
Another one.
It's a meme, Algared.
Oh, okay. Here I come.
I'm not gonna lie, Expat. I've got the Jaws theme tune playing on low in my headset for every time that your character smiles. So many teeth.
Yeah.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da da.
Here comes another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
Don't worry, guys. I don't.
That's it. I'm out.
Hard.
So Francois Daniels says, do you agree that in the future, not only should your ship not despawn on bed logging, but neither should your body, so you can't reuse beds, and if you you can be killed offline? In other words, do you think it should go arc survival? And if I go that line, should you die if you don't come back in time? Because you stunned.
I think it's got a lot to do with the kind of persistent stuff. And the original plan is when you log off on your ship after a certain amount of time, if there's nobody around, your ship will then despawn.
Yep.
That's so if you were in a fight and you log out and someone kind of, you're in that scan range or whatever, or they've detected it, it'll stay. But if after like say an hour or whatever, if no one's been around, we don't know what that time is yet. They haven't kind of elaborated on that, but that is the eventual plan. Because of system resources, it'll despawn. It's just assumed that no one would have seen you on scanners. Gone.
And they originally talked about if you logged out in your ship but didn't have a bed, your ship would kind of automatically fly to the nearest station, and so you'd respawn there, and you could get intercepted. Whether they continue with those plans,
that's absolutely correct.
Things have changed. The game has changed in terms of maps and everything else. So, yeah.
I used to play Rust for a long time, and there was no protection. You hired protection. You had a house, you built it right. You hid your stuff in the right way, but it's people won't like that.
Yeah,
it's a step towards hardcore gameplay and a time commitment that is it's prohibitive to a lot of people. I remember playing even things like DayZ back when it was an Arma 2 mod, and we get messages because our bases were being raided while we were offline, and you get a text message at 3 o'clock in the morning. You got to get online. You got to come defend your base at 3 o'clock in the morning. Young, dumb, and full of but we did it. But it's prohibitive, so hopefully not. We have a second candidate in chat. Almond Butter says he's been trying to get his dad. Sorry, Almond, I'm assuming, but I'm going to go on the balance of probability. Trying to get his dad over from Eve. So if the first ones don't plan out, you've got another option there.
That's a good one. Maybe we can pick 3 and we'll do it, or 4 and we'll do a vote and let chat decide. I got no problem with that if you guys are up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so North End Trooper says, question for Expat. What ship has the best character for cinematography that you've come across?
Oh, to be honest, the Carrack, like as a lot of people don't like the look of the Carrack, right? But there's something epic about it when it's flying over like Microtech and stuff like that. Like it's the scale of it and stuff like that looks really, really cool. Whereas the 890 doesn't look as good on camera. But to be honest, the ship I keep going back to, that just always just looks really, really cool is the Connie. The Connie there's something about the dimensions of that ship based on the camera technology that they've built into the game. And it's maybe because it's one of the original ships and maybe they designed the cameras around, that scale of ship. But it always looks really cool on camera. So I'd say the Connie.
I think we've got another contender there from Matt P as well. So yeah. All right. So we've probably got 3 votes there. So we got Matt P. Who was the other person? Did you get their name? Judges?
Yeah, it was Almond Butter.
Almond Butter and Shadow Girl. So I'll do a poll. And we'll see what the community says.
Oh, Tana also looks good. Yeah, Tana looks great.
Yeah. I've got to say, I think... What have you seen? Have you been flying around the Reclaimer much when that thing lands and that sort of stuff?
The Reclaimer is cool, but it's based on the distance you can get the camera and the drop off of the culling and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
the culling on the so like there's different things like the shadow technology and stuff where the culling of the shadows causes like shadow problems on like the 600i. There's other ships. I feel like the Connie seems to survive a lot more of the kind of culling and the glitchiness and everything like that. I don't know if it's just how they made the LODs for the Connie, but yeah, it just seems to always it's very rare that you get like a bad angle of the Connie because it's so uniformly like it's symmetrical, you know what I mean? So like you can pan the camera around it and everything. The 600i get all weird artifacts. Some of the ship cockpits are just not good to go inside and get good angles. You know what looks really, really cool, and I was really surprised by it. The Mustang. Like if you like watching yourself fly around in a ship, the Mustang is great and the Tana is great. If you just want to have some cameras like looking at yourself as you pilot around, those are great ships.
Do you have the Mustang Valkyrie, the orange Mustang?
No, that's
yes, the Mustang. I actually picked up one of those, the CitizenCon 2948 or 49.
Yeah, the orange one, whichever one it was.
Yeah.
She was also looking. She was
also
looking at Amiga too when I was telling her about that as well. So.
Oh, the Amiga.
Yeah, but that's maybe a down the road thing. I'm not like super hot on it. It's nice, but like
you'd have to change.
I don't look at the Mustang Omega and go like, wow. Personally,
you'd have to change your wardrobe for it. You know, that's.
I know, right? And we all know. You know, we all know. It's like you gotta look good and fly good and
gotta look the part.
Yeah.
At 6:43, this is telling you how far we are behind in our questions. Drop Yoga came into chat right at the time we were talking about Drop Yoga and said, "What have I ever done to you?"
Right, so I've just put a.
Oh, you messed up.
Hang on. I've just put the poll up for the starter. So just please read that, guys, and that's who we're going to give the pack to. So yeah, sorry, go ahead, Brat. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's all good. Yeah, guys, make sure to vote on the poll. No pressure, but whoever you don't pick is going to be extremely sad and disappointed by your decision. Just letting you know.
Well, right in the feels. Right, what was the question, Algared? You might have to re-ask it.
Oh, it was Drop Yogurt coming in saying, "What did I ever do to you?"
Oh yeah, you weren't there. All right. Next question then, Algared.
Yep. So the quick answer to that is it was just an example used of dropping a yogurt in a Corsair.
In an overcomplicated seat mechanism that they clearly would not have the ability to create, or you would just completely screw up your entire ship based on a pot of yogurt and a spoon.
Yep. And it was just humorous at the time. Lost in Walmart. Do you think, with his last chance before Flyable for the Hull C, we will be getting a 319 with some cargo missions?
I think they've left a really wide window, as I said in the episode, and I said to Algared when he first talked about it. Clearly not coming in Invictus, so the window is all the way to AIE. Who knows?
Could they
look what happened to 318?
Yes.
Best laid plans, 318.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could they release it earlier? Yes. Are they where do we think they're it being planned for? IAE, I guess.
Hey, pirates! How'd you like those exterior cargo spindles? Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do we expect cargo refactor to be in and functioning when it comes in? Yes. So I think that answered that question. Okay, we're finally into the next hour, 7:15.
It's now 9, so we're 2 hours behind in questions. Sorry, guys.
Yep. So we've got to try and pick it up. So short answer questions from now on. It's going to be tough. MPCDN question. Expat Brat. Have you been to the Snow Hill in the mall?
Have I been where?
Have you been to the Snow Hill in the mall? I'm assuming they're possibly talking about Bahrain, maybe. I don't know. I'm seeing.
Isn't there a Snow Hill thing in Microtech?
The indoor ski slope.
Yeah.
The indoor ski
slope? In Dubai, there's an indoor ski slope.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been in there a few times, and they've got penguins. Woo!
Oh, there you go. Fairy penguins or big penguins?
Small penguins, and I fell on my ass. And yes, they do look like the Titan.
There you go. So do they look like Pico, the penguins?
You know, I would actually, you know, if I could get my hands on one of those Pico plushies, I would, and I would bring it there, and I would put it with the penguins, and I would take a picture. But who keeps buying all this merch, guys? They always have it advertised as like, you know, on the store, like, you know, oh, buy this merch, buy this merch, buy this merch. You click on every single thing, and it's like, you know, sold,
The
out of
last
out of
time I
stock,
saw
out of
the
stock, out of
Pico
stock.
stuff, it was pre-order. So
Yeah, I don't know.
Pico
They
is
just
back, but I
tease us
thought
with
was
it.
pre-order.
Oh, I don't know. I
Except
don't know
I've got
how
a
it
green
works.
screen on, so he looks very depressed.
I can't find my Pico at the moment.
I got the other guy here too. This is the one that no one ever has, right? They don't have Finley. I've got him here.
I just pulled out Finley. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Finley.
Yeah. I prefer Finley. He's a lot more cuddly. It's got too much plastic and shit on it. This is,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know.
Pico's
look at
around somewhere. I can't
him.
remember where I put him.
Yeah.
So that answers your question.
Also goes with Algared because he's kind of like a beluga whale, you know. So, yeah.
But then there's other merch. Ugh.
Oh, he's gonna
Oh,
get
makes
it.
more
Here we
wealthy.
go. Look at this. Here we go. Here we go.
There's old man Hurston for you. See, portrait of old man Hurston.
Yeah.
Looks nothing like me.
Yeah. He's also got the what's the? You got the cups too, don't you, Algared? The
I do have the cups. I do have the cups.
Look at all these guys flexing, guys. Look at all these flexers here.
Look,
Yeah.
I know.
Well, you
There
ask
we go.
which type of idiots buy this stuff. Well,
There you go.
Wow, damn it.
oh yep. Yeah, you got that one too.
Wait, Algared.
Algared,
you should
I've got that image reproduced and then just stuck to my ceiling.
have- Do you have?
What, an image of me? Hey?
An image of old man Algared.
I know what extra it's pulling out now. Yep, I knew it.
Because this is rare as hen's teeth. These are the.
black-
These are
a
like.
black-
You've got this one though, one like this though, don't you, Algared? But you don't have
got
this
both.
one. You got both as well. Good, good,
I got the
good.
black one.
Yeah, these are rare, like really rare. And if we ever end up going to like a Citizen Con or whatever, and I get nothing for this, I'm going to be livid.
They give you. They're the ones that grant you early
Look
access.
at these entitled guys,
Yeah.
huh? Entitlement.
So
No, no.
Right here.
So these cards were sold back in the day, and they said this will give you access to rare shit at events. Now, being in Australia, we've never been to an event because we just
No,
Yeah.
that's not quite true. In 2014 at PAX, we had 2 lines to enter the venue.
Oh, did we?
Yep, one line was for those with concierge, and the other line was for everyone else.
Oh,
If I come
That
to visit,
explains
you
why I
better
got in
hide
early
that
then,
really well.
version.
And
wow,
I know
so
that
this
because
even
I was
like
one
a
of the people
physical
running the line.
deviation.
So,
Oh, man,
So-
can you imagine being in the non-concierge line right there? You know,
Well,
you're not wearing
now,
your top
'cause
hat
the
or your
cards
monocle.
Well,
Like a
actually,
peasant.
Because the cards are rarer now. Like, yeah.
both lines went around the building about the same distance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So, and
Chris
yeah.
Roberts standing there looking at the line from high above. Mwah, mwah, my
No,
vision.
no, he
This is
wasn't.
my vision.
I know he wasn't.
Spend
He-
money, minions.
He at that event he was actually trying to work out the stage play of what they were going to do.
You need to do like an advertisement for a stage play that's called like the Puppet Master or something like that, and that'd be really
Yep.
funny.
We were gonna
Just do
try
like
We
this.
are just
And there's all these
we
little-
are just Thunderbirds
And,
puppets.
and you could have all little content creators as puppets or something like that. It'd be really funny, like just like a movie
I just
poster.
think it'd be hilarious if
Yeah.
if Chris Roberts could take control of your character at any time.
Mm.
Just start slapping you
Yep.
in your own face. Hey guys, it's my
So we
vision.
were going
This
to
is
try
my
and do
vision.
quick questions.
What?
So I helped to derail us there. I apologize.
Algared gets very annoyed if we don't get through all the questions. So he prefers
No,
we get
that's-
through all the
that's-
questions.
I prefer we get
Fair.
through as many as we can.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
So North had a question, kind of, sort of. They said, guess a question that won't get answered until the game is out. But what it takes for the transition between stages of a derelict? Is it time? Is it vandals? I know in answer to that, one of the things Chris talked about early on with settlements, and this is one of the things that has me most excited, is if a settlement was going well, we'd see less graffiti and crap. If a settlement was going poorly, there'd be lots of it, and so you'd actually see how well a settlement was going. I would hope derelicts would be the same. When it's first there and it's burning and it's fresh and it's got power, that means the components might be there and be salvageable and retrievable. As it goes on, and they won't be. So I imagine the first stage we'd see our salvages come in. As time goes on, it goes down. The question I've got about the settlements around those wrecks is, once everything's gone, why is the settlement still there?
Maybe they just ended up growing up there and living there, but you do bring up a good point.
So if there's no transport coming in, or so if there's no support for that settlement, once all the resources are gone, what's the point of that settlement? People would leave. But
Almond Butter, can you reach out to one of us and we'll get in contact with you? So Discord is our preferred contact method, Almond. So if you're, are you
so is it why?
Sorry, hang on. Almond Butter, you're on Discord. Can you just let us know? Just at Inforunners in YouTube, because I can tell you're on YouTube. And let us know if you can contact.
So is it why people stick around in a location? Is the question, like, why are they still there if there's nothing there for them?
The question was, what's the transition time going to be between those wrecks? So you've got the freshly crashed ones, then you've got them going down. How's it going to transition? Like, if you've got a freshly crashed wreck on Daymar, you've crashed your ship, or there's one that they put there. 6 months down the track, is that going to be still a freshly crashed wreck, or is it going to have transitioned into down the track to one of the others?
Oh, well, I guess we don't know yet if player ships do that. Yeah, that would be.
But even if they plant one,
yeah,
like even if it's a freshly planted asset that CIG.
Oh yeah, and does it ever reset?
How long is it going to take for it to become further derelict or dust, or to have a settlement pop up around it? And they're the questions. I think you're right. We won't know till it's in game, but they'd be cool things to see, I think.
I wonder if they're randomly generated over time, and just, as one phases out, another one, is dropped somewhere else, and that would certainly make the scanning gameplay and things like that much more interesting. The fact that maps would need to be updated.
It would also work for salvage. So as it disappears, a new one appears, and then it's a salvage site. And
I think what you've kind of hit on there, Brat, is why the map system is taking so long. They want it to be updatable and dynamic, and they just want to be able to build the worlds, and the maps are made by the system.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When they showed off the at CitizenCon, when they showed off the players' ability to make maps on the fly, like through scanning, so you scanned an area and then it made a mini map, and the technology behind that. That's quite exciting for like planetary stuff and scanning and things like that. And like you said, the data running and the data mining and stuff like that. I think it would be quite interesting to have dynamic missions that would pop up in a mobiGlas based on the fact that a certain area hasn't been investigated in a long time, hasn't been scanned, and there you go. Please go over and scan that area to make sure that all our information is accurate, and whatever ships in the recent time that may have crashed there or had fights there, or FPS missions, or org events or whatever that have left a bunch of derelict wrecks, all that can now be updated for that zone.
SA does bring up a good point about settlements. He says, what if the settlements use the components from the ships and you could steal them?
Yeah,
that's why they could continue to be there, because that's actually a good gameplay reason if you think about it.
It was one of the things they even said as they were talking, that people are, using the bits of the ships to build their settlements, build their habitats. So how are they powering their stove? If they're not using the wood, are they using
I always come back to when we first talked about, like, are you going to be able to go in and salvage these older wrecks? Like, and if you salvage them, do they just disappear?
Yeah.
How dynamic is this universe?
And that's probably the big question we don't know the answer to. I'm going to move on. Unless
you're talking about crafting and everything, yeah.
I'll move on to the next question, unless someone has a dying issue to chuck into there. Right, Stefan's
speaking of dying.
Stefan's Yelly says, if they add radiation poisoning, and it adds a system to death of does it add a system to death of a spaceman? Does it make death of a spaceman faster? So the question was a bit awkward to verbalize. So if I add death of a spaceman, how do we think it's going to impact death of a... Sorry, if I add
it'll be just
radiation
like any
poisoning,
it'll be
how's
just
it going
like
to impact?
It'll be just like any other condition. You know,
Yep.
you might die of a rare disease, but then you're brought back. It's the same thing. You get X number of deaths, so it's
Yep.
just another condition. Nothing.
It's
It
just
doesn't
another
change
death.
it. Doesn't change it at all.
Just adds to the count.
Just another way you can die.
Oh joy. Hawkeye has a question. The new master mode is nothing but one circle fight. So the new master mode is nothing but one circle fight. Jousting is just slow down. Look at CitizenCon Need for Speed at 633. This will not turn out the way they want. Your thoughts?
You're also not seeing armor in game. You're not seeing, you know, lasers, ballistics, all those things working together. You got to look at multi-crew. There is a lot of moving parts that they have in the background that they're playing with that we don't see.
Yep.
And I think armor is really big. That's the thing I learned about doing that episode of Space Tech. Like, armor is huge. And I don't know why. Well, I can't figure out why they've not put it in game yet, but it's a big part of like a big piece of the puzzle that we're missing.
Yep. The next question, Stefan Zayeti says, I'm horribly debating between the Orion and the Odyssey. Either one would be my biggest ship, which I would own. So I think the question is, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
If you want to be the mining magnate who's going there and doing the mining and ripping out the asteroids and doing the asteroid thing, then Orion is.
It comes down to mining or scanning at the end of the day.
If you want to do the survey work
Mm.
for the mining company, then that's going to be the Odyssey for you. And I think that's the big difference.
Yeah.
So the Odyssey, you know, if you were thinking the mining, you'd have your prospector in your hull.
Mm.
You'd scan, you'd take your prospect and you'd do other searches around as well.
Do you know how I would test it, Algared? I would actually kind of go out with your friends in a mole or prospect or whatever.
Yep.
And what do you have more fun doing? Going out in the Terrapin and scanning and looking ahead and finding the rocks for them? Or do you have more fun actually mining the rocks? And that'll kind of give you a bit of a tip of the hat, I think. Or at least lean you in the direction.
And I think if you can do that just even without a Terrapin, you can do that just in your mole where you're the pilot. And use the pilot.
I've seen people do it in a prospector.
Yep.
So yeah, it is possible.
But if you're the guy in the pilot seat of a mole scanning, do you enjoy that and finding the bits and pieces, or do you enjoy being the person in the mining? And I think that you're probably right. That's probably the closest we'll get to those two different gameplay loops. But
at the moment, yeah.
At the moment.
Right, next question.
Sorry, can't give you any more than that. North has a question. He says, what will come first, Caterpillar rework and modules or Endeavour? I would say Caterpillar rework and modules because they've always said the Endeavour's the last ship.
The Endeavour just has more gameplay than anything else. So yeah, so adding to that what I said before, yeah, the Endeavour would be after the Caterpillar, 100%. That's the more complicated one I didn't think of, 100%.
Yep. Ultimate Virtue has a question. Will Algared fly a fully loaded Hull E someday? Probably not.
We have a friend though that would, wouldn't we?
We do.
Old Hazy boy.
Hayes intended to fly whole convoys of them, I think.
Yeah, he
Wow.
He had a lot.
Multiples of them. He wanted to do like these massive convoys that just all they do is go completely across the system and come back. And he was going to hire people to fly them. He had like massive dreams of what he's going to do. And if he pulls it all off, he's going to be a very rich man in this game.
Yeah. Indeed. But he's also mainly the person responsible for the Sawyer fighters.
We'll see.
And when you looked at it, you went,
yep.
Yeah, you're probably right. Did I listen to him? No, I've still got all my fighters. But
that's why we call you Crazy Al. All right, next question.
It is true. Ultimate Virtue has a question. Does Badgers use Badger repeaters?
I hope so.
Nod yes. Okay. Monster AV has a question. Do you think the Phoenix will get the extra point defense turret? And do you think it is outclassed by the 600? Yes and yes.
I think eventually it'll get a complete rework. It really and I mean that as the Constellation. Like yeah, we've it's like a dead horse at this point for us, but like that ship needs a massive overhaul. I even actually, when you and I were talking, Brad, didn't I? I actually said like a couple of the fixes for it. Do you remember? I know it was a very long. So what happened when me and Brad met was I do this thing where I just go out and look for creators on Twitch or YouTube or whatever. And a gentleman by the name of McGilly was streaming, and I just jumped in, and then Brat was McGilly was there, and Brat was just hanging out in the Discord, and then I joined the Discord, and then we started talking. This was at about 2 a.m. my time. I didn't get to bed until about 9 a.m. in the morning. And it was just, and we got handed on from
I worked
McGilly.
pretty hard, guys.
Yeah. We went from McGilly to Frozen, and then from Frozen to Angry PC Tech. And we just, apparently there's people just sitting there listening to me and Expat talk for 6 or 7 hours. It was kind of ridiculous. And then we casually had a talk the other day, and that went for about 3 or 4 hours as well, where it was just one-on-one. No audience, no nothing. And yeah, it was just really interesting conversation. And that's why I said, right, you got to come on. Yep.
But
Yeah.
but I do think the
there's so
Phoenix-
much to talk about with this game for sure.
Yeah, I do think the Phoenix is outclassed by the 600, and it should be. The 600 is twice the ship.
Yep.
It's a ship that's literally double the size. It's insane.
I think they need to be quite bold with the Phoenix, and they need to be able to. I think they need to be quite bold with the Connie series in general, and just say like, okay, this is the Phoenix, and this is the. They've already kind of done it with the exploration version, where like for the Phoenix, you've got the VIP entrance, whether that might be like a docking port or a special door at the side, or that you'd have to put steps onto, or it would have to be in a special hangar or something. They need to do a lot of stuff to that ship to make it fulfill its true purpose.
Well,
Generally, a lot of those ships that are older, like, and Algared, you'll talk to this, like every ship that's been around since Kickstarter has issues because the game has fundamentally changed. Sorry, Algared, go ahead.
Yeah.
I say, if you look at the original Phoenix we had in game, it was the luxury feel or the luxury materials were all through the whole ship from bow to stern. You had cubist art paintings hanging in between the beds or where the beds were.
That would be great.
But they did change that, and when they were looking at breaking the ship, they broke it into the parts, so head, neck, body, tail. And when they were doing the Phoenix, they just really worked on the body rather than any other part, and it became
To be honest, even if you're in a nice ship like a nice super yacht or something like that, the area where the crew sleeps and works and everything is also very nice, and is also an improvement. So you're talking about the difference between like the inside of a Valkyrie, for example, which is very militaristic, to the interior of like the I don't know, the 600i. Let's imagine that that's the difference between like the Connie Phoenix and the Connie Andromeda, for example. They should be different.
It's what you feel when you go into the 890. You go into the passenger area of the airline, everything's really awesome and over the top luxury. But you go into the passenger section, yes, there's a cut down in that, but it's still the nice material.
It's still nice.
It's still nice. Got that. That's the type of thing I think you're talking about there, and I agree. I'd love to see it be more uniform. Ultimate Virtue has a question. If someone owns 3 javelins, could they dock them in space and make a huge habitat?
We don't know anyone that has 3 javelins, do we?
No, we don't know anyone.
No one at all.
Possibly.
Don't tell anyone, guys.
Brat, do you know anyone here that would have 3 javelins?
Well, it sounds like something that Old Man Hurston might do, but I mean, I don't think he's even got the balls to pull that one off.
Yeah. So he actually forgot for a time that he had 3 javelins. It was like, oh yeah, I had a javelin under the bed.
I mean, they're easy to lose.
Yeah.
They're tiny.
Yeah.
It is true. It is true. I did forget that I had a 3rd javelin because it was in the pack.
Hey guys, where did I leave? Did I leave a javelin back? Oh, there. Oh, yeah, I did. Look over there. There's my other javelin.
But
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of finding javelins that I forgot about.
But in answer to the question, could you build a huge habitat using ships? Yes. In game, that's what
Spider
is. I was trying to remember the system, but I just couldn't remember the system it's in. But Spider is the Navy's old derelict graveyard, and they used to use all their ships. And as the Navy pulled back the maintenance crews, squatters moved in and they started jumping the old station bits and ships together to create a Spider, to create a network of Ships, it's kind of the it's kind of it's a mid-ground pirate system. So you've got Ira, which is kind of really bad. Then you've got Spider, and then you've got kind of
Algared, just in the background, that's the concept of Spider.
Yep.
From way back in the day.
It uses old station bits plus the other ships, and it's forever changing because the ships are moved or links are changed. So
yeah.
But it's populated by pirates or squatters. It's kind of like the next step up from
Ruin Station.
No, step down from Ruin Station in terms of the negativity of piracy. So Ruin Station is really bad. This is kind of that step up from. It's getting closer to that, but it's not as bad as Delamar. So Delamar is kind of the squatters who have got a little bit of piracy. This is piracy with squatters, and then the other one's even worse. So progression, as I understand.
Sounds like a fun place.
But yeah, and it's an empty system other than Spider. It's just so.
Levski's a good one. SA just brings that up in chat. So
that's the one, Levski, Ian Delamar. Yep. So that's the lower tier, and then you've got this, and then so it goes up into nastiness. I'll get rid of that one because we've done that. Ultimate Virtue has another question. If Algared was given a Cutty Steel, would he please keep it and not melt? If I was given a Cutty Steel, yes, I would keep it and not melt it. There you go. Yeah. Apollo News has a question. Around a year ago, you talked about the Anvil Crucible and what the cargo capacity of 230. If you take the measurements, it will not fit, especially around cargo bay, what they show. Yeah, look, we know it's going to grow. We know the ship has to grow.
One of the reasons we recommend it, isn't it, Algared? Because we know it's going to go up in value. Yeah.
We know it's going to go up in value. We know it's going to be a big ship. We know it's the repair ship that's touted to be able to do capital ships because that's what it was built as, a fleet of those repairing an Idris. We know it's got we know it's got drones. We know it's got arms. We know it's got storage. We know it's got a Scarab that can work as a garage separately. There are things they've said, but it's got. How it will end up being, we don't know. It's still at its concept price. So like the Endeavour, which is still at its concept price. We know they're going to grow. If you're interested in those types of gameplay, we say, either get it or lock it in with a CCU because the price is going to increase. Yeah. Patch 44. Or patch 40. Yeah, patch 44 says
Wait, patch.
Sorry?
Oh, I like patch. Patch is a cool game.
So patch 44 says, so what ships do you see as locked in as going up in value, e.g. what do you project the Hurricane or move to in the near future?
Yeah, so Algared and I did talk about this a little bit, didn't we?
We were talking about it a couple of days ago.
And I think the obvious place is at least equal to the Defender at 220. But you've got to, I think the price increases in line with the Scorpius. I think they are kind of like seeing people are going, well, the Hurricane's more popular. The Scorpius costs 250 and people are just going, well, it's cheaper. I'm going to buy the Hurricane because it's better and cheaper. I think the most it'll go to is equal to 250 because then it's equal to the Scorpius. And then people are going to go, oh, well, then I'll buy the Scorpius, I don't know, but to me, the Hurricane is still the better ship, even if they are the same price, because it's smaller. It promotes there's that psychological thing about the way that pilot works. You've been in the ship with me, Algared. You know what? I don't have to convince you now. I'm thinking about it, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like there's something about that Hurricane that just works so much better for team gameplay than the Scorpius. And when you and I were in the Scorpius, it was really evident. You felt like you were dragged along in the turret. Where when you're in the Scorpius, you feel in the Hurricane, you feel like you're front and center, and like you are that ship, and that pilot is working with you, and it's just this symbiotic thing, and it's so much cooler.
And I think the difference really comes. It's one of the things I said at the time. It's the fact that the pilot's got the same guns you have. The pilot's chasing the target, whereas in the Hurricane, because the pilot's only got smaller guns and you're the main firepower, they are actually working with you that there is more of a teamwork rather than, as you said, in the Scorpius, you feel like you're just being hauled around.
And the weird thing is, when they originally designed that Hurricane, they talked about it being the glass cannon, but someone will correct me if I'm wrong here, but the last I read, or what I remember, and I could be wrong, is the Scorpius has less armor. So it's even more of a glass cannon than the Hurricane. Again, you combine with that thing as it having a bigger footprint, the ability to have the wings shot off. I just keep, it was sold on the X-Wing of it, right? And I just keep coming back to the Hurricane because at the end of the day, you know, I'm not saying I'm the only one who has this ability, but I always look at function over form, which is the complete opposite of this lady over here. But I don't know. You tell me, Expat, Scorpius or Hurricane?
I picked up a Scorpius Best in Show at the recent
I rest my case.
IAE because I don't often fly with a turret gunner, and I still thought it was relatively viable for a lot of PvE stuff.
I would give you that.
If you were just a solo operator.
Yeah, okay.
It can be.
I can make an argument.
It can be difficult to be. It can be difficult to be my wingman because basically it ends up being. You know, I'm doing a lot of monologuing. I'm doing a lot of whatever. You know, and although we're going from mission to mission, and I am indeed playing the game. You know, the type of interaction we are going to have is going to be. You know, you got to be a certain type of. You know, individual necessarily. So I mean, it's not going to. You know, so most of the time I'm flying solo.
My experience is
the Scorpius looks cool, but it needs work.
My experience is I wouldn't be able to do that because whenever I start talking to, if I'm playing the game and I start talking to people in chat, I stop. It's why when we were doing live streams, I stopped streaming because I'd start answering questions and I'd stop and next to go, shoot a target. Oh, I was answering a question.
Well, I'm usually pretty good. People usually accuse me of not reading chat, but I do see every single thing that people chat. It's just that sometimes it's not necessarily, you know, something that I can really you know, emote at the time. But back to the Scorpius, it looks really cool. And it comes in orange and white, which is great for me. And yeah, like it needs more work though. It needs more work.
Yeah, I think
needs more MFDs.
I think the takeaway though, what you brought up there is the key point. If you are solo and you kind of just want to have a ship that can add a person to it, that's the Scorpius. But if you're going in with that teamwork in mind and you want the 2-player experience, that's the Hurricane. That's a really good point. I didn't actually think of that until you brought it up. What ship is better solo? Definitely the Scorpius is better.
Yeah.
But with the added, but if you've got 2 people from the get-go, the Hurricane, it's smaller. It packs more of a punch. Man. That when you go around in that, again, if you ever get the chance to fly both, it's very evident really quickly which is the better of the two. But yeah, all right. Next question.
I think we did talk about it.
Avenger did a video, by the way. Sorry. By all means. I was just going to quickly reference that if you want to see a side-by-side comparison, there's basically there are videos about it.
It's like there's 2 Algareds in the room. It's really weird. Yeah. Anyway,
that was rude.
Who to? Ooh, there gets rude.
Both of us. I was just looking at the original concept price of the Hurricane because my thought was that it was
180, wasn't it? 185.
I thought it was about 180. It was 176.
Jesus.
With Australian tax, so it was about 150. No, 160 or something like that.
Yeah, 160 it would have been because $16. Yeah.
I can tell you then that it is going up in price to 195.
It is 195 currently.
Okay, so that's what it originally 176. It's now 195. If it's going up in price, the Scorpius is 200, I think. So if it goes up by
250 currently, I think it is. Now it's released. And it went up about
240
$35. Yeah.
So 240. So if you go, so I think you're right. I don't think it's going to probably go closer to that price.
Yeah. My guess would be 220 to 240 in that bracket. Yeah.
If it wasn't flyable yet, I'd have said 10 to 15%, which would have taken it up to that price. But it's already flyable, so it's one of those horrible price increases.
Do you think it's worth them having you know how we've got all these like ships that we keep saying are better with a friend, better with a friend, better with a friend? Do you think it's worth them having a like a shared investment model, or like a way that you could share the cost of a ship with a friend?
So it's ironically you kind of bring that up because one of the things we know is, like, when I interviewed Chris back in the day, and I think I did kind of say this to you when we were having our first conversation, the original Aurora was planned to be its current value. He gave me the example of a Connie would be up to 5 times the value, and then a Javelin would be up to like an Idris would be up to 10 times the value. So if you take that into account when the game comes out and all the prices are going to go up, there's your answer. So it's not a shared model. It was the ability to buy a ship on your own that's able to be used with more people. So they've gone the other way, essentially, to answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think part of that is just because a shared model would be too difficult to work out. You got 2 friends who pool in on a ship and then one leaves. What do you?
Well, I was thinking like a rental. I'm thinking of this also for like the corporate side of things. So people who have corporations and they have corporate hangars. I feel like there should be a way in the website for people to be able to share the access to the ship.
If they brought out, say, something like a Kraken after game's release and it's an org-based ship, that would absolutely be a cool way to go. Like, all right, these guys are all in an org and they all want to put in X amount of dollars each and to buy that ship out of game. And I think that may be a thing that comes down the line. I think you're right. I think that could be a really cool feature. Yep. All right, next question, Algared.
Yep. I'm just checking. Okay, so what should do we? Oh, we answered that one. The locked in ones. Qualsar Prime says, thoughts on the Crucible. I don't hear too much about it, but I am interested in it for the time loops pair.
So I'm just going to reread that again, Algared, because you broke up a bit. So Qualsar Prime asks, thoughts on the Crucible, as I don't hear too much about it, but I am interested in that type of gameplay loop, which he says is repair. Algared, he clearly does not watch enough of our videos.
No. Go watch Ship Scrutiny for Crucible and Ship Scrutiny Part 2, because we forgot some bits.
Yeah.
Because that covers every bit of information we could find on the Crucible.
And it talks about those older videos Expat was talking about. It goes through, like, there is just some stuff that we forgot about. That's why we did a second episode on it, because we went back and watched the videos after we'd done the video and went, shit, we missed a heap here. Need to do it again. You know.
We found one of. We'd been looking for one of the videos. We'd found most of them. We couldn't find one, and then we found that second one later, and we went, holy crap.
Yeah, that's what it was. And it was, the second one had all this shit that we'd missed, and we're like, oh crap, we're gonna have to do another one. And it's the same thing with the Caterpillar. There were 3 videos for that Caterpillar as well. So, you know, you've obviously gone back and watched those older videos, Expat, but we did the same thing, and we actually turned them into episodes where they were all compiled. So yeah.
But we've. If you're after a repair ship, the Crucible is the best ship we've got. It is multi-crew, but it can do the whole lot. It's got the drones, it's got the arms, it's got the garage, it's got storage. There was a version that did have tractor beams, so if you didn't have the Scarab attached, you could do that.
It still has the tractor beam to pick up the Scarab too, though. So yeah.
So
it's like an SRV as well. It can tow things as well. So yeah.
But the original version would have had the heavier, chunkier tractor beams like the SRV has. But,
so the other thing is you're really going to get it at a cheaper price too, because it's obviously going to grow. Like, not just grow, it's going to go up again in price when it goes on release. So that thing could go up quite. Your guess is as good as mine, as we've seen with the Banner Merch, man. It's really hard to guess how things are going to go up in price. But I would say at least $100, maybe $50 for the grow and $50 for the release. But I don't know, Algared, if you had to guess,
look,
and it is only a guess.
It is a guess. $455 at most. I don't know. If you look at every other ship that's been around $350 or $250.
Yeah,
they've gone up.
Yeah.
Reclaimer, Hull C, Banner Merchantman.
I still think we're in for a grow on the Reclaimer again, by the way.
Yeah. So Badgers looks like he was going to either cry or say something. Were you going to add anything, Badgers, or?
No, fuck no.
All right, moving on. Patch 44 says, question Expat, what is your answer to the question you asked? Well, I think that was a question about what are we owed. Which
Yeah.
one is it?
Yeah.
Yes, because I asked that and then I saw that in chat. So, yeah. Covered.
Don't worry about the
Tick.
question. It's just been answered. Matt P. Vadges, asking the real questions. Thank you.
That's going to stick now.
welcome.
It's not badges, it's badges. You know what I mean?
Vadges, asking the real questions. Yeah.
Value added gameplay badges. Yep.
North, I logged about 400 hours with about $100 spent. I feel I got my money's worth.
Yeah.
How much money is spent
Wait.
where you stop getting your money's worth?
Yeah, I think that's a really good
And you
answer. Yeah, like I've definitely got my money's worth out of this game just from all the people I've met and 10 years of stuff, like easily got it. Like so it's
Yep.
value is what you assign to it. I think that's kind of to answer your question, how I'd answer it, Expat Brat. Is it what did I get out of it? And if you just put in $1,000 and sat there for 10 years and did nothing, obviously you've got nothing out of it. But
Yeah.
But if you get the
Personal preference.
gameplay and the relationships, and then it may be a totally different kettle of fish. Someone who spent as much as me might say no, they've not got their money back. Someone who spent more than me may say yes, they have, because of the different levels. So it's apples and oranges. There's no real answer. No real easy answer.
Everybody's into their own thing, I guess. But I feel like if you're not getting involved right now, in especially in 318, when 318 comes out, if you're not getting involved right now, and you have some loanerships or whatever, maybe your ship hasn't been released yet. You jump in and get something out of it. Like I said, this might not be the game that you always hoped for, but right now I think it's the most fun experience you could have. The fact that new stuff gets released. And it's like, wow, you don't know how good something is until you realize what it's like not to have it. I mean, I had a whole stream where almost the entire stream was referencing the shift click guy. Every time I hit the shift click, I'm like, let's hear it for the shift click guy. Little details like that is amazing, and I haven't even been playing that long enough for it to be like a really big deal.
Yeah, just on your point there where you're talking about like playing and stuff, I think for me where it's going to really kick off, I've always wanted that group gameplay and stuff like that, and I think I can now see where it's going to kick off for me, and that's when munching drops, because the gameplay I've seen on the Reclaimer is just the next step above the mole, but it's just missing that extra little ingredient, and when munching comes in, I think that will just push it over the top, and then every that's some space to. What are you doing?
I'm munching.
Yeah. Oh, right. Click. Right. I'm like, what the hell is she doing? The teeth freaking me out. Just totally made me lose my train of thought. But yeah, the jaws noise. But long story short, Space Tomato talks about it too. He reckons this year will be the year of multi-crew gameplay, and I so hope he is correct. I'm not saying he is correct, but I hope he is, because I've been waiting. Look, I remember doing an episode back on Star Signal in 2014 going, I just want more gameplay. It's in 2014. We are now 8 years later, and now we're possibly at that point of getting that stuff. So
Yeah, you tell him off, Expat. You tell him off.
Yeah.
I saw you looking down, being shocked at him.
I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna get you.
But I think even if you look at 318, even if you only look at what we've got with Reclaimer, we've got the multi-crew gameplay that has been wanted. But you need both different people doing those different jobs to actually make salvage on the Reclaimer work. And it's only going to get better, as you said, with the munching. And that gives us a hint of what is coming for multi-crew gameplay. So we've already got it, or shortly going to have it, and it's only going to get better. So yeah,
I expect to see a Jaws emote on your stream really soon, Expat. As well as an Expat Rat. I want to see that as well.
Expat Rat, yeah.
When we were making the thumbnail last night, I put her head in front of the bee at one point, and she goes, "Yeah, can you make it so it's not an Expat Rat?" And so that kind of stuck in my
Expat
head.
Rat might not quite go down well, but I mean, now we know what people are going to call me on Reddit.
Yes.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd have been doing our gangster impersonation. You dirty rat.
You dirty little stinking rat, you.
You killed my brother.
I think I'll
Prepare
just
to
call.
die.
I think I'll just call you Splinter. Anyway.
Yeah.
Right,
Listen,
SA.
You're
that's a
welcome, by the way. All those guys that are looking forward to the railing, you are welcome. It was me. Wasn't anyone? No, it was me.
Right. SA
All that-
asks, question based on the complexity of Lawville, should CIG reduce the size of ArcCorp to around a moon or smaller? A, it's just too large, and B, is currently size it would take years to build. No, the tools. You're forgetting the tools, man. That they have tools that can make shapes and all that type of stuff. They will all plan for this. The reason they picked Stanton was it offered more tools than anywhere else, right? That like the things they had to build. The only thing that's not in Stanton is lava and magma and stuff like that, and apparently that's all in Pyro. Not that we've seen it, but
and a jungle biome. But we see a jungle biome in Osso where the Ausonians come from. They're the mob that do their color pigment skin change.
What system is that in?
Osso.
No, but what would come? Surely there'd be one coming before that in the line of 5, yeah. Like, well, you've got Earth and you've got Terra. I'm assuming there's jungles there.
There's
but yeah.
probably somewhere with that, but also is the key one that's under, the Fair Chance Act that's got
You've got the water worlds as well. That's another whole tech. So the point is they picked Stanton because they knew they could get the most tech out of it, right? And the city system will be used on every planet. Think about it. They'll use it on Earth. They'll use it on Terra. They'll probably modify the tech so it even works on Zion worlds and Banu worlds and Vandal worlds and all that. So again, they're always looking for ways they can multiply tech, right? And it's really obvious once you work it all through. And they'll have ways that they can put shapes into the cities and stuff like that. And again, you're seeing a bearing of fruit, as I keep saying, with what Lawville's got. I think ArcCorp is the next step above that. And if they get that image, remember when they had they flew up to that station above Algared and they turned around and showed us ArcCorp, and it was just like, holy shit, that's Coruscant. If they pull that off, holy shit, is it gonna, like, if you can literally just pick anywhere and fly there.
I do know with ArcCorp. I do know with ArcCorp they have talked about having oceans to help reduce it, because it didn't make sense to have it just over the whole city, over the whole planet. So,
but if it is really that whole city with the that is the ultimate dream, is it not? This planet that's all city and oceans, like that, just another level.
But that is the goal, to have that.
Yeah.
But even if you've got the whole city, it doesn't mean you have to have the whole city or everywhere in that space having those buildings that you can get into. You'll have regions where you'd have that all over the place, but doesn't mean you have to have everywhere. So, does it need to be smaller? No, I think it works. If you put in oceans, if you've got a third of the world in oceans, that's.
And it is one of the few worlds in the entire game that is just meant to be all city. And you put that all together, it is going to be a unique place, right?
Will it be a lag heaven? Yes.
No, not if it's done right with LODs and stuff. They can pull that off.
Have you guys ever played Ready or Not, the SWAT game?
I haven't played it, but I know of it. Yes.
What would be pretty great is if actual buildings, whether it be like maybe 2 or 3 floors, but like you like it's already like the building transforms, like. On the outside, it looks normal, but there's like a door or like an elevator that then becomes accessible, and you land on the roof, and you go down to it's a bit like Lorville, I guess. Orison, Siege of Orison, a bit how they've done it, right? But it's basically like these buildings that can kind of dynamically transform into FPS missions, but are not FPS missions all the time. But the building itself can just suddenly kind of change into that.
You're talking about spawning,
or activate
spawning interiors. Yeah.
Spawning interiors.
Procedurally generated interiors, and that is kind of what's coming. Yep.
And that's clearly what they were hinting at with Lawville. Hence why I said Paul's going to love this.
All right, Algared.
Those landing pads on roofs are one of the things that are going to help that. You bring your ship, you do your put down the rebellion or kidnap your Hurston you're trying to get, whatever the mission is. But Yeah, I can
Right.
see
Yeah.
that being.
Why does it not surprise me that old man Algared's first answer is put down the rebellion? Jesus.
Rebel scum.
Oh dear.
Right. Liberal
If
science
they didn't
asks.
read their contract,
Liberal
that's all
science.
I'll say.
Liberal science asks question. What is your opinion of the Cathach as an antagonist due to the Zion? I'll let you answer that, Algared, because you're the law guy here.
The Kafak, it's actually become a theory that that the Kafak are kind of they are the key enemy of Vigian. It is. I think I'm leaning towards the view, and it's a view you've put forward that they are probably an AI because they're soulless and they're the key enemy in the Soul War.
Yeah, that's what was it called? The soul, the Spirit Wars is what it's called. The Spirit Wars.
Yep,
Yeah.
the Spirit
Yeah.
Wars. So
and
you've
that
got
when I thought it through, I went, well, if they've got no spirit, then they're a machine. That's how I got there.
which then raises the question about what do they think about
Hey,
humanity's push for AI, and especially Leilani Addison's push for AI because she's their political plant. They're in the hip pocket person. But yeah, I think that's all we can really say about the fact we don't really know much more about them, and even what I've said there is guesswork. Earth tried to get people across the Xi'an space to encounter the Kafak and have first contact, and the Xi'an stopped them. So they don't want us knowing them. The only other thing from conversations that I had with Erin back in 2014 when we were talking,
First time chatter in Twitch called Vic Van Dool goes, maybe they're gingers.
maybe.
Oh, come on, man.
So harsh. Wait, you're ginger, aren't you? Expat, I think you're ginger.
The cutest little boy my brother's son is. So, but yeah, I can see him turning into an alien menace.
Especially with you around to train him.
Oh yeah. He's a Fortnite legend. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. But I think with the Kafak, they could be. So, but we don't really know too much.
Who are the Kilrathi? Like, let's just get it out in the open. Who's going to be the Kilrathi?
I think
Star Citizen.
I think that could be.
Do you think they're gonna show up?
I think they could eventually. The other thing that was really interesting, Ara and I did talk about this, is doesn't the thing from EA expire soon, or it has? Their rights to Wing Commander. So if he wanted to recollect them, he could. If he's got an option to buy them back from EA or something.
If you look at the really early stuff they were doing on the Van Duel, the Van Duel were going to be kind of a cat-like people. So they were going to be kind of a Kilrathi of the new Empire. So I know they've morphed away from that significantly, but that was one of the designs. They were looking at how you'd get a cat-like movement and with the way they worked or walked. But I think the Van Duel were kind of the Kilrathi of Star Citizen.
Nice.
So I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. Next question.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
You read it. Go. Almond Butter.
Go for it. Almond Butter says, "What is 6 months insurance? What will you lose after 6 months?" No insurance is taking into account at the moment.
You just have to pay for the insurance in game with in-game credits then. So really LTI is just this comfort thing where I've spent money on a ship. I just will never, if I just happen to forget the insurance, I just won't lose that ship. Right? And they've now come out and kind of said years later, if you have 6 months insurance, that'll kind of like act like LTI for the first 6 months. If you've spent money on a ship, Chris literally came out and said you will not lose the ship. It'll just maybe they'll have like an extended period where you just got to wait longer. So like, I'll give a rough example. So if you've got to wait 1 week for a ship to come back, if you don't have insurance, you might have to wait 2 weeks. Just giving a rough example.
You'll never lose the ability to get that ship back.
Yeah.
In game.
It'll probably just take longer, more than likely. Yeah.
So wreck ship in the hangar type thing, but So,
Cool.
but it's just the same. It's just ship hull insurance. That's
Yeah.
and it's just how long that hull insurance is before you have to buy or do upkeep. And it's supposed to be a dirt cheap thing to do. A mission will give you a month's insurance.
I'm gonna Badges. This next question's for you because I think if me and Algared have to answer this, we're gonna lose our minds. Can you see the questions in Discord, Brat, or not?
I can't see.
Brat, can you see them?
No. I'm too busy staring at myself.
Oh, okay, great. All right.
As usual.
Sargon asks, selfish question: can we get a smaller version of the Ion? Quick, agile ship with one big gun. What's your answer to that one, Badges?
Why smaller?
And what size would the gun be? Would it just be like a size 5?
The Ion is the small, agile, big gun fighter. I don't understand why it would need to get smaller.
My question was, God, no.
Yeah.
That's my answer.
Yeah, it's already got too many issues as it is.
My answer is relating to the Wing Commander movie. If you look at the ship they were flying, if somebody could remind me the name, it was basically one big minigun.
The really big one, the Tiger Claw.
No, the small one, the small ships. If you go back and watch, it was just basically one big minigun at the front of the ship, if I remember correctly. A fighter that was
Waffle Insanity.
A fighter that had just a size 5, and you're just riding on a big size 5. Okay.
Waffle Insanity in chat does bring up a good point. The Buccaneer. That would be the closest thing to already having that because it's got that big gun on it. That is originally what that was concepted as. No, you're right, Waffle. Good call. We've got a super chat there from Jake Raven who says Anvil makes the best ships. Thanks. No, I like Anvil as a manufacturer, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Anvil make the best ships? Expat?
Yep.
Anvil make the Carrack. They make the Valkyrie. They make the Arrow. I mean, they certainly do make ships that are popular. Pretty neutral ships, all in all. I don't think there's a lot of Anvil ships that are too controversial. I mean, maybe that bomber that isn't a bomber yet, or the torpedo thing that isn't a torpedo. I don't know. What is that one? The not the Gladius, the Gladiator? Yeah, I mean that's and the Hawk. The Hawk is a bit of a like, what the hell were you thinking there, buddy? By the way, the Hawk is probably one of the best and probably one of the cheaper ways to transport a friend in the verse, right? That little prisoner, put him in your prison pocket at the back and take him for a ride.
I think it's your kink ship, just be honest. Badges, what's your thoughts on Anvil, Badges? Being a military guy, that'd have to be way up there for you, surely.
Yeah, I've got to say RSI at the moment are putting out the ships that I like the most, but I can select ships across all of them. I mean, I like the Caterpillar from Drake. I'm struggling with Origin. 400i. I like the 400i.
You got to have something that you like to blow up at, Badges. Come on, what's the one that's going to blow up the prettiest?
Whatever ship you're in.
Oh, fighting words. Okay, guys, you know who to shoot in the verse now.
That's all good.
Him.
Yeah. I'm pretty like it already happens in game. I go in game and people come after me. Like that's actually killing. That happens all the time. So yeah, I'm kind of getting used to it. So yeah. All right.
Yeah, in terms of the ships, they do make good ships, but I think the best fighter in game that I for me was actually the Buccaneer. When I was flying the different fighters in Arena Commander, it was the one that felt like a fighter. It felt speedy. It felt like it had the staying power. When it got hit, it just fell apart.
All right, next question from King DDD is: will NPCs be paid by the time in game or when you are offline? Don't know at the moment.
Don't know.
I think
I think going by a rental model would be pretty smart.
You'll probably pay them on a per mission basis. So like you will get this percentage of this mission. Or, much like you play a human player, I think they want to try and make it so it's the same, and they don't want to give you a distinct advantage by taking NPCs. I think you'll find that they'll try to make it as even as possible. Yeah.
And I think that seems
logical to me.
Logical.
Waffle Insanity asks, question, do you think the devs have forgotten the Caterpillar, or are they planning some kind of secret rework? There are doors that don't even open on that ship at this point. What do you think? I think we kind of answered this before, but
I think
everything's getting a rework.
yeah, everything. And one thing we alluded to before is that ship is rather complicated, so it's probably one of the last ships from modules that are going to get it work because of, as you said,
the complexity.
the doors and the door elevators, and it's actually got two types of modules. It's got the nose and the actual modules, so it just makes it a much complicated ship. And like the older ships, they all need kind of extra love. Go ahead.
Can I say something controversial? Maybe I'll get booted offline again, guys.
But everything that comes out of your mouth is controversial, so go ahead.
Do you think that basically the Caterpillar is currently on hold until they can figure out their financial model for the modularity?
No, I don't think
in turn, I don't think sell certain ships before they let you know that, oh, by the way, the Caterpillar does all of these things but better. And you can make a ship that does all that but better, or you can make, if a certain combination of the Caterpillar will make this other ship obsolete.
That's a part of it. The other thing they learned with the Retaliator when selling the Retaliator modules was it stopped people buying other ships, because it's like, well, why would I buy, if I've got a Retaliator that can be a cargo ship and a torpedo bomber? Why would I buy a cargo ship? And it's the same thing. Like if they came out and said the Caterpillar has medical modules, why would anyone have brought an Apollo? So now you've seen the medical module for the Galaxy come out after the Apollo. It makes so much more sense, right? And I think eventually when the Caterpillar comes out, it'll be because all the gameplay for those ships is already out. So for example, they've talked about a chop shop. I'd probably expect the medium salvage ship to come out first, and then they announce the modules for the Caterpillar going, oh, now there's one that's a chop shop. Algared?
I think that one of the other aspects that come into play, which they learnt from the Retaliator, is, and even the Bucks and the Endeavour, when they sell the modules, they're actually locked into having to provide those modules.
Yeah.
So the fact that they've now provided a refinery, a medical, and a cargo pod for the Galaxy, they are committed to those three modules. They can't get out of it.
Yeah.
When you say we're going to have modules, but you don't actually sell any, and you just give, these are some of the things we're thinking of. You can say, yeah, we're going to go with that. We're not going to go with it, and no one can complain. Second, you sell it, you're locked in. You've got to supply it. So I think that's part of the reason why they haven't done that.
Yeah.
Visited modularity a great deal.
Yeah, and I think it's a drawback to the Caterpillar. Like the Caterpillar is probably one of the hardest ships to have at the moment, because there's just this huge, massive uncertainty of what's going to happen with it. But I love the ship just like you do, Brat. So I've held on to mine for ages. I've got a pirate version of it, which is kind of hard. Well, you can get it, but you just can't get it with LTI. Like I got it with LTI, which is hard to get these days. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I've got it, and I'm hanging on to it for exactly the same reason.
I'll take you in a ride with it one time, just so you can see, because like it'll be one of those scenes you're like, I want one. I know you well enough to know you're like.
What ship is that?
It's called the Drake Pirate Caterpillar.
Funnily enough, that's actually one of the ships that I have had some of the most fun on, including Drake Day, where we turned it into a Crackapillar. That's owned by Library Science, who might be in the chat.
That's another thing. We've speculated. So you were saying the Caterpillar's like a base. That was originally what it was designed for, and we think that's what the Kraken's turned into. It's the Kraken is just an up mark. Like they realized that it needed to be bigger, and that's what the Kraken is. In fact, you can see a lot of doors and that from the Caterpillar are on that kit bash model of the Kraken. So yeah.
The Caterpillar is a ship I don't like to fly myself, but it's a great ship to just be on board. Just one of the crew.
Have you taken much looks at the Kraken? Have you had any looks at that or not?
Not really. For me, all that kind of stuff doesn't really interest me, in the fact that
it's not out yet.
So many people are going to have them, and they're going to need crew. And I think at the end of the day, like, being a specialist in something like, managing the offload of different vehicles, being a fighter squadron commander, there's going to be a lot of command structure roles available to somebody who wants to be the captain, and likes to be a leader, but doesn't necessarily need to take care of the entire ship. So I think there's room for people of authority, for example, on some of these ships without necessarily owning them.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
All right, we're getting to the end of the questions here, which is
We
good.
do. SA has a question
Go for it.
or a statement. They say, what ship needs a rework the most? And then they've got
Phoenix.
spoiler alert.
I'd probably say the Connie. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Okay. Your thoughts, Connie? Expat?
She said
What
Phoenix.
Yeah,
ship have you
Phoenix.
got?
She said
Connie
Phoenix.
Phoenix. Connie series in general.
Badges?
Badges?
Yes.
He just said yes.
My gut feeling is also the Connie, but SA says, spoiler alert, it's the Gladiator. And he's right, the Gladiator does need love. It's a torpedo boat that's been forgotten. Its missiles are subpar compared to everything else.
Fun to fly though. It's a fun ship to fly because
It is a fun ship to
it's got
fly.
this old school clunkiness to it that's really cool.
But even though it's got a turret like a Hornet, if you don't have a gunner, that turret is useless. So even at that base level, it's without two people, it's useless. And then when you've got two people, gunner's got pew pew. So there's that real. It is a fun ship to fly, but it's got problems. And
Can I briefly say why I think it's the Connie? I believe it's the Connie, and not the Gladiator. I mean, as amazing as that ship probably needs a rework, as well as the Hornet series as well. That looks like it's a paper airplane compared to everything else. Basically, there's certain pinnacle ships in the game, I feel, that are stepping stone ships. Okay, and I feel like maybe it starts with the cutter, and then it goes to the Cutlass, and then it goes to the Connie, and then it goes up to the Carrack, and these are the most multi-crew steps. There's like clear steps up from this to this to this to this, and these are able to do the most gameplay loops of any of the other ships. And I feel like if you can do that and do that right, then everything else that specializes around those is much more easier to balance.
That said, though, the funnest gameplay is going to be some of those niche gameplays. Like, for example,
oh, absolutely.
You can't do mining in a Connie, right? So if you want to do mining or medical, you've got to go look into something else. So what you're essentially explaining is those daily drivers is what we're talking about, and they.
Yeah, the daily drivers are so important because they basically balance everything around. They're neutral. Yeah. Let's say that's your neutral state. It's your neutral crew workhorse. It's the workhorse ships. Yep. It's the industry standards, so to speak. And then once you have the industry standard worked out, you can start to grow something else in another direction and make it slightly better. So that's slightly better than the Connie at doing this. And that's slightly better at the Connie than doing this. And that's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's easier to balance when you have these cornerstones.
Yep. M Walker 300 has a question. They say, have we done a video on the Odyssey like we did for the Crucible? No, we haven't. And that's partly because there's just not really much information on the Odyssey at present. But we could go and have another look and see what we can find and pull it out. I think it's appeared in a jump point yet. If it has, that'd be good. But it'd be jump point videos and Q&As that we'd be looking at. It might be time to go and have a look, but we haven't yet.
Yeah, anything we feel that needs an update, we'll do another video on. And you'll see that if you go back over videos we've done over the years, as big patches have come out and changed things, we'll do that.
Yep, because we're always looking for content. So yeah.
Yeah, look, they dragged me into this, guys.
Kicking and screaming, clearly.
Yeah. Zeras has a question. They say, would you say that every ship where CIG has added functionality that the price has gone up? Maybe even with modularity ships?
Not always.
Not always.
Yeah, sometimes yes, other times no.
Sometimes the price went up just because they added another ship in before it.
Yep. I think the biggest jump is from, obvious jump is from concept to release.
Yep.
That's the most predictable one of all of them. So yeah.
Yep. So it used to go concept to hangar to flight, and each time you used to get a 10 or 15% jump, give or take a bit. So these days, I think we find a 15% jump between concept and flyable.
All right, we've got 3 questions left, Algared. So those other sets coming in there, I'm gonna ignore because we need to cut it off. So those last 3 are
Or
good.
next time.
Yep.
Mhm.
Some of those questions are actually very quick to answer
They are.
in that next lot. So Sandgroper's question about the retaliator rework happening. Yes. Kayla Lau has a question.
Mhm.
They say, or KR Lau has a question. They say, do you think they will open the sale of Reclaimer when 318 is live, and any chance they open a war bond version of it, or will they increase its price instead? What they normally do.
I
Yes,
think
yes, yes.
Yeah, I think it would be really common sense. New gameplay features, sell a Reclaimer, sell the Vulture. That's all really obvious if you've seen what they've done in the past. I'd be 100%.
Sell it with the sell war bond updates and with the price. Yeah, all of the above.
Whole bunch of skins for them both, you know, that type of thing. So yeah, and we know the skins.
Plus,
coming.
I think the ships that help with those, by the way, cargo ships as well.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe.
With a Reclaimer, maybe not as much need for a cargo ship because it's got so much cargo space in it. But
the Vulture.
The Vulture, well, yeah.
It's solo versus multi-crew. I don't know. I have not seen that in the past. I'm just saying, like, based on what we have seen in the past, more than likely see the Vulture and the Reclaimer for sale. They may chuck some other ships in there.
Yep.
We'll see. But generally, it's the ships that get new gameplay that they put on sale. So,
I could see those new ships.
Hull A might go
increased.
in, or Hull C. Maybe when the Hull C comes out, they'll sell the Hull A. You know, we'll see. I don't know.
You know, and if
Maybe
we're
they could
being
get
mean and horrible, we're being mean
the
and
mule
horrible,
working again.
We'll see.
Go Expat.
No. I was just going to say that an argument for the mule to be sold again, but actually with functionality.
Yeah.
That'll happen when it does get that gameplay. 100%. They'll sell them.
But as we say, with every time we get gameplay, the ships with the gameplay get sold. There's often a price increase. There's often war bond CCUs or CCUs with them. They could do all of them. They could do one of them. They could do some of them.
Yep.
But expect the worst, and then you're not disappointed.
All right. Next question from Shampas that said, "Did you hear about the van-sized asteroid that is starting its near-Earth flyby, flying between the Earth and the Moon?" Oh no, I had not, but that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be closer to the planet than some of our satellites. So
Get
it's
in the bunkers,
close,
guys.
Yeah, it's about the size of a bus. So it's a significant chunk of rock.
Do you reckon we could get them to call the asteroid Brat? I reckon that'd be pretty. We could probably get that happening. What do you reckon? No. This is a bit of a rascal.
Well, I mean, it's going to be fiery and orange, right?
And skirting between the Moon and the Earth, you know, getting a bit of a Brat.
Can they redirect it?
Would have been a good test actually for a redirect.
Someone call Bruce Willis. It's his time.
Well, they did do the.
Donald Trump would have called him. Actually, he would have been like, "Oh yeah, we need that guy from the movie."
They did recently do the asteroid redirection test. There was an asteroid which had a little asteroid going around it, and they sent.
Oh yeah, they did, didn't they?
Sent a satellite up, rammed it into it, and actually did change its trajectory. So
it is all possible.
It is possible.
All right.
But,
last question for the stream. Waffle Insanity says, question,
Way.
Do you think the devs have forgotten the caterpillar? No, we answered that one already. All right, we'll do one more. Algared, I'll let you pick the last one.
Okay.
So make it a good one.
All right. I'm just...
That's implying that all your other questions were terrible.
No, I know.
No, only the best one gets answered. Awkward silence. Anyway.
Ultimate virtue. Last question on the thing. It seems Inforunners suggest buying concepts, Crucible, Endeavour, Capitals, but isn't it creating an issue with CIG delivering years out?
I think that's a part of it. I think if you are willing to buy a ship, like it's kind of like what Expat was saying. She sees it as a gamble to buy it without having it released, in a sense. But if you are prepared to gamble a little bit, you get it at a much cheaper rate. You know, and an obvious example of that is the Banner Merchantman. I got mine for $250 day one, way back in 2013. Now it's coming out, and it's probably going to be a $750 ship, right? It'll be the same thing with that Endeavour, same thing with the Crucible, and we've seen it time and time again. But there are extreme examples of those, and the last two kind of extreme examples are the Endeavour and the Crucible. That's why we recommend them.
Can I
so
elaborate
much.
based on not like logic.
No! No!
Basically everything.
I said no, but she's still
Everything.
talking anyway, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Everything is based on this game and what it is going to be in the end.
Yep.
So any ship you buy is a gamble. Any ship you buy is a gamble. Just because they're not released, it doesn't mean it's not a gamble, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as far as like buying concepts and stuff, let me clarify, because you know, the entire game is still to be finished. So those ships will come out, and you know, it is what it is. You know, I don't think it encourages them to do anything more than just what they're doing, which is trying to finish the damn game. Personally.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. I agree. Anything you want to add to that? Badges as well? Sorry.
We like Execute said, we suggest the Crucible, we suggest the Endeavour, we suggest the ships of the larger version of what people say they want to do, because of things Chris Roberts has said in the past about with prices going. So an Aurora will be like your sedan. Your capital ship is going to be like your supercarrier. The cost of those ships in between is an exponential cost. You're not going to be able to buy those ships in game for the same value. And it's like that dollar to alpha UEC we see in ships already. Vehicles are like, you know, $1 to every 7,000. About 890 jump is like $1 for every 40,000 or every 50,000 alpha UEC. That's kind of what you're looking at. And you're looking at, you know, some of those ships are really expensive. And so if you can get those ships, those expensive ships when they're cheap, that's a bonus. My 890 cost 600. Yeah, it was expensive. But I didn't pay 950 for it. And that's kind of what you're looking at when you're hedging your bet on those concept ships. And when you're looking at the ships that do what you want, go big and then earn down or earn sideways. That's the best money for value.
Something is only as valuable as someone's willing to pay for it, though.
That's right.
So,
but
like, if it's not valuable in the final game and it sucks, you know.
And that's why we'll often say, look at your off ramps. But the other thing with a lot of those ships that aren't out yet is, say, the Endeavour. You've got a Starfarer and a Cutlass Red as loaner ships. And so you've actually got loaner ships you can use while you're waiting. And if you change your mind, you can always jump off. But if you lock in their price early or get them early, you're getting them for significantly cheaper. So it's kind of it's a much, you know, you've got to play for now, but you've also got to look at the future. Is, I suppose, the long.
No, it's hard to do, and we often recommend exit strategies. You know, if there's any ship you love right now, and you know that value is not there, so like what I said about the multiplication of bigger ships, you can always play with that ship and just have an exit strategy to another ship. Sorry, Badges, go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've talked about this offline between the three of us on a number of occasions. I am so uninterested on real world money in games, other than as long as it doesn't spoil the experience, I really don't care. Which is why on my channel I've got a thing that says I don't do buyer's guides. It's not a thing. I really struggle equating real world money with value in a game. So for me, it's not, do I want to buy it at this value? It's, can I afford this? Do I want this? And can I afford this? Without having to resort to beans on toast for the rest of the year. And if the answer to that is yes, I buy it. And that's kind of it. But look, whatever your situation, whether you happen to forget that you own a third fucking Javelin, or whether you are literally having to plan out every purchase that you ever make in the game because of your own financial situation, there are clever ways of having a look. And the first and foremost, get in the verse and ask. If the ship's out, ask people. Please, please, please. And so many people, it doesn't matter whether it's whether you want to see the cutter or whether you want to see the 890 jump. People will spawn it and show you. Someone's going to lend it to you. You're going to get to fly it around. It'll be great fun. Enjoy yourself. See if you want it.
That's the person I asked. Brat, how many people have wanted to show you ships when you first jumped into the game?
Oh, they always want to whip it out and show it to me. I mean, it's but what's can I jump in and say, like, there's somebody in the chat that just said, and I'm looking at the chat down there physically because it's down there for me. The other side of this is the money you spend is helping to get the game done as well. Guys, if you turned off the taps today, they should still make it. Okay? That you that being a justification for you spending more money
it'll just narrow
is not the right way to think, in my opinion.
It'll just
probably not a thing they want to hear or me say, but I mean, let's be real.
But it will narrow the scope of what they make. That's the other part.
Oh no, you can't think that way as well, because that's playing into the FOMO. Like if only he'd bought one more javelin. If only he'd bought one more javelin, look at where we'd be. We'd have like more planets, and we'd have more of this. Okay, yeah, sure, it's true. When the tap turns off, there's a limited there's going to be limited scope for them to work in, right? When the tap turns off, and they're going to be like, well, what's the point in us continuing to run this business if it doesn't generate us any more money? That's for sure. The fact is that they said they were going to build it, right? So I mean, thinking in those kind of terms, where like, oh, I better continue to fund the game. There's a lot of people out there. Somebody's going to do it. I personally think, like, if something isn't limited edition, or like it's only going to buy it once, or it's only coming around this one time, which could also count for the discounts or the special discounts. That's maybe more of a reason than anything to pick something up. But yeah, don't be worrying about the cash counters at CIG. I'm gonna get fired. They're gonna fire me. By the way, I'm not pretending to be an employee for CIG. I just want to make that 100% clear. I'm just making a joke. I'm making a joke.
One of the things that they have said in their own statements is that the players that are coming in now, if you're already a backer, you don't need to buy anything else. The turnover of new players, people coming in buying a game package, is more than enough to keep things ticking over. So don't sweat it. But there are also other ways. Execute mentioned earlier that if you bought an upgrade from a Valkyrie to a Galaxy, thank you. Like, Galaxy's expensive. That upgrade is £5. Yeah. Or $5, right? Whatever it is. Yeah. That upgrade is $5. That locks that price in. And then later on, sometime way down the line, it doesn't matter how many price increases they do, you can figure out how to get yourself to a Valkyrie, and then that CCU sits there, and you just put that on the top. There's your Galaxy. If you don't like it, melt it. You've got $5 of credit. That's it. There are subscriber. If you watch the subscriber things, it costs a little bit more. But if you watch the subscriber things, there's a ship of the month. If you genuinely can't find anyone with that ship, pay $10. Give the ship a go and see if you like it. You can plan these things out. You don't need to spend that amount of money at that time. And of course, there's always the earning game.
I would struggle.
Game ship rental.
I would struggle to believe that there isn't, like, I just know our audience so well, and I know the people, the servers I've played on. I would struggle to believe that you couldn't go in on a server that's generally full and say, can someone please show me their X? I'm thinking about buying it.
Yes.
And they would jump. It's just the audience. I'm like that. If someone asked me to look at a ship, I'll be offering it. Hey, do you want to look at these bigger ships? I've got all these ships. Do you want to look at them? I'm just like that. And I know there are other people just like that.
I did it last night.
Yeah.
When I was in and someone wanted to see a glaive.
Yeah. I will tell you right now, if you want the Perseus, if you're thinking about the Perseus, wait till it comes out. Try mine. Just sling me a message in Discord when I'm free.
Aegis is always looking for someone to fly that into the sun. Yep.
Buy a CCU to it. Buy the cheapest CCU to the Perseus you can find when it's on sale. Leave it in your hangar. Don't melt that if you're thinking you want it. When it comes in game, hit up badges, fly his if you like it and you want it, then apply the CCU and get the chip for cheaper, or at least the original price it was out.
I think someone's mentioned in chat that Algared's got 3 javelins. I think he's got one for each wife. That's how it works for Old Man Hurston, doesn't it? Yeah.
No.
If there was a requirement, for them to need more money, then they need to just come out and say it.
Yeah.
It just needs to be out in front and just say, hey guys, we're doing a fundraising drive at the moment. We're not just trying to sell ships, or like we're releasing the ship because it's new gameplay or it's a new ship or whatever. They should just come out and say, hey guys, we need more money. That's the way I see it, personally.
And if I do that, the backers would go, "Oh, okay."
Because
Yeah, the
the
backers
other
would
one,
go, yeah,
well,
okay,
I wish
let's help out.
I wish they'd done that instead of getting that $45 million loan, Algared, from the you know, the big ones,
The shares. Yep.
yeah, because we would have funded that in a heartbeat. But anyway, all right, I think we'll wrap it up there. Expat Brat, where can people find you on the interwebs?
Twitch.tv/expatbrat.
And what do you do
I'm also
there?
on the Twitter. Oh, I do something called Star Cinema, which is a bunch of this, a bunch of that, a bunch of this, a bunch of walking into walls, as I almost did, a bunch of that.
Press shot.
That was a really unfortunate angle.
I think it was
A whole lot
deliberate.
of this, guys. A whole lot of this. But hopefully from time to time, I look down and I talk to you and I say, yes, I agree exactly what you're saying. And you guys are all wonderful. And then I go, yeah, that's pretty much my channel.
Yeah. No, it's
And
a
you do the
lot of
same
role
thing
play,
on,
very cinematic, and very different from what anyone else is doing at the moment. But yeah.
And on YouTube,
Live music, and it's all improv. Nothing is scripted. You know, it's all free content, and yeah, come over and have a good time. I just showed the game
YouTube,
how
you
it
can be
is.
found at where?
Yeah, the same. Expat Brat Gaming, I believe it is, on YouTube, and Expat Brat with an annoying little underscore at the bottom on Twitter. If you like to Twitter, if you like to tweet,
If you're a twit, yeah.
If you've liked Expat Brat here today and her conversation and repartee, then go to her channel, give her a like, give her a subscribe, and yeah. Badges, where can we find you?
Yes.
In bed normally, if I'm being honest. No, I over on.
You walked right into that.
Yeah, he did.
Sorry, including the whole Perseus
Alone.
thing.
In
That's
bed
the
alone.
strangest thing that's
Yeah.
ever happened to me on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you've completely thrown me there, Expat. Thank you very much. You have thrown me.
You're
it takes
welcome.
a lot to make a sailor blush, but congrats.
Hello, sailor. That's the line you were meant to say, Brett. Hello.
Catch me on
sailor.
YouTube. I've just thrown a link in the YouTube thing. Drinkers with Gaming Problems. Probably the longest name on YouTube at the moment, I think. And I'll throw the same link into Twitch. But bit of a lack of content at the moment, but incredibly busy work life. So I will be getting back to it in the next 2 weeks. There'll be a video out.
Yep.
All right. So as for us
And
stuff,
for us,
don't forget to like, subscribe.
hit that bell.
We've had a few people telling us they haven't been getting the videos, so make sure you set it to all on the notification bell. What would you guys like to hear in the comments from people that are watching this after the fact? Is there anything that Brat, that you would like to hear from people? Any feedback that you would like?
To be honest, everybody's voice, no matter if you stream, no matter if you do YouTube videos, the important thing about this whole experience and this alpha and this game is that every single person has a voice, and everyone is willing to talk, and everyone is happy to listen, and yeah, just more discussion, more interesting ideas, and maybe, and just hear me out, but maybe a little bit more positivity towards the individuals that maybe don't run the show, but guys like Shift Click Guy, you know, guys like people like the art director, the art team that made the 600 IREC. You know, it's okay to say that something is really nice, and that something excites you, and yeah, I mean, as a creative individual, it means a lot to get some positive reinforcement every now and again. You know, just hearing the same old bickering and the same old negativity all the time, it doesn't necessarily make you want to get out of bed and go make a great game. Just saying.
Yeah, that's right. Any comments from you, Badges?
I think on the same thing, on the positivity. We got a great question, which is what gameplay loop, location, ship, whatever are we looking for that's really going to make the game for us? What's it going to be for you?
Yeah.
What are you waiting for? What's really going to make this game click if it hasn't done already?
Old Man Heston, comments from you?
Well, I'd like to hear what people think about the rework of Harrison. I put a lot of work into trying to get that just right. He's done absolutely nothing. Just finding Old Man Hurston does not work for CIG and the building teams. But
Yeah, I'd like to hear. Does people want us to get Expat back again? Because I actually think you're quite knowledgeable, believe it or not. And yeah, so let me know.
A brain.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
It's actually an artificial intelligent brain.
Yeah,
it's been developed by
Elon Rust. Yeah.
Years of drinking coffee or whatever it is. Yes.
But really good having you here. And yeah, I enjoyed our conversations over the last couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll definitely have to get you back again in another stage. Maybe do a pre-recorded episode with a bit of deep dive. Might be on the cards for next time.
So if you do enjoy our content and you have enjoyed what we've done, and you would like to support our efforts to maintain our quality or improve our quality, there are options. You can go Patreon, you can join us on Discord and support the channel and help that going by doing what do they call it, the sponsoring or whatever they do. There's also the YouTube, becoming a member of the YouTube, and that they're all things that will help. It's never expected. It's never demanded. Yeah, we'll keep doing what we're doing, but it does help.
So thank you for the subs, the super chats, the bits, the bobs, all that type of stuff. To you people on Twitch, I'm going to get you to raid Loken Plays, who's another Inforunner. Make sure you smash his, give him a follow, and make sure you break his follow button. Be kind of funny. So we're going to say goodbye to the people on Twitch now. I'm getting that raid created. Couple of seconds on that one. But other than that, bye Twitch. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you next week. And is Twitch out? All right. As for YouTube, we will have another video this coming weekend. And I think I can safely say I probably should have said this before I sent Twitch away, but I had an interview with Board Gamer this week. Me and Space Tomato did a casual conversation with Board Gamer, and that's probably the video you should look forward to. All right. I don't know what's happened to Expat Brat, but she's just frozen. You still there, Expat?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You're just frozen. It's all good.
I think we've all frozen, haven't we?
Yep.
Oh.
Everyone but X.
Yeah. No one important froze. It's all good.
X said he was going to throw his toys out of his pram if he got voted least sexiest beard. But he did. So
I don't know what's happened there, but anyway, something's happened on my end, so that's time to wrap it up anyway. So we'll have an episode this weekend with Board Gamer. Other than that, I think I'll wrap up. So that's been Expat, that's been Badgers, that's been Algared, I've been Execute.
And I've been Execute, and we're out of here.
And we'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Say goodbye, everyone.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Sampai jumpa.
I can't believe I RAF saluted to the Twitch crowd.